that you are feeling just the way I do. Vibing on the dance floor, show me your intention. I like it when you follow through. I want you to stay right here. I want you to stay right here. We got the fire and we burn it up. We'll push it to the edge now. Baby, we got the fire and we burn it up. We'll push it to the edge now. We got the fire and we burn it up. We got
Okay, you guys can hear me good. My co-hosts are still muted. I'll take care of this shortly. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome everybody back to our Puyo podcast. I shall now introduce our hosts. Click! You guys are now unmuted.
Oh, hello.
I have a voice.
You have voices! True! So, everybody, welcome to part 2 of the Puyo podcast about your hot takes featuring one after each other.
Hi.
Hi. Featuring hi.
Hi, hello is the full name.
Okay, introduce yourselves, guys.
Maud Momono. I don't say that out loud much.
I am the lovely and splendid Princess Madeline.
Great, awesome to have you guys. And I am Neni Line. I own this joint here, except for this beautiful stream overlay. Mamono owns that. But I am borrowing it for purposes of podcasting purposes even. So,
Yep.
we all left you off on quite a cliffhanger last time. Time to remedy that. There, words are hard. Remember the. But before we do that, I would like to apologize to everybody, for I have committed a grave transgression. For upon viewing back the last stream, I realized that I was incredibly annoying during the last stream, constantly talking over my co-hosts. I have seen the error of my ways, and this time, such terrible transgressions shall not occur. Shut up, phone. For these purposes, I have steeled myself. In the background here, I have a diffuser with jasmine scent to calm me. Here I have a Coke to calm me. I also have water. Oh yeah, I should keep an eye on my Twitch gauge if anybody wants me to hydrate. Has not happened yet. So yeah.
I can fix that.
Oh dear. Okay, while I receive the hydrate, do you guys have anything to say before we start?
I do. And don't worry yourself about it, Neni. That's just normal to me. Lots of people talk over me.
Should not be.
It doesn't really ring as anything special.
And I'm just a guest star here, so it's not like I'm entitled to have any time to speak. Like I'm glad I got to speak. I didn't get to speak as much as I did.
What are you saying, Maddie? You're the guest of honor. You should feel entitled to everything. Woo woo. And yes, none of you should get talked over. None of you should get talked over. The only one here who should get talked over is me. I'm kidding. We should all respect each other. But yeah. Anyway.
I was about to say, does that mean I could just talk over you?
I mean.
But no. Go ahead.
So, do you have anything else to say before we start?
This is part 2 of last time. That's it.
That's it. I got hydrates. Yeah, I'm hydrating again.
I am looking forward to some very spicy stuff.
I see.
Maybe. Who knows?
The cliffhanger we left off last time was already promising. I have thoughts on that, but we'll get to that. Also, hi Anna. Oh yeah,
we'll
I forgot.
Get there.
Before we begin, let's welcome our wonderful chat. What do you mean I have another hydrate? Okay, hi, hydrate from Knut, and meanwhile the chat. We have Pear Juice, we've got Maddie, who is also here. We've got Pika Blur, we've got Zay, we've got Plooper Lee, we've got Dark Star Iced Coke, we've got Knut, we've got Ma, we've got Lee Plooper, who is totally not the same as Plooper Lee, I guess. We've got Puyo Crest, we've got, the Puyo Quest who wants us to buy the sorcery stones. Gotcha for life. We've got Styx, we've got Pooking Around, we've got X-Cower, we've got Chargeman. Welcome back, Chargeman. We've got Jenny. We've got Zackplex, we've got Lucy. We've got Knut. Hi, Knut. We've got Divi. We've got Anna. We've got Stericide. Hi, everybody. How are you all doing?
Wow. My sister's tag name is pronounced Knut.
Knut. Okay, I am so sorry. I have the German. It's a terrible
We also
thing.
apparently have someone. We also have someone named Platinum Waluigi in the chat.
Yeah,
Apparently.
new people are joining. Hi, Platinum Waluigi. Hi, Pinkui. Hi, Avoided Narrowly. Hi, everybody.
Hello and welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell, indeed. But in order to enter hell, we need to begin with hell. So, first things first. As much as I like my pre-roll playlist, we need to change that for appropriate music. So.
Spin-off of Late
Hot
Back
Chili
Puyo
Peppers.
podcast. Puyo podcast Thunderworld.
Oh no! Also, hi Ace too. Anyway, oh god, we're starting off with Doppelganger Al's Mansai theme. That's a good way to start off. Anyway, switching to main.
I love it.
Clowns.
Clown.
So have you got the presentation ready?
Yes.
Okay, there it is. Here we go! Everybody, welcome back to Late Back Puyo Podcast, Episode 2, Part 2. Reading your Puyo Hot Takes. Applause! Now I hand the mic over to my friend, Mod Mamono.
Okay, so we've already done the introductions for the podcast itself. Let's recap. Neni Line is here. I'm here. I'm the presenter even. Maddie is special guest. We've already gone over this. We got more fan art. We got this Rafina, which I've kind of forgotten the context to already, but
What
it's about
this?
this steak.
What? I forgot what Wait.
This steak sparked it. I looked it back.
Oh god, oh god.
So it's related to one of these things, I think.
We're going to get a Grimdark Don Amity AU at some point. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Honestly, I think an AU where Rafina's a mafia don would go hard.
I would dig that, honestly.
I mean, she did.
A mafia.
I guess it would be Danya.
Mafina did try to start a protection racket in the Power Rangers themed drama CD track. She did.
That's true. Give me your cash, plebs.
And we got this by Suspicious VV.
I remember that. I remember what prompted that. I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny. I would have put
Trust no
more.
one, not even.
I would have put more effort into this if I could, but I didn't want to.
You're putting more effort
Trust no one,
than
not
necessary
even the
every time.
protagonist.
Sorry, Maddie.
Yeah.
Fine.
These slides are an exercise in trying less hard for me, so.
Avoided narrowly in the chat. Rafina's probably killed someone before. I can believe it.
So if this podcast inspires you to make fan art, then please send it to our blue skies right here.
You can also drop by my blue sky, even though it's not listed here, because I like hearing people talk.
It'll be at your blue sky link will be at the end of the presentation.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah. A little addendum from last time to one of the mole stakes. Arl's Puyo touch design is her best one, and if this had been her default look by now, maybe the mole wouldn't have made his oral take as seen last week. The mole can't explain this, but this is just perfectly represents oral to him. Compliment. And makes Neni's description of oral make sense to him by just looking at her, even if the mole still thinks Oral's actions, personality, etc. are weak/restricted or something or another. This looks like a sorceress with experience and looks a happener.
Well, about that take, firstly, I agree. This looks gorgeous. I love this design. I wish it had been used more. But about that take, I can't say much about it, but the whole time during that take, I wanted to talk about Madofia, because there's some stuff in there that might actually play into that take, but I can't say anything more, sadly.
And of course, even if it does, we don't have a hard confirmation of it.
Yeah.
It's like it plays it pretty intentionally ambiguously.
Yeah. At least give regular Oral a nick in her cape. That implies she does stuff off screen at least.
But yeah, this really is a good look for all. I'm not sure if it's her best one. I do like the Adventuring Sorceress one. That's also really good.
Oh, Adventuring Sorceress is gorgeous.
I don't remember that one. This one just feels like a good upgrade/side grade to her current one. And it gets better. Okay. I can't see it for a while though.
Oh.
During the break, I can see it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Wait.
You could put it in the chat. I think maybe.
I'm full screen.
Oh, but don't you have your tablet for the chat?
Yeah, for the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Well, I can still put it in our chat.
I'll see it later.
Yeah.
Or Neni can put it on screen.
It's fine. Basically, Adventuring Sorceress is a quest reinterpretation of her Puyo outfit, basically.
Oh, that one. I still prefer the touch design. Because
Fair
it's
enough.
a more modern and more original take, I'd say.
The touch one is it looks different, and that's what I like about it. I also like that it doesn't have
Same.
symmetry, so because of the asymmetry, it has some aspects of like the early designs as well. What the Japanese fandom calls the Rako design. You probably know why they call it the Rako design.
Yeah.
I do.
Also, the red probably helps with it being compared to the Rako design.
Also, asymmetric, but the nick is in different places each time.
Ooh, that is pretty cool.
The magic cape.
So,
Yes,
But it is
This
a
is
really
my-
cool cape, though.
Yeah.
this is my preferred oral, I say.
It is
And
a great
I think-
Alright.
And this looks like someone stuff happens to, and that happens to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if this oral had been on screen while Neni was explaining things, I would have gotten it. But it's not her default design, so...
God, we really need just more stories
Yeah.
in general. But the thing is, Puzzle Pop was very
We do.
Amity focused, so time for the mold. But I can do this whole. I love it.
So, to keep a long story short, I made a submission about hot takes with some rules. One take per person. You're watching it now. Fill in your form. Your take. How spicy you consider the take. What influenced it, if any. Optional. And if you want credit, it's also optional. And you have to click this box so we can make fun of you if we so want it. And Did we honestly last? I don't know.
I'm not making fun of people as much as just giving an honest assessment. But that's what I do generally, everywhere. Including...
There was that one person who was insisting that Rafina isn't gay.
That wasn't TV
that's
tropes. That wasn't TV tropes.
I think that's really benign, though, regardless what you think of it.
Fair enough.
It's annoying, but yeah.
Yeah.
There are much worse takes that could be made. Well,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
we'll hear some.
Okay, what to expect? 51 hot takes by now, because of the break. A break every 25 hot takes, so just one break tonight. A chance to cut. I should have cut that out.
Real, yeah.
Oops.
You just left this. You just left the slide entirely untouched.
Oh, I've made a bunch of changes, just not here. As a
just-
reminder, what Mr. Momono asked of the fellow hosts, refrain from commenting on the hot takes until the hot takes are read. Not a hard rule, but it is preferred. Give the go-ahead to reveal who, if anyone, submitted a hot take, and why they did so. Give boy cuddles as soon as you can.
Oh.
You cannot see it, but I am doing it with my cursor.
Okay, hang on. Hang on. Be right back.
Okay. I'll wait.
Oh, does she have her own boy?
She might have.
Spence.
Booking around says the stream ends on submission 100 out of 101. Boyment.
I'm back. Wait, where's my headphones?
Come back.
So, here. Maddie can probably... I don't know if you can see, but Maddie can see.
I'll wait under the stream delay.
That's a boy, all right. I am also petting him with my cursor.
Yes. I think Mamono probably knows where I got that run from.
Oh yeah, I personally sent it to you.
Yes, exactly! Hi
I
there!
personally sent you two, I think.
Yes, and this one is they are adorable. They're absolutely adorable.
They are. They're
I
worth
need
the
a boy and a
€5.
shark.
So, you need a blow.
Look,
You need a blowhire. You need a blowhire.
Yeah, but there's no IKEA near me anywhere.
Anyway,
I love how the chat is reacting that boy is real.
Boy has always been real in your heart.
boys now on my shoulder. We have a lot of boys, so yeah, we can continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Two boys. Okay. Supported us at here. We all have Ko-Fis or Kofi, I forget.
Kofi.
Kofi.
I call it Kofi.
Coffee. Yeah.
Coffee.
And you can super chat Neni. Her super chats don't go to me, so. Oh,
I mean,
three
her
boys
co-
on screen. That's true.
Her coffee donations also don't go to us, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can decide wisely where you send your donations, everybody. Don't send them all just only to me. Even if I will.
Any questions? Seeing boy in real life and not as a thing PNG is very surreal.
Wait, do you not actually have a boy, Amino?
Oh, I have plenty of boys. Let me I can take a photo of all the boys right above me if you must see
Then
it.
why is that so weird to see?
Because it's somebody in the chat said
Oh,
it.
because the webcam. Oh, okay, okay.
Somebody.
I
in the
have
chat.
many boys.
Yeah, I mean they are.
Also, your sister wants to send. Also, your sister wants you to send me a boy.
Oh.
Okay. Give me something. We can talk about that. So, any questions? I'm not seeing anyone in the chat.
Oh,
He has
I
over
think
20 boy.
I don't see any more I see people just talking about boy. So, hang on, I accidentally... There, yeah. So yeah, keep going. Okay, hang on, this disappears if I do this, so let's not do this. So this is better, yeah. Okay, yeah, we can get going.
Boy is real.
Boy has...
Okay, so it's back on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I think so, Clue.
Okay.
But what if Akuma doesn't? And Mr. Akuma doesn't use a dishwasher either?
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Start. Takes 1 to 60. 51 to 60. Sega has an obsession with amnesia, and especially with Puyo Puyo.
It's the dead bird of the week. It's the dead bird of the week.
Just so you know, during all of this, Yu's vocal theme, was playing, so Yu was making fun of you with her puns the whole time.
Good. So, I don't want to touch this anymore. I've touched this enough in the past, and I kind of hate it.
I mean, we all kind of hate it. Okay,
We do.
look,
Although I'm not sure. Oh, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead, because it will be long when I start.
All right. Well, I guess one thing that I think was pointed out. I think it might have been pointed out last week, or maybe it was somewhere at some point during the week. But it does point out. It does specifically that it's a Sega problem. Although I'm not really sure if it really is a Sega problem necessarily.
Shadow the Hedgehog had it for a while.
Yeah, he did. But also there's the fact that in Puyo Puyo it predates Sega. I can't remember where offhand.
For example,
I'm pretty sure it does.
Hachamachakimatshikan? Mado.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
The memory wipe after the Earl's one and only use of godlike power.
One and only use of godlike power. Make amnesia.
Yeah. Make it real.
Okay.
But
I mean,
yeah, it's like I was just it's just like I'm not I'm not really sure if it's a Sega problem necessarily, because if you think about it, it's not exactly uncommon across the industry, especially with Japanese studios. Like I was just thinking around, rolling around the Final Fantasy series in my head, like games 5 through 9 all have an amnesia subplot. It's just like, and it's like, come on, it's like Sega's not the only one doing this here.
Yeah.
I generally also think that people tend to overemphasize, just immediately think that amnesia equals retcon. And oh god, even before I've gotten into Puyo, in fact, since the early 2000s, I've had my issues with the way the term retcon is thrown around. Just to put it into context, big Kingdom Hearts fan, not as big as I used to be because I didn't like Kingdom Hearts 3 very much. But I spend a lot of time with Kingdom Hearts in general. And when 358 over 2 days came out, there were like a bunch of people who immediately were like, well, the game is basically non-canon because Shion is a retcon and doesn't matter anyway, and she wasn't supposed to be there.
That's not how that works.
Yeah. Because they forget her anyway, so it doesn't intrude on what happened before, so it doesn't... That was an actual thing people said! Constantly.
You know who also wasn't planned to be there? Roxas.
Yeah! No, but they kept going and it was really annoying. I think people really need to stop thinking of the idea that something is retconned as immediately as bad writing. Retroactive continuity just means we didn't think of this before, but we are making it fit now. And that's basically like 60%, at least more than half of writing is that. Because
Especially collaborative writing.
Only very few people think of every single thing beforehand as they write it out. We are not Eiichiro Oda. Most people are not Eiichiro Oda. Most people go with the flow, and when they realize, wait, I can fit this in here, that would make more sense than what I had in mind before, then this is just how the timeline is gonna work then. And that doesn't mean that it's bad writing. It means they made it fit better that way. And to relate that to Puyo specifically, people are like, oh, they had amnesia, that's so cheap. But
many people just shut off their brain the moment they see the amnesia.
How is it cheap?
In Tetris 2.
Yeah, how is it cheap? How does it... It's not used to make the game easier to understand. It's not at all used for that. It is, in fact, it actually makes it more likely that people will have questions about the first game because they're like, wait, what happened there? It's used for drama in Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. And that's like one of the best ways you can use, the best things you can use amnesia for. In Puyo in general, the reason that the amnesia thing is so common is because Puyo actually has a surprisingly rigid magic system. And I feel more and more confirmed in that this is just part of the magic system because it actually comes up in Madofia as well. Yes, and Madofia is not using it just to reboot anything. It is using it to explain how a specific spell works and why it does stuff like it does. And that it actually is also used for drama there. So I'm starting to think this is not just a convenience thing. They're using it because the magic system is set up in a way where a specific... Okay, I'm going to put this in here now. It's not really a spoiler, it's just a single sentence, but it is mentioned in Madofia that within the magic system of this multiverse, memories are connected more to the body, more clearly connected to the body than to the soul. So if the body is disrupted by something, memories are easily lost. You know what is a pretty huge disruption of the body? Displacing it in
Space-time.
Yeah, displacing it in space-time.
Yeah.
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 So that disrupts it, but it also makes it clear that memories lost that way are not necessarily lost forever, but can be recovered with an impetus to the soul. Which fits completely with what we know from the Puyo games. So I feel like this is not them retconning stuff. This is just them being true to the magic system they have laid out. And that's why it really angers me when people want them to not do it. People want them to abandon the magic system because it doesn't fit their, I'm sorry to say it, fanfics. And it makes me angry because there is drama in this. There is drama in the fact that every time they meet Ellie, they can't maintain firm memories of it because their bodies are displaced in space-time every time they do is because due to how her world was created. There is drama in how the people from the Tetris dimension can never have a lasting relationship with them because they are literally from a completely different plane of existence that just doesn't fit together with where they live. There is drama in how Ekolo is always, every single time anything happens, Ekolo is literally on the edge of his seat, wondering if people are still gonna remember him next time, and being delightfully surprised when they actually do remember, because their bonds actually putting a firm anchor in there that makes it less likely that he is forgotten. It's pretty cool, and Quest actually used that as well, because when Al was temporarily displaced from Thrup Island, Rulu temporarily had her memories of Al be fuzzy. That went back to normal after she was returned. But like, this stuff alone shows that this is just part of the magic system, not just something that they use for convenience. Because how would it even be convenience? They still have to keep their continuity straight. It's not an excuse to not keep the continuity straight. And they have been keeping their continuity straight very consistently lately. So I really wish people... I get it. Puyo has a thing where they don't give you all the information that you need to understand it in the games, and I wish they did that better. Puzzle Pop was a step in the right directions because at least they had like lore stuff in the character bios that helped a lot. But they need to be more consequent about it. This is why Kingdom Hearts was really good about this with the journals. I think we generally need to be more consequent with keeping all of the facts straight about how everything works. But like, just breaking the magic system is not the answer. Demanding that we have like better access to the information so that like everything is like written out in a way where it's more comprehensive and more coherent is the answer. Not demanding a part of the magic system to be removed because you don't like it. That's what it is for me.
I also want to add, last time I did count, Puyo has like 3 types of amnesia, and they barely make any distinction between them.
There's regular amnesia, there's space-time amnesia, and then there's memory wiped by God amnesia.
Oh, and a bonk on the head too. That's effective.
Well, that's normal amnesia.
Okay, I guess. So, do you get that, shoulder boy?
I think Shoulder Boy understands quite fine.
Okay. Or girl.
I did want to just add a couple of things. One is just a personal anecdote, which might be another reason why people don't like it, because if they're anything like me, which would be terrifying. But personally, the idea of just having experiences just be taken away from you, your memories of what you've done be taken away from you, is pretty terrifying and to deal with. It freaks me out that these characters just kind of routinely go through it.
It freaks Amity out as well. She had a meltdown about it at the end of one of the novels.
Yeah.
When Ekolo explained how this part of the magic system works. Amity was like, "What the fuck? No! Please don't help!" It was amazing.
I'm just too detached to care about
and
that.
then the end of the book makes it ambiguous as to whether she actually forgot or not.
And the thing is, they
but the other
kinda
thing is
do
that-
and kind of don't.
Yeah, because the soul is different from the body.
But,
Even if the body doesn't remember, the soul might.
Yeah.
And the other thing is just this is more of a fun bit of trivia more than anything, but space-time displacement amnesia actually shows up in IDW Sonic at one point.
So,
After one of the arcs, Sonic gets gets randomly thrown into Blaze's world, and he forgets who he is for a little while.
so
It doesn't
Sega
amount to anything.
So
It's
Sega
just-
adapted a part of the Puyo magic system for Sonic.
I mean, it's all canon. Everything is canon.
Amazing.
Question.
Yes.
Should I be glad
Yes?
I stopped reading IDW Sonic still, or...
It lasted like 1, maybe 2 issues. Like, it was not a big deal at all.
Then,
was more-
then it's
it-
not
it-
worth it. Because there are...
I mean, I think it was. I think the point of it was that this was just a Sega mandate, and so it was just like, well, we better get this out of the way. We're done. Moving on.
I think my take is... Amnesia is a fun plot device for drama and for comedy. Valley has a bit of both of that in Puzzle Pop, and that's my favorite story in Puzzle Pop. And Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney in Case 2-1, does neither, and it pisses me off.
I like Case 2-1. I like him just being...
Oh, I like it! Just the amnesia part of it, I don't...
No, I like
find
it.
disappointing.
It was to justify the tutorial.
I know. I just think the amnesia part of the case wasn't fun.
No,
I like the case.
I liked him being beat over the head with a giant freaking fire
That is
extinguisher
funny.
and somehow still surviving.
I mean,
Yeah, that
it
is
is basically
funny.
invincible. Would Phoenix have survived if it was a finger statuette?
Yes.
We're at the wrong
whatever.
franchise now, though.
Who's ready for take number... Oops. No, who's ready for the next take?
Well, I want to ask the chat first if they disagree with our take or agree with our take on this, that this is actually not nearly as negative a thing as people think. Because it would be interesting to see what the chat has to say on that.
I've seen so many people give up on Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 story immediately the moment Ringo and T don't recognize each
But
other.
that was the
It's
drama!
really...
They cried about it!
I wouldn't...
It could have been done. I mean, like, I feel like it could have been done maybe a little bit better. The static images don't really convey it all that well sometimes.
I don't think that
But,
part
you
was
know,
for drama.
I do get it though.
I think it's more set up for later in the story.
I mean, fair, because the whole plot was about how they are supposed to not know each other, and the fact that they do know each other is a violation of the laws of space-time. Which is like, basically the entire game is about the magic system! The entire game is about the magic system of this universe!
And how God was created.
And how God was created.
So did Marl come from an egg that was off screen?
If by egg you mean a universe-sized condensing of magic all into one spot.
I agree with Buck the dog in the chat who says that Puyo Puyo should have full screen illustrations during the story. I agree with that.
Yes,
Quest
like
has-
this.
Like
Yes.
this, yes.
CGs,
Yeah.
CGs are so cool, and there need to be more of them.
That they do, agreed. Most of the chat seems to thought that our take is pretty reasonable, so that's pretty cool.
Good, because I don't want to spend more time on it.
Okay, let's continue. I'm
Alright.
sorry.
Okay. Most of Puyo's popularity outside of Japan is thanks to Tetris, because Puyo Fever 1 and GB and Puyo Minna the Puyo Puyo failed, and critics saw them as Sonic Team's embarrassment outside of Japan. Without Tetris, Puzzle Pop would have been a Japanese exclusive for Switch, or probably wouldn't have existed at all.
I mean,
I'm of
that's
two
not,
minds.
from an objective standpoint, they're not wrong. The Tetris games did kind of put Puyo on the map for the Western world in a larger capacity than it did than it was before.
I'm of two minds here. On the one hand, I think the whole Sonic Team's embarrassment thing is like taking
I want to
it
know
too
where that
far.
came from.
I think it comes from the fact that some gaming review magazines at the time had some very harsh words about Puyo Puyo Fever, but like, I don't think people would still be taking those reviews seriously like 10 years later.
No.
11 out of 10 too much
Yeah,
water
no.
became a meme for a reason. So, just
Yeah.
because there were some bad reviews of it that were based on the people who review it not being fans of actual puzzle games, or just not figuring out how to play the game. That's literally why they said it was bad. They couldn't figure
And
out.
to be fair, Fever 1 really wants you to do an essay or some kind of a thesis paper before you play it.
Yeah, Fever 1 is not the easiest game to start with. It's kind of funny that they expected people to start with Fever 1.
Yeah.
The whole... Also,
And the tutorial is literally a classroom lecture, so it's like,
a chronicle...
okay, I guess that's what we're doing now.
Chronicle menu
Also,
main
how
theme
dares-
playing as we see Ellie on screen. Anyway, continue.
Also, how dare we make... how dare a development team make something else than Sonic, right?
Yeah, seriously. But on the other hand, I agree that like Puyo Tet is an amazing marketing strategy. Not just because it makes people in the West play Puyo, but also because, and Hoso Yamada said this, Tetris is not nearly as well known as Puyo in Japan. I mean, it is well known. It is very well known, extremely well known. But Puyo was kind of always the standard in Japan, not Tetris. So there's actually, Hoso Yamada talked about this in a recent interview, a whole bunch of Japanese Tetris players who started with Puyo Tet. So they did this intentionally in order to kind of capitalize on two fan bases at once. Which is like genius, you know?
Good.
And when you get at the end of the day, this take is probably how the decision making people at the top of Sega probably saw things, in terms of like Puyo being a failure in the West, which is dumb and stupid, but it's also like, well, yeah, I guess that's pretty much exactly what happened from where they're sitting.
I mean, it's not like I don't
Like,
think.
but I am glad.
I don't.
I am
think,
glad that we got to Puyo
Okay.
Tetris.
Me
I think
too.
it's-
Me too.
I think
Look,
it's
Puyo
wonderful.
Puyo Tetris 2 is my favorite game in the series. Still, that said, I don't think that it is 100 that Puyo Tetris was 100% necessary for Puyo to find its niche in the West. It was a very good way to achieve that, but I think it could have done it without it too. The problem is just Sega sucks at marketing. Sega sucks at marketing, and so the period. There's nothing else to add. They just do. They are legendarily bad at marketing, and I mean, all I'll say is like Sonic Anniversary 20th anniversary stream. That one was a legendary failure. They are incredibly bad at this stuff, and it's not the fault of the actual people, it's the fault of the higher-ups in the command chain who do not understand how anything goes together. So yeah.
And are stingy as heck.
Yeah.
Give the Puyo team more money, please.
Please give the Puyo team more money for everything ever.
I like Tetris. Next take, or do we want to read the
The justification, please.
I have seen a ton of replies saying that Puyo is better than Tetris, which I can't confirm exactly. I only play Minesweeper Tetris on Steam, by the way, if it's right or wrong. So I thought a bit what would happen if Puyo Tetris didn't exist, or Tetris never collab with Puyo.
I do think a collab with Puyo was inevitable to some degree because Alexei Pachinov is a huge fan of Puyo. He just, for a while, was very against collabs because he didn't want Tetris to absorb everything. But I think the way Puyo Tet did it, I know, people are like, but Tetris is absorbing Puyo now. No, Puyo Tet has way more of a Puyo identity than a Tetris identity.
It's still made by Sega.
It's not just made by Sega, but like literally the entire visual identity, the sound identity, the gameplay feel of it, everything is Puyo. It's a gateway drug for Puyo. The Tetris is just there to as a lure basically, and also to have a fun plot and also to have a fun sci-fi plot about breaking the laws of space-time, which is cool.
Yeah.
Next thing?
Yes.
Ringing is not that great a character and is kinda just quirky nerd girl. And while R and Smite some have more character, though I have not played PP7, so maybe she's a good character there. I prefer her in 7, but that's for someone else to judge.
Spelling check.
What is the spelling here?
I did zero spelling checks for any submission, by the way. So
I'm not you. I'm the author. The author of this take is wow.
Ringing.
But yeah, I agree.
Smite.
I agree. Ringing is not that great a character. I agree.
I mean, granted, at least it's not like she's the only normal one, which is like, no, she's weird. They're all weird. They're all stupid and weird in different ways.
I remember when I talked with Mamono about Ringo and like, basically Ringo's, how Ringo is written changed really heavily between Puyo 7 and 20th. Which was partially because because there was like a writing change, and like which you prefer is absolutely up to you. They're both kind of like autistic coded, but like the 20th the version of her written by Yoshino Otoko is more hyperactive, which I guess for some people can just come off as annoying.
Yes.
Yeah. But generally, I do like her a lot. She's like, basically, she's just living her life.
She's so relatable.
She's an isekai protagonist, but like she's the type of isekai protagonist who's like at first freaking out that she's got isekai, but then she's like, wait, this is actually really cool. Let's see what I can do with this. I get it now.
Yeah. Arl and Amity. Okay.
Oh, you didn't realize
that? That's you didn't realize what those meant before?
Autocorrect is a tool, not your butler. No, not the Adler, your autobiographer, whatever.
I love... Honestly, I don't think there's any characters in Puyo okay, there might be some, but there's not really any characters in Puyo I dislike. I love Ringo a lot just because she adds this urban fantasy science fiction flair to Puyo that wasn't there before. And it's just fun to see everything analyzed from her perspective when everybody else is in the fantasy perspective, you know? And of course we have Margot too, and like the whole dynamic between the 4 Suzuran characters, yes, I'm counting Ekolo too, is so fun.
They're great.
I love them
The
all together.
Suzuran cast is great.
I like more of them.
Love these kids.
And the more Ekolo gets like integrated with the dynamic, the funner it gets. Honestly, I think Suzuran should have more background characters though.
Shout out to Tabito Ekoguchi.
Tabito Ekuguchi, best boy. Sorry, Maguro, you're also best boy. You're all best boy!
Risukuma is also best boy. They're all best. They are all best boy, except for Ringo, who is best girl.
Yes.
And ringing sucks. I don't have much to say about them. I like the 7 crew because of Maguro and Ritsukuma primarily.
That's completely fair.
Not that I hate Ringo, just she exists. Thumbs up.
She's fun.
I cock it on the chat. 4 Suzuran characters is such a sad phrase. Look, Suzuran needs more NPCs. I mean, there are some, but they are all invisible, have no design. Amanatsu deserves a design. Anyway!
She does!
Yeah.
She's like the coolest grandmother ever, and she doesn't, and we haven't seen her yet.
I want to see Amanatsu. I want to see her hair shaped like a tangerine. Anyway. That is our
See
opinion.
her go on a crazy party grandma that wants a casino.
That is our opinion on ringing. Let's keep going.
Goodbye, ringing. Hello, Margot and Ribs.
Ribs.
Aside from Ringo and maybe Ekolo, the Tetra crew as well, if they count, I do not care for the Puyo Puyo 7 cast and the world they live in. It feels incredibly underbaked when compared to Primp, and especially the Compile era. There are some grains of truth here.
Grains of truth, but also compile. What do you mean underbaked?
Compile had no consistency at all.
The Compile
era
era wasn't
happened
even...
when Primp happened.
No, the Compile era wasn't even like underbaked. The Compile era was a dough that was like baked for 3 minutes, then formed into a different loaf, then baked 3 minutes again and formed into a different loaf, then baked. And it came out as the weirdest freaking bread of all time.
And each time it was baked for 3 minutes, it was passed to a different chef.
Yes.
I love it. But it is underbaked. That is true.
But yeah, Suzuran, look, when Puyo Puyo Quest got its anime opening, Koso Yamada and the director of Quest at the time actually talked about how during the Suzuran section of the opening, they had to have an explosion in the foreground to hide the fact that there was only 5 characters on screen, and one of them was Skeleton T, who had no deal being there.
Well, there is the joke that he was actually abandoned in Suzuran and he just is there now. Which would honestly be great.
I like that.
We need more characters in Suzuran.
Now make him playable again.
But also, like, I can get why they feel like they like Maguro and Risukuma don't have much substance to them, but they really do have substance to them if you're willing to look.
There's a take later that'll tackle this.
Look, Maguro,
I
literally partook in a Maguro-centric scene for Puyo Connect, the Japanese Puyo fan convention. I didn't go to the convention, I just contributed to the scene. So there's a lot of Maguro you can do and write and draw. Maguro is a lovely character. I'm not a big fan of Risukuma, but he's great too.
Risukuma is just inexplicable, and that's great. He's like, what the hell is this guy's deal?
He is great.
Both are great.
He's great, but Risukuma scares me. He scares me.
Well, I mean, that's the point.
I think that's the point too.
Yeah. And like, I have to respect his friendship with Maguro and Ringo. Anybody who wants to hang out with those two can only be a cool cat or a cool bear.
Exactly.
Mainly Ringo.
Yeah. And
Um,
the whole thing with but it is true that Suzuran is underdeveloped. It's partially because it's just Japan. Like you how do you develop Japan? It's Japan. You develop.
The
Well-
train line system, but aside from that,
But the thing is, we could see more of the city. I would love to see them go to karaoke. I would love to see more of their school friends. I'm writing an entire fic centered around that stuff. So yeah. I can't
it's good.
disagree with that. And as for Primp, Primp has a lot of world building that we only ever get to see tiny bits of in pieces because we haven't had a properly set and Primp game for a while now. Bring back Primp Saga! Anyway, continuing.
and also let's let us see more of that world too. Like,
Yes.
what's Felly and Limmer's town like? What's the Ocean Kingdom like?
I want to go to the giant.
What the hell is going on outside this town?
what are the other 3 biomes like?
There's so many biomes mentioned. We know there's an ocean kingdom, there's a giant realm, there is a forest folk, a civilization, there is the town that the elite school is in, which is beyond the desert. There is the town that Lemris and Klug are from, which we don't know where that is, but I assume it's also an interesting place.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of places we hear about but never see.
And you
Also,
read it
shout out
all
to
in Fever
to
2
Anzu Kimura.
books,
Yes.
and bribing Popoi to be an info broker.
True.
Yeah.
You wanna see Lemris' hometown? I hope you mean the elite school town, because if you mean here's in Klug's birth town, I don't think he wants to go back there.
No, don't send him back there. Don't let him go back there. He doesn't want to be there.
He never wants to
He
be
shouldn't.
there.
He doesn't deserve to be back there.
He doesn't want to. Knut in the chat, introducing Al and Amity to karaoke will be a great time. Oh gosh, karaoke is always the funnest thing to explore.
Yes.
I want to
Yes.
go to karaoke sometime.
Yeah.
I don't.
Anyway, I think we have
Enough of Ringing's friends.
we love Winging's friends
Shout
over
out-
here.
We do. Also, shout out to Anzu Kimura.
Why did you mention Mike OC?
Because she's cool.
Well, if you can get Sega to canonize her, please. But whatever.
They should. They genuinely should.
No, I'm just happy if they generally show more people who go to school there. Anyway, continue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
55. Oh, forgot the influence stuff. Influenced by not really.
Ash the Nefarious NB. Interesting.
People that use Shazo's true Mado Monogatari age and ship discourse are stupid.
I mean, ship discourse in general is pretty stupid.
Ship discourse in general is stupid, and also, Shazo's official age is question mark because he stopped counting when he was 14. The true Mado Monogatari thing is only like at the okay. Hang on, I have a shelf. I'll be right back. Boy sits here.
Okay.
Be right back. I have a shelf for this.
Hi, boy.
But also, it's like, do we really want to take that series as actual canon? Like, genuinely? Like, it's got some cool ideas, don't get me wrong, but it also has what the hell is going on with Shazo and Ragnus?
I don't know. I just find it weird they're counterparts. It makes sense they're counterparts. They just feel like 2 different designs that just kind of go together.
They really don't have like, in terms of creative process, they really don't connect to each other at all. It's like
To be fair,
Shazo was just the very first antagonist that the protagonist they designed for the protagonist, and
if
Ragnus
I may
is a JR.
interject, Gwen and Debbie from my recent project also weren't made for each other, so that isn't necessarily what's the word?
Fair enough.
Bad thing, but no,
Sorry.
it's fair. It's just I don't think that's immediately
When
What's
Neni
the
busts out a
word?
book, you know that something has gone terribly wrong. Anyway, I'm switching to Facecam now so everybody can see what I'm trying to say. So this is the book
Gotcha.
everybody's talking about. Shin Mado Monogatari. Shin Mado Monogatari. The Shin is written with
Written
the
out-
kanji for truth. Very important because there's another Shin Mado Monogatari written with a different kanji for Shin. Anyway,
Which is dumb.
this is written by Kenji Oda, one of
That's just how Japanese
many
works.
writers who worked on Puyo and Mado Monogatari during the compile era. Just one of many. He is one who was prolific, yes, but he wasn't like the be-all, end-all. This book was basically his attempt to compile all of his personal Mado Puyo lore in a single place, and he never even finished the novel series. He broke it off after 8 volumes, which it was supposed to be
Which
16
is still a
volumes.
lot.
It was a lot, yeah.
It was like part 1 of like 10.
But as far as I know, that even then, it never actually reached to the point where he was going to talk about Shazo's age. So the only point where he talks about Shazo's age is in this thing, this abomination, which is not actually written story stuff. This is the dark lithography, I agree. But instead it is a timeline of his personal headcanon of the timeline of the Mado Monogatari world, which is very decidedly non-canon because it does not match up with anything else that happens in the series, not even in Madofia. So, you can't use this in ship discourse because literally none of the other writers used that. Not even the writers of Madofia who were being directly advised by Kenji Oda. In canon, all we have on Shazo's age is that he stopped counting at 14 and doesn't know how old he is. He has mentioned that several times, including in Saturn Mado, which, by the way, Kenji Oda also wrote. So Kenji Oda wasn't even trying to shove his headcanon age for Shazo into that. He accepted the official stance that he doesn't have a canon age because he stopped counting at 14. And generally in the modern Puyo games, when people see Shazo, they clock him around the same age as Lamras by his looks. Why do I say that? Because they use very similar terminology for him as for Lamras. And just for information, Lamras is officially in the Fever 2 player manual that comes with every single copy of the game, said to be high school aged. Which means he's an older teenager. Which means that at least physically, Shazo looks like an older teenager. Now, you can talk about this with magic and have headcanons for how this is possible. Even in this weird chronology that is in here. It was reprinted later in a magazine as well. Well, not a magazine, in like a lore book they released as well. But even in that chronology, it doesn't say that Shazo is like mentally over 100 years old. It says he was in stasis for like over 100 years, which still leaves the possibility that we have an Aang from Avatar situation on hand, where he was put in stasis in his mid-teens, and physically and mentally is still just in his late teens right now. We have no exact confirmation. We will never know what Shazo's mental and or physical age is because he stopped counting, and unless somebody wants to do radiocarbon dating on him, we'll never know. I'll bring the book back to the shelf now.
He doesn't want you to care because he doesn't care.
Cartman said something like, so Shin Mado is glorified fanfic, and the answer to that is yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and whether you like it or not is up to you. I can't judge for myself.
Yeah, I
forget.
can't either.
So this take is influenced by NA, and the screen name is also NA. And with a take like this, I get being anonymous.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's the right take, I get being anonymous for this.
Yeah. That's absolutely fair.
Who are you keeping anonymous?
This take is the person who submitted this is anonymous.
No, that's completely fair.
For
Understandably.
Yeah.
A kid named Parmesan in the chat. I just think people who say he's 14 for shipping purposes are a little ridiculous. Okay, yeah, he's definitely not 14 anymore. If he was,
He's not 14.
if he was
though.
14, he would be around the same age as Klug. He does not look at as the same age as Klug, so yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He lives in caves, so
And boys scare him. No. He scares boys.
also in the chat points out that he has a megaform in 7, which means that he's not entirely past puberty yet, which is true.
It's not how it works, but okay, you can take it that way.
Right. If he was done growing, he could not grow taller. Amethyst Leslie.
That's what you were saying.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I completely misunderstood.
Amethyst Leslie in the chat says, I want him to be 24-year-old. I want a Puyo character who's canonically 24-year-old. I heard, I can't find the tweet. I don't know when it was, maybe it was deleted, but apparently Yoshino at one point revealed that according to the lore Bible, Otomo is in his 20s. So Otomo could be 24. Just
I
saying.
believe that.
I could also believe that.
How? Always did get the impression that Chezo was a little bit older than Limrus, but I guess I guess that's just because I never really had, the nuance that the Japanese script gives, because I just heard young man and I just think, oh, early to mid 20s.
I want more playable adults.
Ninja Elemental in the chat says, I think Chezo just doesn't know what number comes after 14.
That's possible. He's not exactly the best. He's not exactly great at counting.
That should be a fanfic, like Ringo asks Chezo for his age and he reveals he can't count over 14 and she gets an aneurysm.
Chezo says as well bluntly too.
But yeah,
who's ready?
Ship this
He lives in a cave.
I want to read the chat up if you guys don't mind, so keep talking a little bit while I read the chat up, okay?
So Chezo's hair is grey. That's the end of that comment. So on to the next comment. Chezo has a blue hairband. That's the end of that comment.
But so many people talked about
He's
this.
always had that, and it's so weird.
Yeah.
By the way, Chezo's headband is like one of the few items that actually reference past characters that you can forge for your characters in Madofia. I never used it, but you can make it.
Huh.
I didn't know about that set of items.
I only forged it in the post game, so.
Something I
Okay.
always liked about Chezo is that the inside of his cape is green. I'm not sure if it means anything beyond it looks good. It's just something that he's had for a long time, even in Compile.
Green?
Yeah, the inside of his cape is green.
Oh, I thought you said cave.
Well,
It's like
give Chezo enough time and he'll paint his cave green in his sleep.
Oh, people.
he's a green boy.
People in the chat are shocked that I actually have that novel. Guys, you don't know how bad my Puyo collecting has gotten. That shelf back
I
there
have that
isn't
novel
even-
too.
Also, you go to Japan like every other year. So
No, I try. I mean, I try to, but I can't. It's too expensive.
well, you've gone to Japan more than once. Is the point,
Yeah.
and that means you have many opportunities to.
Platinum Valuigi in the chat pointing out that Satan has 3 listed ages on Nexus. Well, that should show you how consistent this stuff was in the compile era.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chezo has chronic back pain. I love the chat so much. I'm sorry, I'll have to read you the chat back afterwards because how do I love this chat. Can you save this chat? You guys are all great. Okay, we need to keep going, but I love the chat. You guys are all amazing.
Right. Moving right along then.
I need to make sure the
Oh
my
yeah, I'm
screen
not
is back on
it's
your
not on screen. Sorry, I still have my face cam on. I'm so sorry. My ugly mug is now gone. I'm so sorry.
Don't
You're not
worry.
ugly.
The boy looks fascinated.
He does.
He also looks so polite.
A very polite boy.
Or girl, your choice.
This is the boy. The girl is over there.
Okay. Boy or girl's not even a gender with the boy or girls.
Aww.
You just ask them if they're a boy or girl, and they think they're picking a name.
Aww.
So take 56.
56.
Yes.
Puyo Puyon is the worst Compile era game. Wow, you must have brought out the big guns for that sake.
I mean, I know why somebody would say that. I'm not even sure if I disagree. But you're also very brave. Like, how could you say something so brave and yet so controversial?
Brave in the British
Like-
sense.
Look, we have had like 3 takes so far that are like, are you in a bubble where people constantly praise Puyo Puyon? And I'm sure those exist. There are likable qualities about the game, but it's not the greatest.
The thing is, like, there's two
Fine.
games that I had to like extensively test personally. I mean more than that, but like the 2 games that I have like extensive memories of extensively testing for the release of the patches for them were Puyo Puyon and Puyo Puyo 7. Puyo Puyo 7, I came away feeling a lot more of a desire to play that game again than I did with Puyo Puyon. Oops.
Oops.
I clicked nothing. That just happens sometimes.
Yeah, I know we
Oh,
need to get back in again.
Technical issues. Don't worry. Go
Okay.
ahead, Neni. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just talk about it. So, a lot of people probably know that I'm part of Precise Museum, one of the bigger translation groups making translation efforts in this fandom. Right now, we're working
I'm also
on a
part
revised
of it.
translation for. Yeah, Madeline is also in Precise Museum. I'm one of the main translators right now. I didn't used to be, but right now I am. And currently we're working on 20th, revising 20th, and on Fever 2. That said, we have released for, a patch for Yon in the past, for Yon on the Dreamcast, and in a splinter group effort with some other members of the group, I also helped release a Puyo Puyo 7 patch for the Wii. And I was extensively involved in testing both patches. And with the Puyo Puyo 7 patch, I came away loving the game despite how much of a mess it was and wanting to play it again and again. It's one of my most
7
played...
is so likable.
Yeah, it's incredibly likable.
It's such a fun time.
It's one of my most played games on stream. Meanwhile, Yon, I appreciate Yon. But I don't want to play it if I can help it. At least not a lot. It's just...
No.
the
It's so slow.
The UI design is kind of eye-grating. The Puyo physics are annoying AF. The story mode limitation
Especially in
of
water's levels.
the fact that for most of the story mode you can't even use the main gimmick, which is skill rule, is annoying. And yeah, I consider skill battle just an evolution of Yon rule, basically. So it's very... I play it, but I play it with a begrudging respect. Not like with 7 where I actually feel like I'm having fun.
Yes.
That said, Yon has some really cool modes that definitely should be enjoyed.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Nothing much to add.
Sun and Tzu.
Yeah.
Sun and Tzu are definitely better. I don't know if I'd say that Yon is worse than Puyo Puyo 1 for the Super Nintendo, or even the original Puyo Puyo 1, which was like just drop beans, nothing else. Drop beans until dead. Goodbye.
Wasn't there also a Nazo Puyo?
Yep, well, Nazo Puyo is a
In the-
different... Yeah, there was a Nazo Puyo faction, but it wasn't that extensive. But yeah, Yon also has Naruto Puyo, and it has some pretty fun things with it. But actually, Yon has the first implementation of the mission mode that we know from Sega. So that's pretty interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, Yon is what introduced this.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Mode. Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't dislike Yon at all. I don't think there's any Puyo game I actively dislike except for the N-Gage one, maybe. But Yon is the one who's very low on my replay list. Yeah.
Yes.
What about Arl's Adventure?
That's not a Puyo game, silly.
I'm asking Neni.
What did you say?
Do you hate that one?
Which one?
I said, what about Arl's Adventure?
I tried.
Just say it's not a Puyo game.
Yeah. Al's Adventure is
Not
the
a
most
Puyo
pointless Mado game I've played. Al's Adventure is like water. I don't really have an opinion of it after I've drunk it.
Even if it leaves a funny taste in your mouth.
Yes.
So, enough talking, dunking on Yon for now?
Yes.
Yeah,
For now.
Okay.
for the time being.
I don't know. I don't remember if there's another Yon take. Who's ready for 57?
We'll find out together. Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Felly is just a normal girl and she isn't a creep.
I'll let you
True.
take the.
I mean, like,
I'll let you take the lead.
I'll take the lead a few takes from now when it's relevant. Okay?
No.
Because
No,
there's
you-
another Felly take later on.
No. What do I say about this? It depends on what your experiences with her. Felly has Junibyo, that's pretty clear. Literally, the first thing you see her do in 7 is have her try to cast the Ushino Tokimairi curse on the school roof of Susuran.
sorry to interrupt your murder curse.
Yes, it's like,
Yeah.
she needs therapy, but like, it's not like I don't think she has an actual body count. She likes to pretend she does, but I think she really just.
But all that all does kind of paint to the build up to the it just kind of end up with like, yeah, she's got issues, but she's normal.
She's a normal person with some creepy tendencies.
She's
That's
trying
the
to
truth
keep
of
people
it.
away from her. She's gotten better about it though recently. But like she's trying to keep people away from her that aren't named Lembrus. And I feel it's probably because Lembrus intentionally broke through her boundaries at some point. I still need to listen to the Felly backstory drama CD track. It's one of the ones I haven't listened to yet.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that one too.
Yeah.
But also, people in the chat are screaming about 20th anniversary.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
that.
That has a take on its own later on. Because how
Okay.
could it not?
Fair enough. We'll get to that then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love this, by the way. Is this take influenced by something recently, and by what? Yes. Okay. Thank you. And Yup Alonso says also Puzzle Pop Felly is the greatest Felly, and I agree. I agree.
That's true. It's true. She's great in Puzzle Pop. She's so good.
Flynn in the
I
chat.
love Amnesiac Felly too.
Flynn in the chat is comparing her to Marinette from Miraculous Ladybug, and I will say this.
From
You cut out.
Okay, from Marinette from Miraculous Ladybug. I will say that Marinette has tried to make out what she thought was a wax statue of the guy she was crushing on. I don't think Felly has done that yet.
No.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Ready for the next take?
yeah, let's keep going.
Yes, please keep going.
Oh, if you don't know, here's the Happy Birthday Felly series.
Should I
A
mute
lot of people
music?
don't know, but No, we
Okay.
don't have to watch it if we don't wanna. Just wanna make people aware of it. She is free.
She's free. She's her.
Okay, so like 4,000 views, 3,000 views, 900 views, 400 views. so many little people know she's free right now. Who's ready for the next one?
Me. Just a bunch of belly.
Liddell was a lesbian. Have a nice day.
I mean,
You're allowed. That's a perfectly valid headcanon.
yeah, but
Question,
I think she's still What?
Where have all these nothing takes been the last stream?
That's a pretty.
I mean, we had some of those last time too.
We did.
Don't
But
get me
not
wrong.
this much. Not this much.
I mean, I do ship Liddell with Rufina after Fever 2, not in Fever 2, where Rufina is very rude to Liddell. But that was just after Rufina and Liddell transferred to the other homeroom together. I feel after they spent some time in that homeroom together, they developed more of a bond. You could write a whole fanfic about that. The girl in my class. Something like that.
But yeah, it's like, but like we really unlike Rafina, who did get an extended sequence of exploring with the what she may or may not find attractive. We really don't know a whole lot about Liddell, so if that's what you think, go ham.
Aya Pocket in the chat says, can this even be considered a hot take? This is just a headcanon. We have a lot here that are
the spicy is one.
Fair.
Yeah.
Spicy is one.
Yeah.
Liddell has a boy. That's all I think.
I do ship Rafina and Liddell, but I was just like, it's still not based on anything in particular aside from they're cute together.
No.
Yeah, I also ship Lafina and Liddell.
And that's all you need sometimes.
I think I mostly ship them together because it feels like Liddell is the one person Rafina is genuinely nice to most of the time. Now! Not in Fever 2, but now. Yeah.
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 So,
Or at least consistently nice to.
But she did have Liddell at gunpoint in Puyo Tetris 2.
That's true.
I
mean,
know there.
was that really
I
her
know
fault?
That was not her fault. That was Square.
That's not a debate I'm gonna have.
That is Square's
But it is a
fault.
funny image.
It
You can
is.
totally imagine a gun to the head as they're talking.
Is this gonna be in a nutshell?
Yes. And I'm dying to
Of course
get
it
to
is.
Puyo 7 nutshell. But first I have to make Fever 2 and then figure out how the hell I do 15th.
That's gotta be fun.
Also, you need to finish Saturn Motto.
True.
That's after Blue Demon Story episode 2.
Nice.
Fair enough.
We can continue,
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, frick.
What the hell?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Susurin! What is a Susurin?
it's not as bad as ringing.
Ringing and Smite.
Don't forget R. The only character in the Suzerain ARS that is a protagonist is Ringo. True. As much as love Maguro and Risakuma, compared to the Mado and Primp ARS trio, those two aren't really treated like protagonists outside of some marketing. Example, some promo art for Puyo Quest. Also true. In all of the games where Ringo is the central protagonist, these two do stuff near the start and late middle parts of the games, with the exception of 20th and Puzzle Pop, since everyone gets a story, even if they only got a side story in the latter. Also in 20th. And overall feel underutilized. True. In comparison to the other two main ARS trios, where every character got to shine, are all self-explanatory, Rulu in the spin-offs, Shazo got his own Mado game, 2 even actually. Emily is also self-explanatory, Rafina in the Fever games, Sig in Fever 2, Puzzle Pop, and the scrapped 15 story. These two just kinda got swept under the rug in terms of being protagonists. It sucks because these two are really cool in the terms of design and personality. I just wish Sega would give them the time in the spotlight, and I agree.
I can't disagree with that at all. They do get more spotlight in Quest, but that's Quest, that's the issue. It's Quest.
Yeah.
There's
also the drama CDs,
Yeah,
but again, those are the drama CDs.
the drama CDs in Quest, all stuff that you don't easily have access to in the West. I think they are they are like big victims of the bunch. I don't know, 2,000 rewrites that it seems like 7 underwent while it was being written. For those who don't know, Maguro and Rizukuma were originally supposed to be girls, and they were supposed to be members of Ringo's Magical Girl Squad. Because, Ringo was supposed to be a magical girl and the leader of a Magical Girl Squad. The Physics Club was supposed to be a Magical Girl Squad. At some point, some executive was like, well, we have too many girls.
And squirrel and boy.
We have too many girls on this roster. Change some of them into boys. I don't know how
We have too many girls in this shoujo series.
So they scrapped the magical girl concept and hit Maguro and Rizukuma with the transgenderification beam.
And Maguro came out fine. Rizukuma is burned.
Don't be big. Maybe he likes it. I think he probably likes it.
Yeah, Rizukuma likes it. Oh, yes. But there's really not much to say. It's like, you're not wrong. I don't know if they're really considered protagonists. I mean, they're listed as protagonists on the wiki, but aside from that, it's like...
I disagree with the wiki there.
I mean, I would love to see more of the given more Chronos roles too. Like, they're great characters. We need to see more of them.
I think Maguro in a lead story would really rock, because whenever Maguro actually gets to be on his own and is like letting down his guard a little bit, you see that he's actually completely overwhelmed and out of his depth and just like wants to breathe for a moment. And I think he makes for a sick protagonist when given the chance. It's just very rare.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's great.
So the truth about... I have a different take on the previous take, actually.
Okay. Oh.
Oh boy.
Should I turn
You
off
said
the
no
music?
more molehills.
This is not a molehill.
It's...
See, this is Mr. Momono's corner.
I can agree with that.
Oh yes, completely different.
I can agree with that. I mean, just the first...
Yeah, I agree with that too.
ARS doesn't equal protagonists, but we treat the label as if it's a mark of a royal bloodline anyways. The original ARS is just an arbitrary title they gave to a game that happened to star Arl, Rulu, and Shazo, made in 1993. They get grouped up post that game in compile, sure, but it's more so about grouping the personalities than them being ARS. Fever ARS, 10 years later in 2003, Amity and Ravina debuted, and it's my hunch they didn't have ARS in mind yet because 6's not there yet, leading to me believe the A and R are just a cute nod. In 2005 with SIG, now it's an ARS in joke. 7 ARS in 2009, we got Ringo, Rizukuma and Maguro, a complete ARS set right away. Now the pattern has actually been established, yet Maguro and Rizukuma have terminally been Witch and Draco tier side characters, which is fine. Again, I just think too much importance is placed on the ARS label by us, the fans. Example, Chronicle ARS. In 2016, we got Ellie and Rafisol. Ellie, like Amity once was, just has an A in her name as a cute nod, and I'm half convinced Rafisol has an R by happenstance. I feel like if Sega thought the ARS label meant anything, they would have given Ellie an S in Chronicle to begin with. And Quest ARS, nothing to say about them.
They're incredible characters.
They are all great characters. They are. But I think that I agree with you 100% on all of this, and I think that's also part of the reason why in Madofia they broke the ARS rule. I think that was intentional because Madofia puts a huge emphasis on how this entire class, and the class has five students, are like really tight knit with each other by the end of the game, like a really tight friend group.
Good.
And I think if they had an ARS in there, then it would come off as if they were focusing more on 3 of them,
Yeah.
and 2 would fall to the
And I
wayside.
don't want that.
So the intention
Because they're-
really,
Yeah.
Just there is a tunnel vision when you give someone an ARS in this franchise.
They-
Even though these 4 aren't really made for that tunnel vision in 9th.
Yeah, I feel like they just
I
really...
love all.
Made for what?
I
Made for
love
what?
these 4.
No,
tunnel
sorry, I
vision.
missed what you said. What? Oh, tunnel vision. Okay.
A hyper focus on them.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they have an
They're great
ARS joke.
characters.
I coquette in the chat.
That being said, I will.
I coquette in the chat. ARS member in Chronicle is Sonic from Puyo Tetris 2.
Honestly, I think Ragnar should have been the S, and Ravison. No. Ragnar should have been the R.
And
Ravison
Rafis should have started with an S. That would also have been nice.
Yes.
I will confess that my plan for the Alley Restoration Project is to have an R and an S character, but
No
that's
problem
just
with
because.
that.
Why is that not a problem?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a problem. It was. I just felt like mentioning that
They're the
because
focus,
it's like
right?
it's kind of relevant.
They're three.
What?
So they're the three of the most important characters in that story, right? No problem with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I mean, one of them doesn't really show up until much later, but you know.
Okay, poking around in the
Details.
chat. Poking around in the chat. The real ARS is Al, Rako, and Sylvana. Oh my god.
Agreed.
True.
I like the
True.
quote. I like the quote you put around Rocco, by the way.
Well, it's a nickname. It's a nickname, so it makes sense.
But yeah, I think I was surprised when I noticed that there was no ARS in Madofia. But the more I played, the more I realized that it was definitely intentional.
Yeah.
Because,
Two of them would feel so left out.
yeah, if they'd made it so that, like, Fia, Will, and Lena had followed the ARS scheme, then Eska and Todd would have felt like they are not really part of the main group. Which would have...
They be the Witch and
And
Draco.
yeah,
Imagine
exactly.
Fia. Imagine Fia without Eska being a main character.
No, we need my...
Well, she
my
still
wife.
would have been a main character.
Yeah.
She would have just been less important. Big air quotes.
And it's also the thing, like, it's not like the Puyo games stick to the AIS thing. I have a bunch of examples. Puyo-san, Draco is there instead of Rulu. Puyo, everything with the fever things, everything with the fever cast, Rafina tends to get pushed out of the main group in favor of Klug. A lot.
Yeah.
With,
Yeah.
and with Crest...
He has the lore.
And with Crest, so Seo and Rokia are not even in the main cast right now. They've been replaced with Toba for plot reasons, but still. So yeah,
Toba is adorable, by the
Toba
way.
is great, yeah.
Cute little bean.
yeah.
She needs better taste in TV shows, though.
She does
So,
need better
I'm-
taste.
So I'm glad I have a second take, and this one's on the opposite end of the spectrum of how much people like it.
Keep going.
Okay. That's all the takes I have.
Oh my god!
I ship Ringo. With Maguro.
I mean, that's
Thank
not...
you for the
That's
nothing.
valid.
Yeah,
that is
thanks for the
valid.
nothing. Where were all these nothing takes
that
for
is
the
one
last
of the
stream?
most...
I swear.
That is one of the most common ships in the franchise.
And it's great.
Yeah.
Well, It's the-
I like Echo Magodin Polycule. That is my take.
I
Yeah.
really don't know who I ship any of these characters with. It's weird. I can see any of that happening, but you know, I mean, Ringo very much doesn't care, and Magro also very much doesn't care.
Yeah.
So it's like at this point, it's not really much of a big deal.
I noticed that Ringo
Yeah.
gets a lot of ships. Like Ringo and Sig and Shazo get a lot of ships. Those are like the characters
Yeah,
that get
Ring-
a lot of ships.
they're the studs.
They're the
Yeah.
bicycles.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's literally it with this.
Yeah.
I like
So that's
I like these two, by the way.
good for
Ring-
you. Yeah.
As lukewarm as I am on Ringo, once Margro's in the equation, they're both amazing.
Yeah. I
Also,
love
here's another hot take. Margot should have those sharp teeth at all times. It's
Oh,
cr-
how
and
did
it's
she-
criminal that he And it's criminal that he does that anymore.
How did you predict the upcoming hot take?
Why did you
Are you serious?
why did you jinx it?
Guess you'll have to find out.
Yeah. Keep going.
So, that's segment 1 for today done. That was a noise. Who's ready
That
for
was a noise.
61?
Me.
Me.
Fusion mode sucks.
Yes! It
Also,
does.
Not wrong.
another nothing take. Thank you.
You're not wrong. It's
Okay, so if I may have to jump on this one this time, fusion mode sucks because it's the amalgamation of a mode of like 4 different modes, and only like one of which is actually in Puyo Tetris proper. It has some DNA of Mega Rush, it has some DNA of Active, it has some other stuff I'm forgetting. You need to have played 20th to understand this better.
My head
But it
cannon.
still sucks.
My
I do
head.
think that
My head canon is that fusion is the manifestation of why exactly mixing the dimension breaks dimensional law so badly that it hurls.
That's a nice excuse for why a mode sucks.
yeah. But I do think I do feel like fusion mode was probably why we did get active mode in the first place.
Active
Feels-
mode was
it-
in
like it-
20th.
Yeah, but there's evidence.
Oh,
that,
you
that
mean
Tetris
production-wise. Production-wise.
Yeah,
got it.
production-wise. Yeah.
You think that they
Yeah.
developed the code for fusion mode and then they had nothing to use it on, so they were like, well, let's make a Puyo mode out of this and put it in
Yeah, let's
20th.
take the active part
No,
of it
I
and
think
put it in regular Puyo.
No, I think what happened was that they were designing this rule set, and then they were like, it's really enough of them thought that it was the active aspect of it was a pretty fun way to play Puyo, and so it was like, well, what if you just made that its own mode, its own standalone rule set? At least that's my guess.
We're being accused
Yeah.
of skill issue in the chat. By
Well,
Neni.
I've 100%ed Puyo
Yup.
Puyo Tetris 1 and 2 several times. No.
Same.
I agree though that skill
like,
mode
you're-
is worse. I agree that skill mode is skill battle
Like,
is worse.
you're allowed. Like, if you like fusion, that's great. You got something out of it that the 3 of us never and probably never will.
Yeah.
But
Go
yeah.
find someone else to
That's
play
fine.
with online.
Please.
Also,
I
again,
I do
is
agree
this take
though.
influenced by something? Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree with
Yeah.
the chat that skill battle is worse than fusion. Only because skill battle is the unholy reincarnation of Yon Rule, and I don't like Yon Rule.
Marigio asks, Neni, when did you get boy?
Oh, it was a present from
Yesterday.
a very kind donator.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Did they also give a 3DS capture card?
Yes, I know. I've got your modded 3DS. I need to play. Chronicle stream soon, guys.
You're seriously gonna do that?
Yes.
Wow.
You're
The
welcome.
commitment.
Yes, I should. And
Neni
also,
want boy
and
in
also,
it before.
and also 20th 3DS version as soon as the patch is out.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. It's a good one.
Marigio, if you want boy, go to IKEA. That's a legit answer.
Yes.
You don't even have to spend much. You spend more on the guest driving there than the boy itself.
Yeah. They are very adorable.
So, have we said enough about fusion modes?
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's move
Let's
on.
hope. Hopefully the next one isn't as nothing, and then we get a wall of fuck. I did not plan for that. It's just a safe guess. Ugh. The problems in Japan regarding Puyo and Mado license issues are too serious and the fandom is too unhappy. The reason why is because the concept of fair use and mod culture is not as common as it is in the English-speaking world, and that is why I hope that Puyo and the Mado will be nationalized and be made public property or even if that is difficult, the Japanese copyright law will be revised to legalize fair use so that anyone can make derivative works of Puyo and Mado. Because in Japan, Puyo Puyo is also used to promote esports by government agencies, so it's fine to make Puyo Puyo a public good. Anyway, Japan's current copyright law, which relies on official copyright guidelines, is a crock of shit.
I am fairly.
I don't know
I don't
what to
think any
make
of us.
this.
I don't think any.
I'm.
I don't think any of us are qualified to really to speak about copyright law. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure this is not how it works.
I'm pretty sure that this was written by a Japanese person. I can tell from the grammar. I can tell from the grammar. So I go back for a moment because I'm gonna analyze this. Pretty sure this was written by a Japanese person. I can tell from the grammar. It seems.
My apologies.
It seems like a Japanese fan was trying to give their 2 cents here, and what they're trying to say is that they find it is a shame that we in the West have like poorer access to Puyo Puyo in general due to how scattered it is and how hard it is to gain availability of all these things. And I think the general issue that they have is the same that we have, that Sega hasn't really been pushing these things, and also it would be nice if they could be pushed like more coherently. But I think we're on the right track with D4 Entertainment, like more openly collaborating with Sega. We've got Puyoman back. We've got Puyoman back. We've got Mado Sphere. I think we are on the right track there. But it is true that the fandom is unhappy because everything is scattered. And that's everything, all the issues we have with the fandom in general all come down to everything is scattered. Everyone wants everything to be more coherent and feels like things is just scattering further apart. And I think part of it is that we need to make an effort to unify everything, but part of it is also that Sega, the company, needs to make an effort to collaborate with D4 to unify everything.
Sega needs to stop being
and like
Sega needs to stop being garbage at advertising.
And what this person also says, that the Japanese copyright law needs to be revised. It's not just Japanese copyright law. Generally, worldwide copyright law needs to be revised because the copyright law everywhere is still stuck in the 80s. It doesn't matter where, regardless if Japan or the West. The copyright law everywhere is stuck in the 80s and just hurts all of this.
Granted, it would need to be done carefully because we do not want it to just be everything defaults to the corporation's ownerships. Like, no, keep it to the artists. But
Alonso, I bet this might not even be a Japanese person writing it. No, this is how Japanese people write when they write English usually. It's the grammar.
And I do apologize for making rushed assumptions.
It's
to
fair.
This person who
I'm saying this as somebody who makes grammatical errors due to being their first language being German. So
this is well written though.
Yeah, it is very
it is.
Their English is really good. But like you can always kind of tell what somebody's first language is based on what they gravitate towards. Anyway, I also would like more Mado games, absolutely, always. I love Mado Monogatari to death.
People think my first language is English.
Yeah.
It isn't.
It's same for me. Puyo collection for classic and fever games. Oh, I would love that so much.
Yes.
Please, Sega, please.
The other
Localized box while you're at it.
We need an anime.
I mean, you may as well.
Yeah. We need an anime because I think an anime in general would help with so much because it would make the lore and magic system easier to comprehend for people from the get-go.
Also, an anime would just be awesome as heck.
It would be. Anna in the chat, English is 3 languages all drunk in a trench coat. True.
Yep. I mean, English is what happens when you have languages start shooting things up in the bathroom. I don't know where I was going with that. Continue.
Socialism and the idea of socialism. Yeah, I see what this is coming from. I see where this is coming from. Yeah.
This robot was the only thing I could think of.
I mean, you've probably heard of the recent case of Nintendo catching a console modder in Japan, because in Japan console modding is actually illegal, which it isn't here, and actually forcing him to destroy his entire stock of modded consoles.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's really in Japan. That's why you should never take a modded console to Japan, because if you do, there's actually a chance they might take it off you and destroy it. That is actually something that can happen. Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, that's because in Japan the integrity of the console itself is part of the company's copyright. So if you break the integrity of the console as it was built, you are technically breaking copyright. Yeah, that's how it is in Japan.
So basically, we need a lot more anti-capitalism in Japan.
True, absolutely. It is.
I mean, we need that all over the world, but you know.
Like there was this one viral video of a shop owner in Japan finding an R4 cartridge in a DS, and on a TikTok video, like breaking it in half and saying, "I found a little bad boy in my in this DS I was sold." And everybody was like, "Why are you doing this? This is awful, blah, 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 blah." But the shop owner said, "I have to do this, because if I don't destroy this, my shop can be closed." Yeah. Yeah. There are modded consoles in Japan, Shoal. Oh, by the way, hi, Shoal. There are modded consoles in Japan, but it's an underground scene that kind of has to operate over the dark web. Yeah. And if you're found out, this stuff happens to you. Yeah. Yeah.
Shall we move on?
Yeah, let's move on. It's depressing, but that's one reason why it's good to not be in Japan sometimes.
All right.
63. Oh no. I know who wrote this. While Mado Theo wasn't what its placeholder title of Mado Monogatari 4 could have led people to believe, I do think that some people acted like it's the end of the world for the Mado side of things, and that we will never get anything with the previous main characters ever again. I see that paired with reminiscing about old Mado often, which makes no sense to me because of the sheer amount of different writers and art styles Mado had and still has. If you miss Saturn's artwork and combat, you can say that, but "I miss old Mado" is too much of a blanket statement that could mean most anything about a series whose popular entries couldn't be played in English up until recently. What do you miss then? The music, atmosphere, character designs, the multiple occurrences of homophobia and trans misogyny? I'd love to know.
Oh, I know who. Yeah, I know who wrote this. I know who submitted this.
I'll say the second to last sentence is only mildly out of pocket.
I think I know who this is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say that that old motto can refer to something, and that would be the first-person dungeon crawlers where there are no numbers. That's a very fun set of games, and it's a dang shame that they stopped being made.
I will just say this: I have played almost all of the Mado games at this point, like including remakes. I do miss old Mado. I will say this with my whole chest, and I will say specifically what I miss. No, not the trans misogyny. I'm glad that's gone.
No.
Eska for life.
Yes.
It's just a matter of a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. What I do miss is the unique first-person dungeon crawling experience, where it's just chaos. Everything is chaos. You get no hand-holding, only map and chaos, and no stats. What stats? Have fun. I miss that.
It's all about vibe-driven dungeon crawling.
I liked, vibe-driven dungeon crawling. First-person dungeon crawling. Vibe-driven person dungeon crawling. It's
Give
so
me.
fun. Just
Why do
well,
I have
hey-
to make a video version?
Oh, what does this button do? Oh, this button shoots a sludge at me that is now on my character's face for the rest of the game. Okay.
That's fun.
Oh, kid named Parmesan, occurrences of homophobia and transmisogyny. I really don't like people who can contextualize things. Well, I think Gay the Whale is not super excusable.
More than twice.
Gay the Whale is not super excusable. I am
It's
glad
not.
that Gay the Whale has been removed, has been purged from existence, and we will never see Gay
But-
the Whale again.
If I may compare
Same
this
with
to
Chopin.
Yeah.
if I may compare this to something else, Clay Fighter. I'm a Clay Fighter fan.
They
There's a
exist.
character in Clay. Yeah. In Clay Fighter, there's a character called Kung Pao, who's a extremely racist Asian stereotype. But does that make me racist because I like Clay Fighter as a whole, or do I just like the funny clay model fighting game? It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's just a small part.
I can like Tower of the Magician while acknowledging that Gay the Whale should not have been there in the way that she was.
Yes.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Neverbones gave us with good queer representation.
Yes.
But yeah, that said, there are things to look. I like Madofia. I liked Madofia a lot, but also I was still sad because I wanted a first-person dungeon crawler that is just a crazy adventure, and the story of Madofia would have lent itself to that. I think Madofia would actually have been a better game, and I mean it. It would have been a better game if they had gameplay closer to what classic Mado is.
Granted but the problem then becomes how do you make that work with a party system, which is very easily possible, is doable, but it would probably take a lot of finagling with, and
You do
that
it
can
like
be
how
kind of
Earthbound does its battle system, I guess.
well, I mean, but Earthbound didn't have first-person dungeon crawl. I mean, like there are first-person dungeon crawlers with parties, but it doesn't. But the fact it doesn't. But it worked with Mado. The reason why Mado never really had parties until Cider and Mado was because you had to be able to see the character's face to get a feel of what they were how they were doing, and you can't really do that as easily with the party system. So you'd have to get all that figured out. And I'm not saying you're wrong, Neni, because I don't disagree. I'm just thinking like, well, that's gonna. I'm also not really sure about like
I think the game
how
is rushed.
how it would. I'm also not sure how. Well, I mean, it is rushed, yes, but I'm also not sure how well it would be it would go with not being able to see these characters more often. The fact that we're constantly seeing them running around in the battles does kind of give you that feeling of they are.
I think that could have been worked out.
I just want more.
It could. I agree with that. I do. I don't disagree with that. I just think that it's not a simple. It's not as simple of a change.
Yeah.
It's not a very simple change.
I mean, yeah, but also I think it would have been a better game. I'm sorry.
I just want more comedy games where the comedy comes from the gameplay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's why I'm still working on my framework.
Yes. Moth in the chat also says, unfortunately, first-person dungeon crawlers aren't very popular anymore. Well, then we have to make them popular.
So
We can change that.
We can
We can
change
that
change
makes
that.
something cheap and easy that won't dig into the budget too much.
Yes.
Yes.
People in the chat are talking about Sword from Kenji Oda's chronology. Sword only exists in Kenji Oda's chronology. It was never actually mentioned anywhere else.
I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, she I think she is a fun concept, but she was never used, so she's not really anything, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we
Well,
know
I
nothing
think-
about it except that Oda wanted to make a character defined by a slur.
I think this is I think we've exhausted this topic.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
let's
who's ready?
continue.
Moving on.
Take 64. Shezo is just as autistic coded as Sig is, but people tend to disregard that because his autistic traits aren't cute, for lack of a better word, as Sig's are. I have no opinion on this, so you two can go ahead.
I mean, I think
I
Shazo can be interpreted in different ways. I don't think he can be read as autistic coded, but I think he can also be read as just traumatized. As I've
Traumatized and just socially oblivious.
yeah, that's the thing. You can PTSD so often can mimic the symptoms of autism. So, and with Shazo's backstory, it wouldn't be surprising if he had some of the PTS of these. I said this is an autistic person. Oh, this is from
Like,
Parmesan.
he kind of got... Oh, hi, Parmesan.
That's that. If you read him as autistic, that is completely valid. It is
Of
completely
course.
valid.
Yes.
We're not trying to be the fun police here.
Not at all. And also, Shazo does a lot of things that are pretty tism. And if you relate to his tism, that is completely fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
He wants boys, after all. Like on Neni's shoulder.
Also, he likes
And you
cute...
can-
Also, he likes cute things.
He likes cute. Yeah.
Like boy.
Yes.
Oh shit, Neni's shoulder.
That's
Oh,
it.
boy.
That said, it is. I wouldn't say that Shazo's autistic coded traits are disregarded because Shazo is just as popular as Sig. They have regularly been head to head in the popularity polls, and Shazo is actually like banned from the popularity polls this year because he's won too often. Yes.
That's just a funny fact.
Him and the rest of the Cormado 5.
Yes. Shazo, Al, Vulu, Rich, and Draco are all banned from the popularity polls this year because they've won.
Single
Because they
sweep.
all win too often.
Yes.
Except for Rulu, but
Vulu is collateral damage.
yeah,
Rulu
Rulu's
deserves
collateral
it,
damage.
At least Rulu had a win.
One, yeah.
She did.
Yeah.
And she looks gorgeous because of it.
Oh, I absolutely
Yeah.
read Shazo as Ado Ace, Lemu. I absolutely agree. Maybe just wait, Ace and not Ado. I'm here.
He's
back and
definitely
forth
Ace.
there.
He's
Definitely
definitely
Ace. Yeah.
Ace.
Definitely Ace. Yeah. I definitely read him as Ace. But yeah,
Yeah.
So,
it's
I
a
don't-
valid headcanon, completely valid. And but I
Yes.
think Shazo is not lacking in the popularity department. Yeah.
No.
He's basically the character that he's arguably one of the characters that people recognize most.
Kid named Parmesan.
Yeah.
I think he's autistic and has PTSD. That's also fair. That's completely fair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aw.
If Tetris didn't attract people to Puyo Tetris, it was Shazo.
True. Parmesan also
Yes.
says that I'm very happy. That makes us happy. We're glad that we're here to
Yay.
make people happy.
It's true.
So do we have anything else to say about this?
Well, to
type?
that gal says that Otomo should sweep the popularity polls this year. Cope. Anybody? Any opinions
Yes.
of that?
It's not even playable.
I voted for Ekolo. I want an Ekolo plush and nobody will
Wait.
stop me. Anyway.
He needs a plushie.
Yes.
There's been art of an Echo plushie before. Why is it not real?
Anyway, let's move on.
Get Fangamer to make it. Get
Okay.
Commission Fangamer to make an Echo plush.
65. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Is it time
Oh,
for the
dear.
it's time for the booze. Hang on. I'm grabbing the booze.
Oh dear.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
Time.
wait.
Neni, what about
I can't do
Neni?
this.
Calm
Get out the booze.
this. We're calming. Oh dear.
Don't give any to the boy.
I don't think she can hear you. Do we want to read while she's gone, or should we wait for her?
How about everyone else can read it for a change? More than enough time when she comes back.
Yeah, alright. So I'm just gonna read real quick.
Yeah.
Today's offering is Otterkringer Naturtrüb Radler Citrus. This is beer mixed with citrus soda. And this will
Neni,
help
how's
me.
how are the calming stuff? Is the calming stuff still active?
Yes. But I also have
Okay.
Otterkringer. Naturtrüb. Otterkringer Naturtrüb. Zitrusradler.
Shall we read this?
Yes, that's what I brought this thing here for.
Okay. Puyo Puyo should completely disconnect from Mado compile era. Okay, maybe not completely, considering they took characters from there, but at least make new lore to suit Arl's situation. I feel like desperately trying to stitch together wildly different stories from different writers who haven't communicated, which isn't an issue in of itself, by the way.
Yeah.
Just isn't
No.
gonna work. It's the problem of too many cooks, and some of those cooks added math. It's not too many cooks if there's only one writer in the seat at a time.
Yeah.
With all the dimensional wackiness that can't be explored because of who has rights to what, it's just asking for disappointment. I'm sorry, Doppel. I'm sorry, Lilith. It isn't you. It's the circumstances. We need to break away from questionable canon.
This is a this is a very reductive take, I think.
It's a very extreme
Yes.
take. This is like trying to.
This is
like trying to solve a structural building issue with a bulldozer.
yes.
It would work, but at what cost?
What franchises have hurt you?
Yeah,
What franchises have been taken over by different writer after different writer would that hurt you?
maybe Mario
Or Sonic?
or Zelda.
Probably Sonic.
Yeah.
It could also be Zelda.
Like, if you're a fan of Sonic in the 90s and aughts, I am very sorry.
I noticed stuff from the Zelda community when the timeline came out. People were just, no, even before that. God, the Zelda. When I was in the Zelda fandom, oh God, the discussions on whether things fit together or not.
That's always been there.
I
It's
think
always
it's
been there, and it's
possible-
never stopping.
Look, the compile canon is a mess. That doesn't mean you can't take the broad strokes from it and unify it in a way that makes sense. And also, Sega has had successful collab. The Sega team, the Puyo team at Sega, has had successful collaborations with D4. So it's not like it's impossible. I
Yeah.
think they just need to
Yeah.
buckle down, figure out who is allowed to use, just behind the table, do this together, and then make like a broad strokes unified version of the Mado events that is like listed out nicely, that they can maybe even recap in a recap game. I would love to have a recap game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if fans then are like, well, this is not how it
I'm-
happened in the version that I played, then I'm like, too bad! This is the canon version now!
And-
Congrats!
And they
Also,
only
please
have-
give the Mado world a defined existence aside from there are towers.
And I think
Sophia
a
is good.
recap game, a single recap game, has a lot of mileage for the rest of the series.
Agreed.
Yep.
And also, they did this for
Would be
Sonic. They unified the entire Sonic canon lately, and it is working. Not everybody is happy with it, but it works. You can do
Yeah.
it. Sonic's canon was also a mess. I don't know if people remember
And
that.
And you need
Oh,
a
yes.
license. And you need a license at this point to properly dislike some of Ian's work.
Yeah.
I have shown to Neni I have that license, by the way, in the past.
The thing is, like, I think Ian Flynn should. People hating on Ian Flynn do it like it's a sport. I don't think they actually dislike him. They're just doing it because it's the cool thing to do. I'm sorry for saying this, but like, I've literally.
It's not cool.
I've literally.
It's not even cool.
Yeah, literally never seen anybody have a good argument for why Ian Flynn is a bad writer, other than he does fan service. What?
Which it was so needed with Frontiers.
Yes,
I
it
think
was.
it's a little over. I think it's overdone in Frontiers. I'm annoyed by it, but it's necessary to show that canon matters again.
It's yeah.
I had those opinions in IDW before Frontiers, by
He's
the way.
making the continuity actually connect, and I like that.
Yes.
Yes. he has such a fantastic track record that, like, we were talking about the comics earlier. He did kind of clean up the absolute mess, absolute garbage fire of a mess that was the comics, just in like a matter of issues. It's like, this would have kept being a perfectly viable alternate universe if they weren't forced to reset everything.
Yep.
Moth in the chat. What if Puyo was written by Vivsy Pop? Then everybody,
I would scream.
Then would...
Can it be animated by her instead?
Fair.
I would accept that under protest. But
if it was written by
fair.
Vivsy Pop, then Rufina could finally say the F word without having to hold back.
Which F word?
You know
All
the
of
one!
them.
You know the one! Fuck word! Okay, said it!
Okay.
Yeah. Jag belongs in the chat. Ian Flynn has done
I'll
more
also should be allowed
favors,
to
but
say
Sonic.
fuck.
Continue.
I was just gonna say, all also should be allowed to say fuck.
I mean, yes, you should. But yeah, I think Ian Flynn needs to people need to stop ragging on him. He's literally one of the most dedicated people I've seen ever.
We don't deserve her. The people who...
Him!
Even the people
We
who
don't-
deserve him. Sorry. Arl is right in front of me, okay?
Okay, we don't deserve Al either, true.
We don't deserve Ian Flynn. Even the good boys and girls. And everyone else.
But he's not the writer we deserve, but he's the writer we need.
Yeah, it's true. And honestly, Saga, do you want somebody to write Puyo comics? I'm right here. I'm
Well,
here, I'm here.
I will.
I will!
Right
Can
here.
I be an
please,
assistant?
right here.
Me!
Can I be an assistant?
Yes.
Neni,
Okay.
Neni, how about this? Whoever gets hired, can nepotism the other one in.
Fair, that's fair.
Okay.
Let's continue.
So, 60... Who's ready for 66?
Me.
Okay.
Me.
All Puyo Puyo games should have an additional multiplayer rule set. Sue and Fever aren't enough to stand on their own these days. Another correct but nothing take.
It's a very, literally every single Puyo game has gimmick modes these days, so...
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, but it's like,
Preaching
how
to-
many,
preaching
how
to the
many,
choir.
that too. And also, how many Puyo games have you actually played multiplayer on? Because a lot of them do have weird modes that aren't just Fever and Sue. I mean, unless you're just playing Champions, which is its own bag of worms.
Go ahead.
Crimson Slash in the chat, illustrating comics sounds fun but tiring. Crimson Slash, hit me up.
It is.
I have scripts. But I am not good enough to draw. Anyway, continuing.
So, multiplayer modes is why I think Puyo Puyo 7 is better than Puyo Puyo Fever 2.
I mean,
Because it has like 5 modes. And Fever 2 only has Fever and a few variations on it, and maybe Sue, I think.
yeah, it has Sue in versus, but it's kind of hidden. I will say this. I think this is a nothing take because Sega agrees with it, because they have added a bunch of gimmick modes to every single release now for...
Oh, look, there
what
it is.
it's
Puyo Puyo
influenced by.
Champion.
Look what it's
Puyo
influenced
Puyo
by.
Champion. Of course.
Are you saying...
It's
What do
as
you
if
mean
puzzle...
What do you mean Tattoo doesn't have gimmick modes? Have you played the game?
No.
Yeah, I was just homing in on the
Can we
champions because, like, yeah, it's fair to criticize champions for that. Okay, but go ahead,
Can we
Domino, please.
Can we talk about the Hullabaloo Puzzle Pop has made for being Apple Arcade exclusive? Yet nobody ever brings it up otherwise in the takes or in the poll.
I mean, it's part of it is that nobody's played it.
I know.
Yeah,
I wish it was...
it's a good video game.
It is a really
I'd love
good
to play
game.
it someday.
So, are we done with this nothing take?
Yes.
We agree, by
Yes.
the way, if that hasn't been clear.
Yes.
67?
Charles in the chat says, I kinda do feel a lot of the creativity behind the ideas has been kinda shot since 20th though. We only really have had skill battle since as a new mode. It's
You
just
can
like,
only think of so many
but
things.
yeah, but what new modes
Yeah.
would you add at this point? Like, there's
Exactly.
a lot of them.
If you want my take, you need a new core Puyo modes before you can make offshoots of it.
Yeah, true.
Currently there are 2 core Puyo
Yeah.
modes, Stew
Yeah.
and Fever. Many of the modes are from the Sue
Yep.
school or from the Fever school.
Yeah.
So you need a new school.
Yeah.
Sun is just Sue again, by the
Sun
way.
is 2, but Sun is a gimmick mode of 2, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Also, skill battle does not count.
No.
And yeah, Puzzle Pop has no
So-
new modes. Puzzle Pop was made on a shoestring budget.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Just release it.
Yeah.
Just,
ju-
rele-
yeah.
just release it!
Please let the contract run out soon.
Please. Anyway,
Read
Okay,
the
so-
game.
we can continue.
Move on 67.
Me.
Transformation mode, also known as Daihenshin, is the best game mode Puyo Puyo has ever had and will probably ever will, in both the gameplay sense, especially if you pick them mixed, and the subtle characterization of the cast with the form changes, from their ideal future selves in adult form and how they were in child form.
I mean, I still don't understand the child forms because the child forms clearly aren't actually what they looked like as children. So I'm still
Yeah.
interpreting
Yeah.
that. But the mega forms are pretty clear, yeah.
But I
Metaforms are
want-
pretty neat too.
What I want Transformation to come back solely for variety, because I like not knowing if I get Mega or Mini. And that's variety
is-
you can get during the gameplay mode is nice.
There actually is a way to determine which mode
I know,
you get.
I know.
But who
I
thinks
know,
of that
but-
while battling?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I do like transformation mode a lot. I think it's too easy.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like,
Fair
newcomers
enough.
need a super easy mode, so it is a good newcomer mode, I think. Because the thing is, like,
It's my favorite.
Especially since they throw you at Sig right at the beginning.
yeah. Oh, but the thing is, like, are you even using transformation versus Sig? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't
I
remember.
think you are.
In any case, I do like the mode, but yeah, it is way too easy. It is not very balanced because it's basically all about inducing tennis hell. But
Yes.
I know
But you
from
thi-
I know from fact because I ran an amateur Puyo tournament, and I ran it in 2. But the thing is, like, after the tournament was over, the amateur players, many of which were complete beginners who had never played Puyo before, messed around with the game. And I heard from the ones that messed around with 7 that they preferred 7 a lot, simply because transformation mode for them as beginners was a lot more intuitive. So it would be a great
fun.
beginner mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
And in my
the mega
opinion-
forms are. Go ahead.
In my opinion, it's my favorite offshoot of the Fever School of rules.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It doesn't
that's a fair
overstimulate
take.
me.
I think
Especially
very
with
important.
Mini off.
I think the problem is that transformation mode requires every single thing to be drawn 3 times for each character.
Yes.
And that's probably why they never did it again.
Yeah.
They could make
Just omit
That said,
that.
I do like the mega forms. I feel like they would be a lot of fun to see a resurgence of if they were given more thought put into design, because like it was kind of we have to make something coherent in the last second after all these revisions kind of thing.
I'm surprised
and it
they're
kinda
not
shows in their-
questies
how they're
yet.
looked.
I'm surprised they're not questies yet.
I mean, Ringo got the onstage alt, which is a reference to both of her transformation mode forms. And the onstage Ringo alt is
It's also super adorable.
Is a dual shift alt, which is a type of card that transforms, and she was the first dual shift. So they are aware that there's a need for this. Hi, Derek.
Hi. Do I know Derek?
I don't.
Okay.
People of the past have some unga bunga takes about Puyo Puyo 7.
It's a mess, but it's a fun mess. Just enjoy the ride.
Indeed. Do we have anything more to say?
I think my take is that like transformation is probably not super fun if you're a pro Puyo player, but I think for beginners it's very fun. So, but the problem
It
is
is.
bringing it back is not a main mode. Would require that you get rid of the main gimmick, which is the alternative. Which is the alternative transformations because unless Sega gives money.
They gotta give the Puyo staff money.
If
That's
Sega
what we
gives
all want.
money, then they can pay their artists and make this happen. Sega, please.
I'm happy
would
to
be
have Mega
amazing.
Puyo Rush.
Yeah,
I'm happy to have Mega Puyo Rush at least.
yeah, that's
Which
fair.
is also
Yeah.
kind of... Thinking about it, Mega Puyo is also kind of a core Puyo rule like Suen.
Well, I mean, it's fever. It's kind of fever aspected to it.
Kinda, but... whatever. Okay, who's ready for 68?
Me.
First, Renee asks what the version of the Puyo song in the background that is playing is. It's the Puyo Puyo song remix. It's on the single that comes with a bunch of different versions of the song. It should be. I'm sure you can find it if you look for it. Continuing.
Okay, 68? The Lemurus alt voice should not be tournament legal because you would not be able to stop laughing. I almost dead.
Sugar!
Was there a take? Was there a take in here somewhere? I mean,
Yes.
Sugar!
I relate though. Whenever I do endurance mode and alt voice Lemurus comes up, I just laugh on the spot and lose immediately.
I've never gotten that far in endurance mode. So
Okay, so
I could give it a try. I mean, but
Imagine
yeah,
this.
I know what he sounds like, so I can imagine.
No. Imagine this. You're hyper focusing. You're like 20 defeated opponents in. And then Lemurus comes in. I've had a lot of sugar. Here I go. And then you drop your controller because you're laughing too hard.
Fair enough.
I still think that Harpy is the bigger war crime.
Yeah, but she doesn't make me laugh.
That is fair. Vegetables.
Vegetables.
Oh, it's marvelous. Oh, Knut, thank you for that take.
Hi.
Hi.
So I had a gun pointed at her to post this.
Thank you, Knut.
Thank you for your service and your
Thank you
sacrifice.
for your service to us all.
So this was kind of a breeder take by design. Who wants 69?
Let's go.
Nice.
There shouldn't be a Puyo Puyo Tetris 3. Story and character-wise, yes, but gameplay, no. Puyo and Tetris go together as peanut butter and 4 wides. They don't match. They may be two popular puzzle games, but they don't work together.
I mean, I agree. I want.
Are we
the Puyo-
expecting a Puyo Tetris 3?
Also, I say that.
Some people.
And also, I say story-wise, also not, because at this point, if these two dimensions collapse together again, it just looks like X isn't doing his fucking job, like ever, at all. No, you can't. You can't excuse this X. Well, this time it was the god of no X. No, you have one job, and you haven't done it.
Also, have people considered the fact these two puzzle games don't match?
Yes.
Is perfectly okay.
Yes.
It's okay. I've said this again, and I'll say it again. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I would much rather have a solo Tetris game with the Puyo Tetris SS Tetracast. These kids deserve their own game with their own art style.
Agreed.
They just not
Yes.
in the shadow of Puyo, but like as their own, like their own adventures. I want a Tetris RPG, damn it!
Yes,
Oh
please.
yes.
Oh,
And make
oh,
it more interesting.
Alexei, make it
Chronicle.
happen.
Of course,
Alexi,
this
make it
came from
happen.
EPBC. Where else could it have come from?
It could have come from hell.
I mean, that's EPVC.
I just wanted to be mean. This is a perfectly normal bar talk.
It's a hot take.
Fair.
Yeah.
Also, everybody listening to the stream right now, I hope you're enjoying the dulcet tones of Kagamine Klug.
Auto-tune.
Oh, he's auto-tuned to all hell.
So we don't have really much to say. If memory serves, we've kind of had a take like this last time.
Yes. Peanut butter and
So who
four
wants-
whites is my favorite flavor, say Speeched in the chat.
Fair. It's an acquired taste.
American peanut butter is an acquired taste. Agreed.
Well, I don't have a choice.
I apparently do because I know the difference.
Well, no, but I live in America.
Yeah, I know.
I have no choice.
So, who's ready for take 70?
Me.
Eh,
I greatly prefer Satan being called Dark Prince, since he's more of a parody of the Dai Mao antagonist, and not a take on the biblical devil. Sego probably knows this, knows the English name works better for him too, since it's the only early localization name that stuck. I think we've talked about this last stream
Yes,
too.
and I will say
We
it again.
did.
It's not even a rename. Dark Prince is literally his title in Japanese. People call him that frequently. It's even in Madofia. In Madofia, Dark Prince is how he signs his letters when he's the quest giver, which happens 2 times.
and he
It's
asked for
just-
booze both times.
In Japanese, I have played the Japanese version. The dub isn't out yet. Well, not dub. The translation isn't out yet. It's not even a localized name. It's just his title. They stole his given name, and
Also-
they confiscated
also
his
he-
given name. That's all they did.
Also, he's never really been a take on the biblical devil, except in Shin Mido. So it's
Yeah,
like,
vaguely.
yeah,
Also,
vaguely at most. So it's like, and you know, it's just a generic. It's like I said, it's like how you would call a vampire a Dracula. This is a demon lord you call Satan.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, 2 things. Dark Prince, it's just hilarious. He just insists that's his name and uses it like it's a name sometimes, and people just go along with it.
I like to
And-
believe that my headcanon is that the more disrespected Satan is, the more he insists on being called the Dark Prince.
And
Loser.
also, Satan doesn't have the same connotations as it does in Japan. They know what it means, but it doesn't have the same connotations. The same is true for Dark Prince in English.
One thing I do that I do wish that we had him. That makes me wish we had him called Satan in the West is that the fact that Ringo always refers to him as Lord Satan. That's just funny to me.
Yeah,
That is
because
funny.
in Japanese it's like she basically she doesn't drop the sama. He says he is Satan's sama and she goes with it. Just the only one not called Rulu who just goes with it. Because
I thought- I interpreted that as just like holy shit, I am talking to an honest to God demon lord, and his name is Lord Satan.
Yeah.
This is the coolest thing ever.
it kind
I
of
love
is
how
that.
chill they are. I love how chill the 2 are when
They
they
are.
whenever
Yeah,
they
they-
interact.
They are, and it makes sense because like they were both because the segment in 7 was brief, but it did give the the feeling that these were 2 people that were just kind of struggling together
Derek,
at a
And then
time when they were both
Antonia-
vulnerable.
And then Antoine gets, oh, hello there, Ringo.
Derek,
Yes, exactly.
Derek Matthews in the chat asks if Satan is the Dark Prince, is there a Dark King? No, because Satan isn't the Dark Prince as in the son of a king. He is the Dark Prince as the ruler of a principality. Because hell is apparently a principality.
Oh,
Yes.
is that where the word comes from?
Yes.
Yes.
There's two people don't understand this, but there's two different kinds of princes and princesses. Prince and princess can either be the son or daughter of a king or a ruler otherwise, or the lord or a lady of a principality. A principality
I'm the second one.
Is
I'm the second one, by the way, in case anyone was wondering.
You're the second one. Yeah. A principality is like an area that is ruled by somebody, but it's still not supremely ruled. There's still somebody above us. Now that makes you wonder who is above Satan in ruling Puyo Hell. Maybe it's Mal.
He just likes a title.
Could also be it. It could also be that he just likes the title.
I should write it down later for Blue Demon Story. Let me think.
But yeah, Hell is his
have we
principality.
Have we had enough of the Dark Duke?
Yeah, the Dark Duke.
The Dark Count. The Dark Viscount. The Dark Viceroy.
Oh, that's how you pronounce that Crash Bandicoot character. Got it. Who's
The
ready
Dark
for 71?
Let's go.
Me.
Oh no. I feel like when you get right. Oh, hello.
I know who wrote this one.
Oh dear.
I feel like when you get right down to it, Puyo Puyo is the collective stories of a bunch of people, each one uniquely weird and stupid in their own ways, all trying to live, cope, grow, and connect with each other. In this sense, it's a very interesting of the life/the human experience. I could go into more detail. The submission used to be longer. Before I continue, thank you for pressing Shift plus Enter to make more paragraphs. For that reason, I think the way the franchise needs to develop further is to have more explicit progression of time. Learning and growing are things we never stop doing, but it's also good to acknowledge the growth others have undergone. And most, if not all, of the cast has grown since their debut games. I think we need to see everyone aged a year or two older to mark how much they've grown already.
I can't disagree with this. I agree with it 100%. I would like if we had like an explicit, not time skip, but like an explicit demarcation again, where it's like, oh yeah, we graduated this class now. That would be nice.
Yeah, exactly.
They can only pull that trick so much, though, is the thing. I don't disagree. That would make for good storytelling. They can only pull that trick so much.
We'll get to we can get to that. We can burn that bridge when we get there.
I do think though that there is a sense of time progression. It's just vague because they have made it very clear by now that like a bunch of time has passed since Fever 2. We don't know how much, but it is pretty clear that it has been quite a lot because nobody is treating Sig as the new kid anymore, which takes a while. Yeah.
Hey, who's that? Who's that person? Who's that person?
That's Risakuma selling the Rappy.
Manny, thank you.
That was my take, and I was not joking about it being longer. In case I needed to elaborate more, I had another. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paragraphs in my personal Discord.
Maybe
in case I needed.
Maybe put them on Tumblr.
Which we should promote after this. Thinking about it.
But
Remind us.
Okay, I'll do that. But it was just like I've actually been thinking about this for a while, and I was like, we need to see this. We should see this. I think it would be great.
I would love to see a little bit more time progression. It doesn't have to be a lot, but like
it doesn't. Not a lot. Just make all the characters a couple of inches taller and give and slight variations of their outfits to just kind of show that yes, time has passed. They are growing.
Nice.
Make them learning again.
Why is Vivi saying in the chat only you can prevent Risakuma? Is Risakuma the forest fire? Is that why he's offering therapy? Because he burned everybody's houses down?
It
No,
says
Risakume
it
is-
says therapy.
Aroma
Therapy.
Risakume is a cigarette that gets thrown into the forest that starts the forest fire.
I mean, that's true. He carries around lots of volatile chemicals.
Derek in the chat says
He is a volatile chemical.
Derek in the chat says we need Puyo Puyo Shippuden time skip.
Oh God, not that much. But also, can we not turn Puyo Puyo into Sasunaru? We already had that in Puyo Wars.
Anyway, I think we have gone through this, yeah.
We're almost at a break, I think.
Nice.
Yes.
So, I like Rosette and the Warlocks in training more than Witch and Lemurs. They're allowed to be more and grow as characters, but the English-speaking fanbase barely sees that because of the language and regional barrier.
They're from a different dimension, they have their own story, and I think this is comparing apples to oranges, because neither Witch nor Lemurs have accidentally created a parallel dimension with evil doppelgangers that are trying to kill and replace them.
Yes.
I do agree though, in the sense that questies are more free for more character stuff
True.
than
That's-
people like Witch and Lemurs. Okay, maybe not
Granted,
Lemurs. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I said, granted that that freedom to grow is kind of a byproduct of just the format of Quest being
Agreed.
its own thing.
And also,
Agreed.
I know
But it's still...
I know for a fact that a lot of Quest fans have big issues with how slowly a lot of the individual dimension-based stories move forward in Quest. Simply because there's so many different ones of them that giving everybody spotlight is kind of impossible.
Yup.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So
they kind of
it's-
put themselves into a corner there.
So it's not all sunshine and roses. The whole Warlock side plot, Outlander side plot, has been moving at the speed of molasses. Which, I mean, it's great, but it takes it feels even slower than some of the slow main plots that we've had. So yeah.
Oh dear.
By the time it gets back to it, Outlander Rosette will have been in the game for as long as he is his apparent age. That could have been phrased a lot better. I was making a joke about
that
how he
makes
looks
sense.
young.
That makes
I was
sense.
making a joke about how he looks young.
And this is probably how half the chat found out that Rosette accidentally created a parallel dimension full of evil doppelgangers trying to kill and replace.
Where
Yes,
have you
it's
been
true.
the blue character pool?
Also, they tried to recruit Doppel, but Doppel said, "No, you people are lame. I'm not doing this."
Oh, I
You
gotta
guys are
hydrate.
not red.
I don't know who hydrated me, but I gotta hydrate. Oh, it was Knut. Okay. See ya, Liz.
Oh,
Remember to stay hydrated.
and she doesn't tell me in person to drink? Okay.
Beached in the chat. Let's wait 12 more years for Outlander Rosette's plot. No, please not. Oh, I got
So
another
I don't
hydrate.
think-
God damn it.
I don't think we've had much to say this session as last session.
Yeah, we're approaching the break a lot quicker than we did last time.
It's probably because most of
Good.
the takes are more sane.
Yeah, that too. Sane or just very bare bones.
True.
Yeah. So, who wants 73?
Let's go.
Me.
I love the characters, love the lore, even if it's messy as heck, love the history, but I just can't get on with the games themselves.
That's absolutely fair.
Why did you
It's actually funny you put you
Why did you put
I mean-
Blade Blue down? Why did you put...
because fighting games have a very high barrier to entry, and so does Puyo Puyo.
Yeah. Like, this blurb can apply to Blaze Blue too.
I mean, yes. I have played Blade Blue. It's fun. Oh god, Hyakuman hates me personally. But yeah, Puyo Puyo is a lot like fighting games in a lot of regards, especially with the lore stuff and so on. Look, you can learn Puyo Puyo. I promise, everybody can learn Puyo Puyo. I need to give Puyo Puyo.
I mean,
classes.
anyone can learn fighting games too, but it's like some people just don't want to, and that's fine.
Why is Central Fiction here? Because it's Blade Blue. Look, I'm not a Blade Blue fan, but I've read too much of the wiki, so I completely understand where the comparison is coming from. Including the fact there's like the weird space-time shenanigans.
So, can we elaborate on the take?
I
That's
don't
a
know
rhetorical, I'm not sure.
There's not really much to say here.
It's not really a take.
Yeah.
It's not really a take.
You're not enjoying playing the Puyo Puyo games, and you don't want to. I want to try to. I want
it's from
to
Judgment.
try to enjoy them, and that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
It's like not every video game is going to be for you, and
I need
to
give Puyo
that's
lessons.
all. That's all.
I need to give Puyo lessons.
I just say...
I do need to give Puyo lessons, because the Puyo is really bad at tutorializing. Like, worse than
Neni?
most fighting games, yeah?
Why don't we make that a future laid-back Puyo podcast episode?
You mean just Puyo
could
lessons?
Yeah.
Could try.
I mean, we could start with that, and then I could, like, branch off into doing them every now and then. But generally...
And I can dummy for you?
Yay! Wait, no! You're not a dummy! You're a friend!
Okay. You know what I mean, sparring
Yeah.
partner, to show off?
Yeah. I think, but what Joel says in the chat is absolutely true. We need it to be more appealing to learn the games, because the learning curve is basically.
I just say, okay, this is how I did it. Just brute force getting all the stars in Puyo Puyo Tetris 1, no matter your skill
Yes, that's how I learned it.
Eventually,
Yes, that is also how I. Well, I mean, that's not how I learned it. I still did not know how to play Puyo worth a damn. But
neither did
that
I,
is
but
what
I
did.
brute forced that, and I got
So
a
did
better
I.
understanding.
I still had a pretty terrible understanding of it, even after I had gotten all the stars. But I
If
still did
you
do that.
learn, you still
Yeah.
need to learn, but it helps.
I did learn at some point. I don't remember how I did, but I did.
I wasn't bad with COVID, and so I decided to 4-star all of Puyo Puyo Tetris. That's how I learned it.
Nice.
Spark the Dog says Sega failed at teaching Sonic Riders, and that's why people hated it back then. Honestly, I believe it.
Yes.
Chargeman, 219% at Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. Then you're probably fine then. Chargeman, I'm sure you're probably fine. Just
Yeah, that's
I frog stack and
it's a hard it's a hard game to be good at.
I want this on
That no one's going to disagree with that.
I want this on a t-shirt. Lemon wrote, I frog stack unironically. Imagine just a frog stacking setup, and underneath I frog stack unironically on a t-shirt. That would be such a power.
And then you go to an in-person tournament wearing that. You might not make it out alive.
I love it.
So,
Yeah, we can go on.
who's ready for take 74?
I think you're not ready from the sound of it.
I think you're unconscious.
No.
Oh god.
Oh,
no.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay, if we may shake up the formula a little, I want to tackle this one personally alone as I talk about it. If that's okay.
Fair enough.
Okay,
Fair enough.
I've been thinking about this for a while. The Arl Rulu Satan love plot is a million times more frustrating than the Lemris Felly romance, and there's not enough punctuation, let's stop here. It's not really a love plot on the Arl Rulu and Satan bit.
It's not a romance on Felly and Lemra's part either. Lemras is constantly leaving her down gently.
Yes. And I genuinely don't get why people will love Felly over a single gross line of dialogue. it's not a single gross line of dialogue. But
It
we'll
really
get into
wasn't.
that later.
But, yeah.
In an anniversary game, as opposed to the way worse stuff than Satan regularly does. Which were way worse stuff. Which he gets off the hook for just being a bad guy, quotes.
Huh?
Like, they made Ekolo a bit of a flirt too, I guess. If on a
Kind
certain
of.
point of view. Sure. But he's only ever been persistently interested in Ringo, and never an
As opposed to
actual proactive sex past. Keep in mind, in the bad ending of Puyo Puyo Su, not the one where you get kicked out of the tower, the one where you lose to Satan, Arl is about being sent into space against her will with Satan, who he says he's forcing her on a date. I don't care how iconic he is, or how funny his dialogue consistently has been in Sega era, let Rulu have her male-fail demon boyfriend so Arl can be an actual character again, and get this guy back on track. Puyo hasn't relied on Satan being the franchise's Bowser, Eggman, Dr. Wily character in years. They won't run out of new villains to introduce, so there's really no reason Satan can't just leave this actual child alone. I know the Lilith lore still doesn't make me find him any more likable. Justice for Feli, 30 years community service for Liddell's weird uncle. Okay, before you two butt in, there's a huge difference between Satan and Feli, genuinely. Satan is almighty. He can do anything. He can just snap his finger and brainwash Arl to be his wife. He doesn't do that. Feli is a normal girl who isn't almighty, but give her some of that power, aka a salt shaker, and she will consider doing glamorous. Something Satan would never do, even though he has all that power. The icky part is more with Feli than with Satan.
Also, Satan at this point is just doing it for the bit, really. Like
Yeah,
he doesn't
genuinely
he
is.
doesn't care. He probably doesn't care about marrying Arl. It's just funny to him.
I think, look,
Pretty much.
I understand anyone who thinks that any of these subplots aren't funny. Literally, I understand anybody.
That is also
we've
fair.
had people complain about the Feli chasing Lambert subplot. We've people complaining about Ekolo being clingy for Ringo. We've had people being clingy for the not love triangle between Al, Rulu, Satan. I get anybody who doesn't find them funny or finds them uncomfortable.
I don't find them funny.
Yeah.
I don't find him funny, and also I initially didn't really like Satan either, just specifically because of him just harassing Arl. That's just all I could see.
I think to a
Thing is,
point,
Satan is not the villain people think he is.
that's the other thing. Satan is not necessarily really a villain, but there's so much to talk about here, honestly. The biggest thing is, as Mamono already mentioned, even though Satan is all powerful, Al keeps beating him, and it's not because he's the bad guy or something. It's literally.
No, he lets her.
It's not just that he lets her, but like, how do I put it? It's to show that Al can defend herself. Al is at no point a damsel or even available. That's the things. That is the things. Al is not available to him. That is very clear. And the fact that she is not available to him in any way is part of what the joke relies on. If she was even remotely available to him, it would not work for anybody. She is not available to him, and she will never be available to him, and that is part of what makes the dynamic.
And Satan respects that to an degree, but he will try to ask her out.
I think the whole thing with him is that the fact that she is not available to him makes it fun to push her buttons for him.
Yeah,
I would too. I would too.
Yeah.
I can't say I would because I've had way too many people in my life that just had too much fun pushing my buttons. So it's like but at the same time, this is also a fictional character. It's like at some point it's just like just sit back. You just gotta watch the show. You just gotta keep the show's gotta keep going at some
I get
point.
it that like if it was an actual romance, quote unquote, it would be incredibly
person?
creepy. But the fact is that it is not.
Yes.
And Al doesn't even perceive it as that, and it often feels like Satan doesn't even... I don't know, nowadays at least. I get it, in the 90s this was just an anime trope, and it's an anime trope that is slowly dying now, but it is still kind of like a leftover of the anime trope in that regard.
And as it's written now, it's perfectly fine, I think.
Yeah, because now it's more written as like a game, and that they're friends that are just stupid to each other, you know?
Yeah. They're all stupid.
They're all stupid.
They're all stupid. They're all morons, and I love them.
That said, I think nowadays the writers on all ends understand that this doesn't quite work, because again, I'm getting to Madofia. Madofia has a dynamic like this in there too. I've not been very subtle about it. Eska has a huge crush on Fia, but they made it work simply by removing all the stuff that made it quote unquote problematic. With all the
Your favorite word.
Yeah, they made it work finally. Simply because Eska is the same age as Fia, and Fia doesn't really even need to defend herself from Eska as much as just Eska respects Fia's boundaries when Fia voices her boundaries. And that's what makes it work. Like, Eska is still gonna keep insisting that she's her wife, and that they're married, and that they will have 500 beautiful children together. But when Fia says, Eska, no, then Eska makes a sad face and backs off for a moment.
Aww.
And that's what makes it work. And agreed, together with the fact that they are the same age. You'll have to see it. I promise it works so much better with Eska and Fia.
It's also really endearing. It's also really endearing. Like these are like it's so it feels genuinely wholesome that she cares so much.
True. True. I like them. I like them a lot. And people take Eska's lesbianism seriously. Like at no point is it treated like a phase that she will grow out of. Everybody's like, yep, she has it bad.
Which is also very important, especially from Japanese media.
Agreed. Absolutely. That said, with Satan, I think nowadays it's more with Satan and with Satan's whole thing. Nowadays it's just more played as he likes bothering Al because he likes the dynamic between them, and I don't think that he'd ever take it beyond that. At this point, it's just a weird dynamic. He never
and
did.
He's been given multiple chances to go beyond that.
That is true.
And he's said, no, I'm not doing that.
I mean, Mado 1 was still a different situation, we'll have to, because he was still heavily based on Asran at that point, so...
But it doesn't change the fact he could have Arl. If he truly wanted to have Arl, he'd have Arl already.
Yeah.
As creepy as that sounds, yes, it's true.
I mean...
That's why it's good he doesn't. You know, the fact that that's possible shows that Satan is good about it.
The thing is like, it will never be entirely not creepy, but it's also not something we can just remove from the franchise because it's part of the history, and there would be so many fans who would want your head if Satan wasn't the same character anyml, you know?
Yeah.
Also, just imagine all the... And that's before you factor in all the Satarl shippers.
Oh god, no, I don't want to think of that.
I don't either, but you know it has to be said.
Okay.
Well, aside with Feli though, if I can.
Yeah, you can say that. I pushed the earlier Feli take talk over to this one for a reason. Yeah. Go ahead.
With Feli, I think we'll get to this now. But with Feli, I want to say. Feli's thing in 20th was a big faux pas on the writer. And I love that writer. I've personally chatted a lot with that writer. I like that writer a lot. But I do think that scene was a faux pas. Because it implies Feli hurting Lambers. And I don't think that was well thought out. Because I don't think she would do that actually. And you can tell that I do think that the writer actually regrets that line. Because especially with what that writer's latest work, Puzzle Pop, has, you can see that it's played completely different now. And I mean,
And
it's
it's
also
probably one of the best stories in that game.
yeah, character.
But
of
also
course-
among other things that happens in Puzzle Pop, Felly which directly offers Felly a love potion, and she says, "No, I don't want that."
Yes, exactly. It's that.
Yeah.
That's what is. That is where you can tell. Okay, I think Yoshino regrets that one scene in 20th and wants to
Yes.
undo it.
Because
Yeah.
because the salt thing is literally Felly trying to roofie Lemurs to some degree, and that's something Satan
That's-
would never do.
The salt thing is Felly's equivalent of Ian Flynn's, if Ian Flynn giving Charmy
Charmy thing, yeah.
giving Charmy the beep brain damage. That's
Yeah.
that's Yoshino's version of that.
God, that's such a comparison to make, and yet you're not wrong either.
And it's only less funny, mildly less funny.
Yeah, but you can also, I mean, part of it is also that Felly has a character development, and it's not just in Puzzle Pop, it's also in Quest. Like, I noticed that when I started translating the Quest story, I was like, huh, Felly has chilled out here. And as I played, I noticed, okay, the Puzzle Pop story seems to, not the Puzzle Pop, the Quest story seems to be pretty much at the end of the timeline, wherever that is. And then I saw Puzzle Pop, and I was like, that fits together. So Felly is just chilling out over time.
And then you look at how she is in Fever too, and it's just like, this is a different character.
Yeah, because she's chilled. Anyway, Mamono-turn.
What?
Mamono-turn!
It's your turn.
To talk?
Yes.
Yes. Did you have you had something to say?
No, I think it's pretty much covered. I just think
Okay.
this is all a false equivalence. And I get why
Yes.
that false equivalence is made. It's just... No. The lack of evidence that Satan has done something wrong to Arl compared to Felly, who's just a normal girl who just happens to just in the moment be able to drug Lemurus. That says a lot about both characters, and I'm glad Felly moved past that.
Yes. Felly has grown, and we are proud of her for that.
Yes.
Yeah, but not in height.
Well, that's true. Yeah, she's still very small. Small, like, the only character shorter than her is Salda, and he's a fish half the time.
Yes.
He's also like 10, I think?
Well, yes, that too, but still. Like,
Uh,
Liddell
do we-
is taller than Felly. That still boggles my mind.
Yeah,
It's funny though.
it is.
It is funny.
So do we want to
Oh,
watch
Mam's
this
in the
video so
chat.
that more people...
Wait, what was the scene where Lambert was in the Sugarloaf? Was it in Felly's story? I don't remember what Salt had to do with it. Okay. So basically, Lambert had a hypoglycemic attack because he was like low on sugar because he hadn't eaten anything. And Felly was loudly contemplating giving him salt to dehydrate him further. So he's too delirious to stop her from whatever she wants to do.
You can make some gross real-world
Yeah.
world analogs
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's genuinely hideous.
Yeah.
And I'm glad she's moved past it.
Mamano's already compared it to a roofie.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm glad that this is that the writer's like, yeah, maybe not. Goodbye with this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall I play the video to know that people that Felly is free and forgiven of the crime?
Okay, I'm just
Yes.
gonna mute. Here we go. Yes.
Happy birthday, girl. Today is the big day. Your lanky friend is waiting outside with a cake for you. He has fully forgiven you for the salt in silence.
And now Felly is out of jury.
You have to thank Puzzle Pop for that. because that was not the intended ending originally,
What
but
was
Puzzle
the-
Pop
what-
turned out so good.
What
Puzzle,
was...
Puzzle Pop saved her.
Okay, Puzzle Pop save. I remember what the intended ending was. I remember now. Yeah.
You can still watch the intended ending as part 2.9. This is probably the longest take we've talked about by now.
Yeah.
I think we've said everything
Yeah.
we could about it.
Also, Maddie, could you jump into Twitch chat for a moment? We have a bot.
Oh, I'll take care of it.
Thanks.
Okay. Who wants to take 75 in the meantime?
Yes.
All right, the
Come
bot
on,
is slain.
Shezo genuinely likes Arl that way, is actually a creeper, and not just flubbing the words out of nowhere.
I'm going to remove
Do you have reading
Boy.
comprehension?
I'm removing Boy because Boy doesn't deserve the slander. To see the slander. No.
Okay.
No.
That's literally not.
What?
That's not how anything works.
That's ah! The entire joke with Shezo doesn't work that way.
It's
I'm
like
glad.
that's the joke is that he says things that sound like that but aren't because
Look, if
he
you wanna
doesn't mean that.
If you want to ship them, that's fine. If you want to ship them, that's fine. I'm not gonna... we don't know what his age is. I'm not gonna stop you. Do it in your own little corner. But also, I think it's kind of important to his character that he doesn't actually show any interest in all that way. That's why Saturn Mado doesn't work until, like... that's why so much of Saturn Mado doesn't work. It completely tears you out of the story. Because Shezo isn't acting like Shezo even when he's supposed to be acting like Shezo. It just breaks the immersion to an incredible degree, which is just proof
then
to
suddenly
me
at
that
the-
this is not how the character should be read. Sorry.
And then at the end he's just suddenly fine. It's just like, where were you all game?
Where were you? The real Shezo suddenly...
Shezo's okay when he doesn't do his Shezoisms, or...
Yeah,
whatever.
and he doesn't. And that's a big problem, I think, especially with Puzzle Pop, is that he's not always doing. He's always not talking like he's not always making those slip ups. It's only when he's frustrated or excited or agitated or whatever. When a lot of people aren't thinking about what words they're choosing. It's just his just kind of get more unfortunate than most people's.
Nothing. The whole joke with him flubbing his words does not work if he actually has interest in all. That is why I read him as asexual, because this is actually something a lot of asexuals, me included, struggle with, because that stuff is not the first thing on our mind. And because it
Yes.
isn't the first thing on our mind, we don't think of the implications before we say stuff, and that's why it comes out that way. And since we're on Puzzle Pop actually exaggerated, the dub exaggerated how often he flops. They actually took a lot of lines, especially outside of story mode, where he doesn't flub it up and made him flub it up anyway, because in the dub, just to make it funnier. And I don't agree with that. It was actually annoying at some point.
It's fun. It was funny in Charters 1 when it was basically all of our first introduction to Shezo as the character. We're introduced with him now. We don't need him to spout an innuendo every other line.
Yes, especially because Puzzle Pop is actually one of those times when he's like on his own and hunting for magical artifacts, which is usually when he has his shit together and is like really focused in.
Also, the happy ending line was just way too forced.
It was.
Shall we move on?
To what?
Or
It's a break
yeah,
time.
Mamano, did you
time!
have something to say?
So I think.
Did you have something you wanted to add, Mamano?
Nope.
I think for break
Okay,
time.
fair enough. Okay, just making sure.
For break time, we wanted to show a little trailer for a project that Mamono has been working on before we play a little Puyo, right?
Oh, we can wait. We can play Puyo first.
Okay, Puyo first, and then a little trailer for a little thing Mamono has been working on.
Yeah.
And I agree, Charles.
I'm gonna
Going
do
too
it
far
separate.
with the bit is ugh. Ugh.
Yes.
Yeah. Charles, this is just in the dub. This is just in the dub. In the original Japanese Puzzle Pop, they do not exaggerate it to this point. It's like completely reasonable when he flops up and when he doesn't. So it's a whole situation. Anyway, I'm gonna open a champions room.
I'm gonna play something else in the meantime.
Okay.
I am going to do something.
Okay.
I'm going to see a man about a horse.
Oh dear.
I
I'm
gotta
kidding.
go walk my flowers and water my dog.
I do need, and for those wondering why Champions PC, because I can't, it's really difficult to keep up the voice chat if I don't do it that way.
I'm playing Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon in the meantime.
Have fun.
I'm not playing Champions because Fever is there and Fever scares me.
No, I'm not making a fever room this time. I'm making a 2-room, okay?
I'm making a half excuse. I just want to play Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon instead.
That's also fair. So, versus... Actually, I need to do this in online, sorry. Free play. To... create a room. Public. No filter. Allow spectate. Allow cheer effect. I see Aqua is trying to join. 4 players.
So, how about them fellies, right?
Is Fella even playable in this game? Patros is in?
I don't think Felly is. Imagine all the funny we could have if we played Tetris 2 instead, with all the characters we've been talking about the past 25 takes, including Ringle. Not Ringle, Ringing.
But we're not doing Switch. I'm sorry, I can't do it on the Switch. If I did it on the Switch, the voice chat wouldn't work anymore. It's a whole situation. My setup doesn't support it. Okay, we have a full room with 3 6 and 1 Satan. You can still add spectate, but whatever. You're all spectating anyways, or whatever.
3, 6, 1 Satan.
That
sounds funny.
Here we go. Oops, all sick.
No, that's just every day.
So it's 2. Remember, it's not fever, it's 2. Even though the music says fever. I just have this music set because I missed this music.
Don't forget to put the music back on after the trailer.
True. I will do that. I forgot that, right? I keep forgetting that. Ah! Fuck. I'm sorry for that.
Don't forget, Shadow Edge says, don't forget R and Smite.
Oof, okay,
The
that
ringing
was it.
scandal, says Jenny.
Moth in the chat, I low-key need to draw 3 6 and a leash and Satan is holding them. Oh gosh!
We'll feature it on the next Laid Back Puyo Puyo podcast.
If you do it, yeah, we'll feature it in the fan art corner.
Wait, I missed that. What happened?
I died. Somebody
3,
said
6 and a...
somebody offered fan art is what happened.
Yeah, but where did the 3 6 come from?
Oh, well, because we had 3 6 earlier, not now, but earlier. They were
Oh, I
easier.
see.
Yeah.
3, 6 and a Satan.
That makes so much sense. Thank you.
3, 6 and a Satan is just a funny sentence.
Yes.
Sorry.
Plus you.
What if you
Gosh.
curse someone in bed when they sneeze?
Yep. We're being
I mean,
trolled,
I could do
everybody.
that.
We're being trolled.
Darn you, Shoal. You and your wrong opinions about Ellie.
Oh gosh, does he have bad things to say about my girl?
He doesn't like her, and
Oh,
that's all it
patches.
is.
I mean,
That's
I
all
guess
it is.
I guess it's fair, but it's just like, God, she's such a salmon roll.
We don't have to talk about this, you know. He's
Everybody
here.
has their own
He's a
opinions.
Shoal's
Yes, it's
effectively
true.
just a guest. Shoal's a guest of honor too, even though he's
Yeah,
not in the
so-
chat right now.
I
Well,
mean,
Rhea, don't
I just
worry,
like,
Shoal.
I just really like Allie a lot because she's so
Same.
precious.
Oh, it's Allie,
Same-
not
same.
Sally. Oh,
Yeah.
Well, Allie is also great. That's not.
We're not gonna shame you. We're just gonna politely wag a finger. That's all, Shoal.
Yes. Yes.
Don't laugh too hard while you're playing this game, so Neni can win. By the way.
God damn it! I died.
Oh, well,
yeah.
task failed successfully, I guess.
I can't believe Neni is fucking dead.
Again!
Charl is so good. Gosh, Charl is a pro.
Almost as if he has a reputation with a nickname or something.
God, we can't. The swap guy is too powerful. Let's do this again. I can change my character.
Oh, I see. 36 and a Satan. Yes.
Oof, oof.
Ever think about how Fever could be called Swap?
I mean, I'm gonna be ring-gonna. I'm gonna ringle dingle ding this.
Get to
Ringing.
ringing.
Ringing Smite and R.
God,
I can't wait for more laid-back Puyo podcast episodes.
it's so fun to just
It is
chill
fun.
and talk.
I'm glad I got to be a part of this one.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
You're welcome. You can return every now and then if you want.
Yeah, but
Oh, I would love to.
but in space for other people.
But like,
as
not
well.
next time. Not next time.
Ah!
Yeah.
Oh my God! Never mind. I killed.
Next topic's gonna be controversial, anyways.
Is it
Not
the
really. We haven't decided on anything.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I do have an idea of what I want to do next. Not the Bechdel test you won yet, though.
Okay. I was wondering.
But that one should happen because
should.
funny.
I mean, Puyo is a franchise with the Bechdel test, where the Bechdel test is like interesting to apply.
It passes. I'm just curious who doesn't pass.
Rulu.
I mean, Rulu does go. Rulu sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. I'm not
I mean, like,
Rulu's
Rulu's pretty consistent with Rafina.
I am alive.
I'm not gonna
Nuts.
judge her on a per game basis. I'm gonna judge everyone per story basis.
Oh.
So everyone has a chance.
I'm dead.
So even Rulu has a chance.
Yes.
But yeah, she does have a pretty good track record with Rafina.
Still, I am interested in how
Yes.
often she passes.
Yes, fair enough. I am going to get soup.
Are you at soup though?
What?
Are you at soup?
I could be.
Are you
Because
buying
there is
clothes
soup.
there?
No, I don't need to buy clothes at this time. Thank you.
Oh. Then why are you at soup? Why could you be at soup? Why is this ambiguous? Why are you ambiguously at soup?
Shoal is so powerful. It's an honor to play against Shoal.
He says as he's putting your foot on your back.
So somebody has left, so... Wait, nobody has left. So... Does somebody else want to join too, or just so I know before I say okay? Is anybody in the chat who would like to join? Because then we will have to make space, but...
I
okay,
don't want to join.
Shadow Kitsune and X-Car would like to join, so we will have to... Okay. We need another one to drop out for now, so these two can join. Okay, Shoal is still... Okay, so then X-Cow, and then I think we have it then. Come on. X-Cow, where are you? We're doing this for you. Peekaboo, are you okay? Oh, okay, X-Car can't join. One of you two can come back. First come, first serves. First serves come.
So I'm back from soup. Weirdly, there wasn't any soup there at all. It was all clothes.
Oh, good. As nature's healing.
I wanted a soup store.
When will the whole...
Crimson Slushy has sent me something. I'll show it off when we
will the
continue.
hole be filled?
Ooh.
Fill
When
the
the
hole!
hole goes inside.
Oh!
I'm not looking at it. I am playing.
I
Puyo.
like this. I like this a lot. That's cute.
Hey, either Aqua Pear Juice can come back.
Oh, Maddie sees it, of course. Okay, I was kind of confused.
Yes. Yeah, I can see
I
it.
love this one. Can't wait
It's
to
very
let
cute.
it.
Sam the
let it,
Cookie, you can get the Puyo simulator. Oh, Aqua is working. Okay. Pear Juice, you still here? Hole! There's a hole! Maybe I shouldn't say that.
Not without the context of a mole.
Oh. Hole is a very fine word.
Okay. I'm Magro now.
Swell of the mole to update his opinion, right?
Why is Magro in this game anyway? It's kind of funny that
Because
Magro...
Because he's an ARS.
I mean, fair, but it's funny that Magro was put in over Lemris, for example.
Eklo should have been in this game.
He should have. Why is Carbuncle here? Ew.
You're just trying to trigger people now.
Kinda. That's a mean way of putting it, though, and not my intention.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't say.
Neni, I'm doing precisely what I said I love doing.
Trolling.
You don't have to apologize.
No! God damn it! It was all perfect!
It happens every time, don't it?
It was all perfect.
I love you.
Peekaboo, that's why Champions is bad, guys.
It's
It
true.
is, and I hate it. Ew, I'm pinching my nose. It smells so bad.
It could be a lot better. It could be a lot less of a nothing game.
I think it should double its roster at least if they're all gonna be PNGs.
True.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, honestly, it's true. It's like,
Where and I talk about that a lot. And all you really have to do is pay English actors to, you know.
I mean,
granted, I'm not sure how willing Sega of America is willing to do that.
Still.
Because they never seem to. That's a hot take.
I also
Can I
don't
not
think
back
they've
up?
really had a chance.
by some miracle, I am still alive.
Cling
You
on
should
to
stay.
life.
I think you should stay alive, Neni. Life is precious.
That is very
I've
nice
heard
of
that
you.
living is really cool. Anti-suicide people tell me that.
Ah!
I can't recommend dying. It sucks. I've died before. It's never
It
fun.
hurts. It hurts real bad.
It does. It does.
And people get mad at you for dying. They cry and get mad. It sucks.
And it's such a hassle
What are we even doing at
just to
this
keep going.
Yes.
We are going. We are on an absurdist tangent, which is fun.
Yeah, not enough absurdism in life. Don't answer.
Especially not especially not in these days. Things are just so mundane.
I think life itself is an absurdist tangent.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're really not wrong.
What are we a tangent to?
The universe.
A big circle. Which is itself a big circle. Organic life was not meant to be like this.
You're right. We should make sure the robot uprising should happen.
Charles just T-posing over all of us. Is this enough of a break?
I guess.
Okay, so everybody, thank you for partaking in the break. This was fun.
Yeah. Yay!
The break helps so much. The poll could have used one.
Well, I'm seeing a picture here now, so...
Yeah.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, picture.
It is very cute. It is very silly.
Crimson Slushy drew this.
Oh.
He says, I don't know, but I thought about this image when you mentioned having multiple boys. And I do have multiple boys. I have more boys than this picture has Amy's. Times 3. Maybe 4. So...
You probably get like 3 every time you go to IKEA.
2 actually.
Oh gosh.
And you have and you have 2 of those actually.
Yeah.
A massive roster of boys.
Yes.
So many boys.
And at least 7 girls. At least.
Aww. Thank you all for the games too. You guys, this was fun.
Mama knows boy crazy.
Lieflich crazy is the politically correct term, I think.
What?
That's
what crazy?
Lieflich is the IKEA name for boy.
It's the name of the model. It's like blue. How do you even pronounce Blauha? Blaha and Livlik. There's so many of these things.
It's spelled Livlig.
Trial by some.
I am familiar with blowhage.
Yeah.
So.
Trial by some miracle, I actually know what all of these mean. I think I've studied the art of the Puyo enough.
Okay.
So let's
keep the music low.
Oh yeah,
because
it's no music yet.
Don't forget to full screen on your end, Neni.
It is not. Yeah, it's not full screen yet. Full screen now. Here we go.
Ugh. Okay. Let me wait a second. It's not full screen on my end yet. On
what
the
art
stream.
is this from, by the way?
This is Puyo.
That's official.
Puyo 20.
Yeah.
Puyo 20th promo art.
I mean, I know it's official, but it's just like I've never seen it before, and it's really cute.
Well, we don't.
It really
know.
is.
It's probably Akira. It's probably by Akira Mikame.
Rafina has her own logo, and of course she has.
She does.
So,
yeah.
Before we continue, the music is already off.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neni. Okay. Some quiet, some sniggering and giggling is allowed, but yeah.
Enjoy.
Drew.
Hey you. I told you once, I'll tell you twice. Get off my farm. Hey, get back, you moon-faced weirdo.
The girl followed.
Sis, don't go.
Hey, where'd you go? Where did it go? Oh well. Ouchie ouch.
Copia, can't escape.
Let go of me.
No way. You are the farmer's daughter. We are taking you with us.
Keek. Somebody. Help.
And that's all I have to show you. I've got like
Yay!
10 more minutes of active footage, but I'm still not even halfway done, I think.
It's pretty good so far.
The title screen
you.
suggests cockatrice to me.
He's in it, yes.
Also,
The title's more
like-
metaphorical. The title's more metaphorical.
Also, there
I'll
were-
say that up front.
also there were a witch and a wizard, I noticed.
Yes, there were.
Yes.
Why do the witches own a farm? I'm just kidding. They can own all the farms they want.
Yeah, they can own a farm.
I mean, I think you said that it's not the witch we know
Yeah,
from the future games.
Well, what I've said off camera may or may not. What I've said off camera has not been proven on camera, so.
Fair enough. But
Also-
yeah,
yeah.
it's been from what you've shown me, it's very good work.
The sprite art is immaculate.
yeah.
But we all knew that.
The sprite work is immaculate as always.
I'm
Kudos
slowly
to-
working on it again. And I've commissioned the guy. Well, actually, I'm not sure about their pronouns. I'm really bad about that. The person I've hired to make the scrolling text easier to make. I've also hired them to make the path drawing finding easier for myself too. So I can make them slightly easier without compromising the art.
Ooh.
Nice.
I like how
Yeah.
much effort you put into these projects and that you make sure to pay all your artists. Everybody pay your artists.
Hey, there
Yeah.
are.
If you like my presence on this stream or Blue Demon Story, definitely donate later to me. Maybe you've already donated. I haven't checked during the break. And
God, I
now
haven't-
it's too late to check.
I haven't been checking either.
And if you also want to support creators that also pay the people that work for them, you could buy my video game.
Yeah,
Oops.
not playable on Steam Deck. I've tried.
Well, you didn't have to tell them that.
I should
Okay.
make more. Read my fanfic? Question mark? No, yeah. This honestly, I'm glad we could preview this. Actually, there's another thing I would like to share with the chat before we continue. I'm sorry. I know we didn't do this beforehand. God, every time good. The thing is, like, I don't know how many people here have heard already, but Eudaimonics is hosting an art gallery in honor of Six and the Crimson Soul's birthday this year.
Oh.
And basically, if you're planning
Yeah.
to do any sort of fan art for their birthday, you should consider submitting it to that art gallery. Basically, it will be run every year. But it's a great way to get a fan art that way. It's bilingual, so in Japanese and English. I'm just checking.
Also, for this year only, you can submit old art.
Yeah, you
From
can.
next year onward, it's going to need to be new art only.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna share this real quick. Let me just change the. There we go. Yeah, I'll have to fix it up later again. Oh wait, this is okay. It doesn't work that way. Hang on. Let me just reverse this. I did an oopsie. I didn't consider how bad this would be. So let me just do this differently. I have to make a new one? Hang on. Window capture. Browser. I think it would just be nice to push this a bit because I think this is a great project, and I just need to put it where it looks better.
And you does good work too,
Yeah, Hugh does good.
and that should be recognized.
Yeah, it's not just Eudaimonics, it's their partner as well. They are
True.
really
Also true.
both of them are really doing great work.
And we're glad to have them in our lives.
True. So this is the website. And basically, until they will be accepting submissions until the birthday, but it's better if you submit a little earlier, so they're not like flooded wholly just for the birthday itself. So try to submit like in the weeks leading up to it. I'm putting I will now put the link to it in chat. Here it is. It's called Bloom and Hydrangeas. Basically, it's just any fan work that you make, regardless in what format, is acceptable for this fan work gallery, as long as it is in honor of these two characters' birthdays. It does need to obviously be focused on them. Yeah, I think Crimson Slushy, you are definitely prime audience for this. So, and I mean, this year it's allowed to submit old art as well, so I'm sure you have something to show. I'm absolutely sure it's you.
I've already submitted my art.
I should. I have something planned that I wanna do, but I still gotta make that. So that will be a surprise. I'll probably start working on that this week. You can, maybe that would be your own thing. This has to be focused on Sig and possessed Klug. So yeah, I just wanted to push this because it's a really cool project. Here's like, yeah, there's nothing in the gallery right now, but like, as soon as submissions come in, there will be a beautiful gallery here. It can be fanfic, it can be fan art, it can be fan animations, it can be a voice acting project, it can be anything. So yeah, with that said, that was all I wanted to share. We can continue now. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Did you click away?
Yes, it's you're visible again.
Okay. So we see this Blue Demon story. I need to make sure the stream is on a delay, of course.
Yeah, we see you. Yeah, we have your animation here. Now, okay.
Klug actually has a genuine, loving, and supportive family. Klug just lies to them about being okay and not getting into danger, and that nothing is odd about the tome he brought home that he borrowed from the library.
So that brings
Submitted by Klug.
that brings up a completely different question, which is, do the Primp kids ever go home? Because it's pretty clear that Primp is like a boarding school situation, given Klug doesn't live at home. And yeah.
Oh, they're kind of sort of roommates then.
I mean, it is mentioned in the novels that they have separate houses, all of them. So it's a pretty high-class boarding school situation. They probably all have.
Why
like,
don't we
little...
know this stuff? Puyo, the franchise is
please, yeah,
an aneurysm, a mild aneurysm.
Like Sega, I know you don't like it when your kid characters have parents, but these are kids that actually need parents.
True. Well, from what I can tell from the novels, they all have like little huts for themselves in town. But yeah, I wonder if they even go home. But they probably go home during holidays, though. I honestly.
Well, Amity doesn't, but she lives in Primp.
Yeah, there's a lot of fanfic about Klug coming from an abusive background. Oh, hi, this is from Anna. Understandable. I understand this. I don't think that Klug is from an abusive background myself. My personal take was always more that he just has middle child syndrome. Like, I always read him as, like, someone from a big family who was struggling to stand out, and it wasn't that his upbringing was, like, abusive or anything, but just he felt like he was sinking into the crowd of average because there was never, like, any special attention paid to him. Which is...
I know, we really...
Well,
as far as I know, that we've never really gotten into what his family is like. Have we?
All we know, very
all we know is that they exist.
Very in the chat, they named him Klug. The backstory writes itself. Okay. Okay, but
He could use.
the thing with
He could use a boy.
he could use a boy. I think personally, yeah, my take was always that it's not that he has a abusive upbringing, but that he's just like has middle child syndrome. That he just feels like he's not standing out, and that he wanted to be seen. You know, I mean, I'm used that in my fanfics as well to a degree, and the whole thing, the only thing we actually do know about him is that he grew up in the same neighborhood as Lemvrus, and it was probably a high-class neighborhood because Lemvrus' family is stinking rich, so that is interesting. And also that he clearly knew Lemvrus when he was little, when Klug himself was little, so it always came off to me like Lemvrus was like a babysitter for the younger kids in his neighborhood. That's how it came off to me.
Which makes his crush on Lemvrus a babysitter crush.
Anna in the chat says, I actually kept beating this around in my head a lot after submitting and realized this kind of spawned from my overall discomfort at the fact I have noticed a lot of people were like headcanon or writing really dark stories and stuff sometimes forget, and hey, these characters can also be happy and have good things. I think both is valid. It depends on what you kind of need in your own life to a degree, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have nothing to say.
You're not super attached to Kluger in general, I think.
No.
Honestly,
I mean, I like Klug okay. It's just like there's not really much. It's like all I know is that we don't know anything about him.
I mean, we
about
know,
his.
I think we know enough.
I mean,
about him.
his upbringing. Yeah.
The thing is, like,
we just know some.
I mean, the thing is like that the early dev comments on him for Fever 1 noticed that he's just a painfully average boy. Like, they put emphasis on how painfully average he is. And that's kind of where I take my own take from, that he just is afraid of sinking into the crowd and disappearing and not being seen by anybody, which is a completely normal fear people can have.
Yeah. It's very relatable.
And I agree, we should see more of the parents of the characters. Like Lemvrus, we know has parents, but we haven't seen them. Yeah.
We know Ringo has parents and a grandmother.
And a grandmother.
Who's insane. Maguro has at least one parent, probably, and a brother.
Yeah. We can move on.
Rizakuma.
Oh, Rizakuma.
Rizakuma doesn't have parents. Because, even God didn't spawn him.
Rizakuma we will never know. And that's the exciting part.
Yes. Who's ready for 77?
Me.
Puyo Pop Fever's English dub nowadays is far from being the worst thing in the world. Sure, there are some meme-worthy moments here and there. Cuff, cuff, cane surging, cuff. And a couple of the voices can be a bit grating. It's not the best English dub in the world, but it's definitely not the worst.
Yeah, because, you know what the worst is? The Sonic Adventure English dub! I should escape.
That you might need a run, Neni.
It's not wrong.
I'm sorry, I always have Sonic Adventure set to Japanese when I play. I know people can't consider it iconic, but I can't.
I mean, it's a very awkward dub, and I think there was, as I understand it, there was a lot of directorial issues, but
like with Fever 1, I think the English dub for Sonic Adventure 1 is more meant for Japanese audience to enjoy. Because they won't pick up the imperfections, shall we say, as much.
I mean,
still, Dean Bristov was a great Eggman.
I am indifferent.
Hey, iCocket in the chat says, who knew that this entire stream Neni would have the hottest take? Honestly, I think that Fever 1 dub is charming. I think it's charming. I don't think it would work nowadays, but I do think it is charming.
Yeah.
That is my take.
I would have liked more full screen art of Fever 1. because this is wonderful.
This is
But
gorgeous.
one-
This is why we need
But the
CGs.
But the
So
actual,
good.
but the actual in-game sprite for the Monsai's are so small.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
What game
Next
released
thing?
in 2003? It sounds like an absolute masterpiece. I can understand that take, honestly.
it's still a Dreamcast game at a core.
Yeah.
Dreamcast games
Yeah.
have this magical quality about them, and I don't know how to explain it.
Honestly,
And they also absolutely need to be on Dreamcast too. Sonic
Honestly-
Adventure 2 is a Dreamcast game, but it only feels like a Dreamcast game on the Dreamcast for some reason.
is there actually a single Dreamcast game with a English dub that doesn't sound awkward? Because I'm thinking about it and like, okay, maybe Space
Skies
Channel
of
5.
Arcadia.
What?
Resident Evil 3, maybe?
Okay.
Skies of Arcadia.
Skies of Arcadia, maybe. Because I'm thinking of Shenmue.
Have you seen any sailors?
Oh, Shinmu is so charming. It's like it's not good, but it's so charming. I love it.
You can't. I haven't played Shenmue, but I can't be mad at Shenmue when I play it.
And Space Channel 5 is Space Channel 5?
Oh, I love Space Channel 5. We adore it.
Yeah.
Oh, hi,
pretty good.
Deltrix.
Hi, Deltrix.
Wait, you
I
didn't
think
have
Space Channel
electricity
5
and Wi-Fi until now? What? Are you okay?
It
I
doesn't
think
sound like
Space... I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he's okay. So, Cerulean Emerald in the chat says, I feel the same way about Fever 1 dub. Klug's Fever 1 actor is my favorite. I think Klug's Fever 1 actor and his Mick Ringard voice are both canon, and he just had puberty. That's my take.
Aya Corkut. I don't think Jet Set Radio has an English dub. I mean a Japanese dub. Same with Parappa the Rapper, which has great English, but it's only ever spoken in English. So that's
Isn't
what I
that
kind of
PS2?
mean with Parappa the Rapper's PS1 and PS2.
Yeah, so not a Dreamcast game.
How did...
Yeah, but still, that ties into the fact that some Japanese games are purely only spoken in English for the Japanese entertainment.
So the entire...
Resident
Yeah, like
Evil 1
Resident
is also like
Ever
that.
Resident Evil 1 is very infamous for it.
So,
Yes.
So according
Yeah.
to Deltrix, the entire Iberian Peninsula was out of power for 10 hours today. How did I not
Jeez.
hear
Scary.
about that? How did I not hear about that? Jeez.
That's extremely scary.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back. Sorry that
Yeah.
happened.
Enjoy the VOD when
Yeah.
when this is over.
Yeah.
Also, I noticed that you have there's a dead Mamano on this slide. What's the deal with that?
Oh, it's a Puyo Pop Fever 1 voice actor take.
You're sick of those.
Oh, true.
It's the,
We have
it's the
had a
last
bunch.
one.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I am sure about that.
Let's continue.
Okay. Oh, this is a small wall text. Nice.
Ooh.
As subjective as game preferences can be, I find that the Puyo fandom has very mixed and confused opinions about any Puyo game. I can find many objective reviews and opinions around, and especially when it comes to considering them as actual games, and not just a story with a side dish of Puyo. Or maybe they enjoy the game but overlook its flaws, but they never acknowledge them either. I know it's a problem with every fandom, but I think the huge story influence that Puyo has leads to people to overlook the games for what they are, games. I feel like Puyo 7 has the worst of that.
I mean, to a degree,
First of all,
I think to a degree has to do with which bubble you're in. Maddie, your turn.
I was going to say, reviews and opinions are by definition subjective.
Yes.
You will never find an objective review or opinion.
It does depend on where you spend time.
Yeah.
Personally, I see. I've been clowning on Yon with people for years. even though we don't think that the plot is bad or anything, and a lot of us love the art style. It's just because of the gameplay that we clown on Jan. I personally clown on skill battle a lot, simply for being skill battle, regardless of which game it's in. I love Tattoo, but that does not make me want to play skill battle. I am very sorry.
I don't talk about about the gameplay because I'm not qualified to talk about the gameplay. I play Puyo games, but I'm terrible at them.
No, I think anybody can talk about the gameplay, and the fact that the games are very bad at tutorializing is part of the gameplay. The games are really bad at tutorializing, also Baisei. And that is part of the gameplay and part of what makes them sadly a little bit worse as games. That's why I was so happy when Puzzle Pop literally starts with a short tutorial. I was like, holy hell, it only took them 30 years to figure this out. Amazing.
Why aren't the first matches in Puyo story modes tutorials?
I have no idea. It's such...
I mean, they were in the Fever games, but, you know...
They didn't quite...
Yeah, they weren't good tutorials.
Yeah, it's just...
They were not. They were not.
I am Miss Accord. I am talking at you now, and you're just mashing the button anyway, so you are not absorbing anything I say. Meow, that's right.
No, even the practice, even the in-practice stuff of the tutorial isn't good.
Yeah, it's
just not a very good teacher.
I'm sure that there must be better. I think that the tutorials should be Nazupuyo. That's my take.
Yes.
If you'd make the tutorials Nazupuyo, like if you're true Nazupuyo at the
I'm down
people...
for more Nazupuyo. I love Nazupuyo.
As for 7's gameplay is fun, but also the game balance is all over the place. Like, what the hell even?
I was more thinking about the story for the side that only focuses on story.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun.
It is fun.
It's a mess. It's fun, but it's a mess. But as a game, 7 definitely has issues because there's no linear progression of difficulty. You start low and then suddenly Sig. And then go a little down. And then suddenly Lambrus. And it's just... There's no progression like this. 7 just goes up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. And it's kind of an issue.
Right, you have they give you Draco and then immediately Shazo.
I know people who refuse to clear 7 because they ran into Sig and were like, no, too hard, goodbye.
Is it the difficulty spike?
Yes, Sig is a bad difficulty spike.
Didn't know that. Because nobody talks about 7's gameplay.
I think we should talk more about the gameplay outside of tournament usability.
Yes.
Like I said, I have nothing to say about gameplay.
I think Puzzle Pop is actually a lot better at this, even better than 20th was, even better than the TED games are, because Puzzle Pop actually cleverly uses the items and restrictions to manipulate the difficulty level. And they had the issue where the final boss was a joke early on, but they patched that, thankfully.
Free the game!
Free the game!
Oh, oops. That was a slip, sorry.
No, it's
Thank you for the nothing take.
It's too late! It's too late!
Thank you for the nothing take.
You made damage. Your damage has been dealt.
I'm sorry, if you don't like... I got... Okay, somebody wants me to hydrate. I have to hydrate before I have to complain about
They
it.
want you to hydrate, or they want you to shut up?
No,
One or the
I have
other.
to talk about this. Guys, it's okay to not like Zig. That doesn't mean that he's a bad character. It just means you don't like a character.
You're allowed to like or dislike whatever you want. That's what makes this world so magical. Is that we all have different likes and dislikes. That's the beautiful thing.
So
I just want some serotonin to go between them.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
So,
Serotonin is nice to have.
Sig is a great character. He has a lot of depth, especially when you like look at the details with his character. There is so much to speculate and so much to work with there, and his whole setup. There's a reason why Rei Ayanami is a popular character, and Sig is basically Rei Ayanami, but more child friendly to a degree, somewhat more child friendly,
And a bit less girl.
and bit less girl. So and also with more happiness in his life, vaguely. I mean, the thing is, like, Sig is actually that's the thing, though. Sig is actually very happy with his life. He likes being himself, even if he doesn't show it. I think he's actually great. Sig is actually great disability rep, because Sig is not something you should fix. Sig is Sig. Sig is not broken. Sig likes himself. I think this was already in a...
And his friends love him, too.
Also the chat was talking about... Oh god, the chat is talking about Mayna's challenges. Should we talk about those?
The Nazapuyos?
I don't think they're relevant enough at the
Yeah,
moment.
that's fair. I personally like them a lot, but that's all I can say right now.
Nazo Puyo I don't think is relevant right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I love no Nazo Puyo standalone takes, by the way, because they need to make more Nazo Puyo stuff.
They certainly do.
True, they do need to make more Nazo Puyo in general. But I'm glad that Nazo Puyo is in Puzzle Pop. And speaking of Puzzle Pop, I think Puzzle Pop showed very well that Sig is like just somebody who really likes his own life. He's given like literally he has all this power, and all he wants to use it for is to make other people happy, because he doesn't need anything for himself, because he likes his life already.
And he
then
cares
comes
so much
that
about
evil
his friends.
stick that showed up like 2 times.
But he also cares. He just cares so much.
Yeah, he's a caring boy, even though it doesn't look like he does.
That's the autism.
He doesn't look like someone to me who has fun often.
I mean, he doesn't look like it, doesn't mean he doesn't.
I am projecting, honestly.
Okay,
so.
that's fair. Anyway.
Who wants take 80?
Yeah, let's go.
I have a crush on Strange Klug, but not on Klug. Help. On top of that, what would be your guys' opinion on Strange Klug in a hypothetical relationship?
Hypothetical.
What the hell?
What kind of hypothetical relationship?
Guys, why are we doing just shipping takes today? What is this? Okay.
Ask Mamano.
Okay, look. It's completely it's completely normal to be into the Crimson Soul and not into Klug, because they are different people. The possessed Klug is just the Crimson Soul using a Klug bodysuit, and it's fair. I like Klug a lot. I like Klug a lot, but the thing is, like, it's a different person. It's a person who has a lot of stuff going on, mostly having been stuck in a book for God knows how long, and is being full of rage and despair and
He's a living bookmark.
And boredom.
Oh.
And sensory deprivation. Can't forget that.
I don't think it's weird to not have a crush on Klug, but have a crush on a completely different character who just happens to share physical features for plot reasons.
Yeah.
It's like...
Yeah.
It's like if people say, I have a crush on Roxas but not on Sora, help. It's like, good?
Also, what is the deal with Steam City Aya? What is his deal? What is their deal?
I want to know. Also, what is our opinions on Strange Klug in a relationship? I don't think the Crimson Soul likes humans very much, so you might be out of luck.
I think they would want to have a more permanent solution than what they got right now before they could even possibly think about that sort of thing.
I think they would like to get out of that prepubescent boys, well, not people, that pubescent boy's body first, because it's not theirs.
I have nothing to comment. you two pretty much already
Yeah.
put it.
Yeah,
But hey, more power to anyone.
exactly.
Why
81?
doesn't he move out from the damn city? If he had steam magic, he's probably bound to the tower.
Also, I kind of love this.
Possibly.
Is this take influenced by something recently, and by what? Nah.
Nah.
Oh my god, Chargeman, no! Okay, I'm not reading this, but Chargeman did a shazo. God, even Rary is pointing it out.
Wow!
Where?
Wow!
Oh, that's...
Let's continue, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't really care for Ringo as a protagonist. I think R and Smite fit better as protagonists because they fit the magical setting better. I don't hate Ringo though, I think she's fine by herself. But if she's the protagonist of a game, excluding Puyo 7 and Tetris, that's a lot of exceptions,
There's
buddy.
a lot of
I think it means example, not exception.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That would make more sense.
my bad. She just feels kind of bland to me. I kind of agree. Sorry, I don't know how to put my thoughts into work very well. No, I feel this. I think Ringo's much better when she's with someone she bounces off really well,
That is
a
true.
la Magaro.
And it's funny you say that because that's my opinion about T.
I think she
I
bounces
feel
off
like
with
T is
yeah.
is insufferable on his own.
No!
Oh, I disagree.
No!
T is great
Well, okay,
on
not,
his own.
insufferable is a strong word, but
Yeah,
he does need somebody to bounce off of.
I think T and Ringo have like a great chemistry with each other. I think.
They do,
I-
but
but
it's
But I do agree.
but I don't think
I do agree. Ringo
Yeah, go
needs
ahead.
somebody to bounce off of. When she's on her own, she just kind of tends to spiral in so many ways.
I mean it's not always negative spiraling.
I do like Ringo as a protagonist, but I wish they would lean more into her being an isekai protagonist. I mean, they do it sometimes. They do it more than they do with some other things, but I think they could go further with it because she is the
Yeah, like
isekai.
this is a girl who literally went to fell into a different world and and came back with magic powers.
Yes.
Like how does that change her life?
Like with Arl, I think just adding one trait is all I need to have Ringo fixed.
Well, does being a massive nerd count as a trait?
No.
Honestly, you know how I always want. I mean, you guys know that I've been writing in my spare time slowly on a treatment for how I would adapt Puyo as an anime,
Yes.
and
Yes.
how I would handle Ringo is like that. Ah, I know this sounds weird, but I would have it so that at the very beginning, when she first shows up, she's like very straight-laced and like repressing all of her quirky nature because she's just kind of been beaten by reality into being quirky is not nice. You have to go to school, and then you have to go to the next
Yeah.
school, and then you have to go to the next school,
The-
and then
the-
you have to
the
be
whole
successful.
being
And like, yeah,
I
being
would have
forced to
preferred
mask.
that.
I think if she was like if she'd kind of been like beaten down by Japanese society to the point that Magaro is worried about her, and like actually coming to Primp causes her to like let loose again and like be herself again slowly. That's how I
Yes,
would
that-
handle it.
I wish.
That'd be great.
I don't think that would make me like her, but I would get her better if that was the case.
I mean, it would make sense of why the characterization between 7 and 20th is different. That's why I would do
Yeah.
it. I like tying stuff like this into plot, you know? That's how I do it.
So anyway, I love this render.
Because it stares into
He
your
stares
soul.
into your soul.
Why did Sega okay this?
Because Ringo is very intense. Stare.
Because Sega makes decisions.
Bad decisions, according to last stream even.
Yes,
I
they
forget what thing that was.
they are.
I just love
Sega is incompetent sometimes. Not the devs, but just the corporation. But that's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the corporation.
Like that.
Also, I love these kids. They're very
Okay,
adorable.
I have to say this.
And precious.
There are people who are trying to convince me that not selling any of the games they are selling at the Switch 2 launch as upgrade packages is intentional because they expect people to double dip. I don't think that. I think it's just sheer incompetence. I just think they didn't consider it. Because I don't think anybody could possibly think that that would make more money than selling upgrade packages that almost everybody would buy. Because I think they are missing out on an entire bracket of sales that way. I think it was just sheer incompetence in the management. That's my honest opinion.
I want a Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 S theme DLC.
We all wanted to be DLC. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow Edge Pro does not have 2010 vision, she has 24 vision, which is even sharper. Her eyes are so inhumanly sharp that she has more visual acuity than an eagle. This is not possible in real life and would not be healthy.
She can probably see the lice in your hair.
She can probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just one of the funny things about her.
I wish they could kind of lean into that a little bit more, though.
It would be nice.
Shoal, does any
There's so much potential in all these characters.
Shoal, does any company other than Nintendo have access to upgrade packs? Yes! Sid Meier's Civilization 3 is getting an upgrade pack. So it's
A Story of Seasons game too.
Yeah. It's just Sega being incompetent, I think. It's not just Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, it's all of Sega's games that could reasonably have an upgrade pack did not get one. This includes Sonic X Shadow Generations, a game that came out 4 months ago and is only getting boosts that would make sense as an expansion pack. And for some reason, you can transfer your save data from the Switch version to the Switch 2 version. But it is not an upgrade pack. It feels like incompetence.
Okay.
It does not feel like they actually expect people to just double dip. It just feels like pure
They don't know what they're doing.
incompetence. Yeah, they don't know what they're doing at this point. And the management, not the devs, the management. Yeah. Anyway, continuing.
Yes,
Okay, we've had enough of this ringing take. Puyo Puyo Quest should have collabs with Western media. No, not Western as in cowboys, I mean anything outside Japan. Like things produced in the States. Still waiting on that Tom and Jerry 85th anniversary collab saga.
I don't think
Thing is, there's no market for that.
they would.
Yeah, there's kind of a thing called like demographics and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And licensing.
Yeah, the thing is like, if they want to do that, they would have to do it with a franchise that is actually popular in Japan. Undertale. It could happen with Undertale. That's the one.
It could.
That's the one I could actually imagine it, Brent. And I
could see
And I've
Undertale or Deltarune.
And I've consistently written Undertale into the collab requests on the surveys on.
You have to remember,
Quest.
we go to Japanese anime conventions. Japan doesn't really go to Western animation conventions.
But they do like Toby Fox's games a lot, so I feel like
Yeah.
I have a chance there. I also think I know who posted this.
I also think I know who posted this.
You'd be surprised, actually.
Yeah, okay.
I've never heard of this person.
Me neither. Okay, color me surprised. But yeah, I am still waiting
you
for the
agreeing?
Undertale collab. I want Sans and Puyo Crest.
God, that would be so funny.
Imagine Sans has just one single HP, but you can only remove it if you get his shields down.
God, I want to see how Papyrus bounces off of everybody. That's gonna be great. That would be great.
So fun. And everybody
I want
drawn in the
Papyrus
Puyo
to have
style.
a Dark Prince.
Oh my God, yeah.
Perfect. So yeah, that's
Well,
and this
I
is
don't-
why every single year I write Undertale into the collab requests. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, we don't have much to say about this, surprisingly. There's just no market for this.
Yeah, unless it's...
Oh, okay. Before we continue, I think Automo X Salt is not the right phrasing this submitter is thinking about. So
I'm
keep
going
that
to
in
be
mind
right
as I
back.
rate.
I'm going to be right back.
Oh no!
Well, keep
Oh,
going.
no.
Keep going. Don't wait for me.
I think Automo X Salt is super cute, with so much potential, and it doesn't deserve the hate it gets. Buddy, don't phrase it like this, please.
I'm worried that it is actually.
People
oh
mostly
dear.
prefer to see them as a found family, but I always saw them as childhood friends instead, considering they have barely any lore. What stops me from thinking that they grew up together, and that's why Automo is super attached and head over heels for Sal.
Okay, we've got a winner. We've got a winner. That take is not just spicy. That take burns down the building. What the fuck? What the
I'm
actual?
gonna go with the benefit. I'm gonna go for the benefit of the doubt, and they mean friend shipping.
I'm not sure.
Spacebar, space.
I'm not
going
sure
for
yet.
the benefit of.
I understand
I'm not
why.
either, but I'm going for the friend spacebar shipping here, as a benefit of the doubt.
The problem is I've seen somebody actually ship this as a romantic ship, and I'm afraid that is that person. Look, Oh god.
Read this if you want to. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, guy, it's a whole ass adult and a 10-year-old. And there's like, unlike the other characters, there isn't really much you can interpret there. Otomo is literally his court
I
appointed.
think they're a fun dynamic.
Yeah,
That's
but
a
not
better
as
word
a
for it.
ship. Not as a ship.
Yeah,
No.
this is definitely a ship. With the use of the term OTP, that's definitely a ship.
Yeah. I'm sorry, dude.
Okay.
But no. Absolutely no.
Yeah.
No.
Like
No.
They're posting a lot in the Tumblr tag, and it's like, you know what? Great. I love the fact that you have passion. Tone it down, please. With the
Please
shipping.
we should go to the next take. I'm very
Okay.
disturbed.
We've talked about this several times already.
Oh, this
An
is so much
animated adaptation of Puyo Puyo has the potential to evaluate. I don't think that's the right word. The series the way the games haven't been doing recently. One that tells that very compelling story people have been wanting with the franchise for years. It just needs to have the right vision to pull it off.
Thank you for your submission.
Thank you for the submission. I do think that, I mean, we have talked about this a bunch. That makes it slightly better, Moth, but it doesn't work with canon. Anyway, yeah, elaborate. I mean, we have talked about this. We all want an anime that can, like, kind of, like, consolidate everything.
Yeah.
Are we all still in shock?
I'm not in shock. I'm too jaded to be shocked.
I'm just kind of zoned out.
Okay,
Also,
we need to
I forgot something.
refocus because we should be excited about this. Yes, anime, please. Look at
Yes,
Shadow
please.
moving.
But I mean, I can't be excited about it because we've talked about it so many times already. It's like, yes, please. But also,
I
it's
wouldn't
like,
be excited
can't really
about this
say-
anyways.
I just feel like we've kind of talked. Like, I'm not sure at this point what we want to say anniore about
Very,
this.
very in the chat, please shut up. No. The problem is, Very, how did you even identify what this? How do you know these characters well enough to know what right to make such an adequate comparison? I hate you.
I mean, to be in absolute fairness, Neni, the games make the same joke.
Yeah. Anyway, anime. We all
Next
love
slide.
anime. We all love anime, right? Anyway.
I don't.
Yes.
You don't like anime?
Well, I don't like anime as a monolith. I like an individual series
Okay,
of anime,
yeah.
sure, but
Fair.
Yeah, of
I
course.
don't
Well,
like
yeah,
it as
sure.
a monolith.
I mean, I think that's true of pretty much any subgenre of medium
True.
of media.
I just wish the average person would talk like it isn't a monolith.
That is true. That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
That I was about to say I want Studio Trigger to animate it because I think their art style would suit so well. Like that, the animation style would suit so well with the Puyo designs, with the modern Puyo designs.
Not just that, the storyboarding too.
Yes.
They're storyboarding too, don't
But
forget.
also, you need to let the studio Trigger animators go do their thing. Let them go ham, because I love Dungeon Meshi, but they were trying way too hard to stay 1-to-1 with the manga, and there weren't very many episodes that just had that Studio Trigger bounce.
I was very shocked when I read that it was Studio Trigger because I was like, this does not look like Studio Trigger. They really held back there. Oh my god.
Don't they typically just do original stuff?
Yeah, they do a lot of
based on the
original
manga?
stuff. Yeah. But
Yeah,
Dungeon Meshi was like one of their rare animated adaptations. But I do think
And it's like the apparently the director of the adaptation is a very big fan. Great. I respect that. I love it too. But it's also like you can't please let your animators be whimsical.
yes.
Please.
If I may play devil's advocate over a topic I barely know anything about, isn't Delicious in Dungeon kind of a subdued comedy?
It is.
No.
I would say so. Actually, it's not like super slapstick or anything. It feels very much like a good D&D campaign, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I mean, like
not-
it's. Well, I mean, it's grounded, but I'm not sure if that's the same.
Studio over.
I'm not. It's grounded, but I don't think that necessarily means it's low key.
Yeah, but
Still,
I think there's
don't
not
think
much.
that's.
As mom would say,
That's-
sorry.
It's not something to hire Studio Trigger over to begin with, I think.
Maybe
I don't care anyway.
Moth, just because
you should, because
just because they
Good.
have done, because Studio Trigger has done adult stuff doesn't mean that all of their stuff is adult stuff. They can do stuff that is for all ages too.
Yeah.
You have to keep the studio apart from the individual works.
That goes for some real people too.
Yeah.
yes.
Like if we said that this is like if we said Sega makes Yakuza, I can't imagine Sega doing Puyo Puyo.
Yeah. So next slide.
Sure.
I don't
Why
think
not?
we.
Yeah, I mean, we already said so much about how much we want an anime adaptation, so it's not like we can add much.
Sega, give them money.
A Game
I
2
can add something.
Game Tune Entertainment. Game Tune Entertainment. We know that they didn't make the Quest intro, but we want them to make an anime. That's all. Yeah.
Yes.
I can add something if you want. I think
Sure.
after the opening arc, we should have a flashback arc where Shezo is adopted by Manfred von Karma, and we see how he interacts with his adoptive brother, Rune Lord.
Yes. Yeah.
Where did this come from?
Ace Attorney anime adaptation.
They did that?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked watching the first time that Manfred actually had a sullen expression looking over the now orphaned young Edgeworth. So
just thinking
anyway,
We can keep going.
Yes. Let's keep going.
yeah, 85. Klug has siblings. He has at least one overachieving sibling who Klug struggles to live up to, and also has at least one younger sibling who his parents treat as a typical youngest child, giving more attention despite doing less. No matter how much Klug does, he will never live up to his older sibling, and his parents will never pay the same amount of attention to as they would with his youngest sibling. You can't tell me he doesn't have middle child syndrome. This could also be a reason that he's so interested in dark magic if he has family members who can use it. Because that interest has nothing to do with Lemris.
Okay, firstly, the
It
interest
actually does kind of.
it does kind of because Lembus' family are dark mages. Lembus himself isn't, but his family are.
Yeah, I mean, he was a dark. He did use dark magic for a while, and then he was like, I don't like, but he was eventually like, I don't like doing this. I'm leaving.
Also, but aside from this, who's that guy you put in there as the oldest sibling?
He looks like an adult Klug, right?
Kind of.
But that is not the answer to the question.
Okay, I just wanted to get that affirmation out of there first. That's a guy from Silent Hill 3.
Oh yeah,
His
the
name
guy
is
that's like,
Vincent.
oh yeah, the guy that's like, you think those were monsters?
I think that's just kind of weirdly fitting in relation with Klug. And same for Brainy Smurf.
So, this take is literally what I said.
I was holding back some snickering because of that.
I mean, I can absolutely agree with this. I think he has more siblings than that, though, just because it's funny to imagine Klug just drowning in a little sea of siblings.
We can all agree these are his siblings, by the way, right?
I mean, sure, if you want to.
I'm
not going to write that fic, but you can have that.
It's true that Brainy Smurf always makes me think of Klug. I can't deny it.
I've never watched Smurfs, and I plan to keep it that way.
Oh, the Smurfs is actually a really good show. I
It
watched
is.
some old Smurfs cartoon the other day, and it's pretty epic if you dial back your definition of epic just a smidge.
I mean, that's true of anything. Literally anything.
No, legit. They're really gripping stories for what they are.
I mean, they had some girls, which was surprising. I said that because Sazette is my favorite. Sazette was always my favorite.
I've never seen her much,
Aw.
actually.
Sazette is best girl. Mayonnaise decided to give the Primp kids actual families.
Agreed!
I mean, I absolutely agree with that.
Agreed, so much.
But yeah,
So,
I agree that Klug has middle child syndrome. It actually comes up in my fanfic, so yeah. I think some people have read that.
So who wants to take 86?
Me.
I'll take it.
With things like Shadow's innuendos and Amity's blushing gibberish at a misunderstanding, and Rafina's damage animations, there's a lot of risque jokes in the series, and it's such a big elephant in their room, and I've seen people just deny it.
It's because
How do we want to...
It's because it originated in the 90s in Japan, and that was just normal there, including in kids media. And
Yeah.
nowadays, Puyo kind of doesn't aim itself at children as much as millennials. I know people don't realize it, but Puyo is nostalgia food for millennials. So if they remove the stuff that makes it nostalgic, they are afraid of losing the audience. So they're very careful with that.
But
Also-
Rafina and Amity are 90s.
Well, also, Amity just generally has no idea what's going on. She just has this idea in her head of what adult stuff is like, and gets all blushy about that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the intent, but to an audience, that can come across way different.
Yeah, and I think
I guess that's true.
I think that's intentional though, because as I said, they wanted to still feel kind of like an anime from the 90s, and because it is aimed at people who grew up in the 90s, so they keep that retro factor in there. It's kind of a retro series in that regard, and that doesn't mean you have to like it.
That means... But also, saying you gave 3 examples, it's like, that's not a lot of risque jokes. Although
Maybe they didn't know they have way more space than
Yeah.
than they have.
And there is more than that. We know that there's more than that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, granted, the part of that is the dub's fault.
Not all of it. I point
Well,
you.
I said part of it.
Yeah,
I said part of it.
I point you at
I do think
15.
Rafina getting punted is funny though.
I mean, they have been dialing it down lately. I think they feel
Yeah.
like they have like enough of a charm that they don't entirely need to rely on nostalgia at this point. But like, a lot
Let's
of
keep
it is
that going.
probably because they just didn't want to lose that nostalgia feel. So, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Fair.
yeah.
Okay.
I can't.
right.
I'd have
I
nothing
can't.
to
I'm not
add.
trying to defend or I'm not trying to defend or deny or anything. It's just it is something that comes out of the context that the series comes out of. I think.
I do find all these examples funny, personally.
Yeah. I mean, we are millennials, so yeah.
Yeah. That's
Am
true.
I don't know. I don't like defining people by what generation they're born in.
You're from the 90s.
I don't care.
That was the point Neni was making.
Yeah, we are millennials.
Okay.
I mean,
I
okay,
don't have much attachment to it.
that's fair.
All right. Fair
And
enough.
yes, Fever 1 Amity is very 90s in spirit. Very true.
So who wants to take 87?
Yes.
I'll take it.
Oh, this is influenced by Twitter, so...
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Understandable.
I think it'd be funny to see more over-the-top, goofy Western-styled characters in similar veins to like Scratch and Grounder, Toe Jam and Earl, Earthworm Jim, Donkey Kong, Spaghetti, Spapino Spaghetti, SpongeBob, the likes, to step foot in the Puyo domain. Whether it's characters created for the series, inspired by that style, or straight up the aforementioned characters crossing themselves over.
I know who wrote this.
I also know who wrote this.
I know-
For certain this time.
I know only one person who. Yeah, but I know who did it. There's only one person who talks about Toe Jam and
Yeah.
all like that.
There's really only one person. Hi, Zach.
Yeah, hi, Zach. I'm sorry, but I don't know if there would be a market for that in Japan. And they can't
But
only...
inspired, maybe.
Yeah, I guess inspired.
There can be
yeah.
There can be a
But also
single
Scratch-
set inspired by it.
But also, everybody, those first 5 characters are all characters that just that are basically just artifacts of the 90s at this point. They don't really do anything anymore. They don't exist, more or less.
Scratch and Grounder do have a connection to Puyo
Yeah.
Puyo, at least. I'll give
Yeah,
them
I mean,
that.
they do. That is true. That is true.
And it's not like Mean Bean Machine doesn't get re-released in
Yeah.
Japan either.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
that's
how I
true.
would fit those characters in, but that's also because I'm not a very slapsticky kind of person. I mean,
I do want more creatures, and these are definitely creatures.
those are definitely
Pepino
creatures.
Spaghetti.
I mean, they could definitely do something that is inspired
is
by a Western animation. I think.
Pepino Spaghetti is a creature in the same way that Mario 64 Mario is a creature.
Agreed.
What about Donkey Kong? How would you
Donkey
make?
Kong is an ape.
How would you make Donkey Kong interact with the cast of Puyo Puyo?
I don't know how Donkey Kong interacts with anything, to be perfectly honest.
How about we let Pepino Spaghetti parry some Puyo Puyo garbage?
That would be funny.
Yes.
I mean,
But I have nothing to add.
You could
This
make,
is better than the previous Western take one.
yeah.
But still, there's no market.
There is no market.
Yeah.
I stay with it. There's only a few Western franchises that could break into a Puyo collab like this, and one of them is Undertale.
And the other is Sonic the Hedgehog.
Well,
Sonic the
that's
Hedgehog is
already
a-
happened.
Shell,
That's already happened.
Shell says, I'd love it way
Case
too
in
much
point.
if Kirby was a guest character in the Puyo series. I don't think Nintendo would do that, unfortunately, as much as I would love it.
Yeah, no.
And Sega and Sonic is a Western franchise made in Japan. Be damned.
Yeah, pretty much.
I know, but I'm just saying it. But I wasn't denying that. I was just saying that Sonic's
know,
already
I know.
crossed over with Puyo Puyo.
We
I
had
was preempting.
some-
I was preempting some other comments.
We had the
Fair
Sonic.
enough.
We had the Sonic crossover, true. So there's one.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Chunky, it's not your day.
I'm sorry, Chunky.
We miss you, and not because you're dead. It's just you've never been in a game. Folks, Donkey Kong Country 3 on the Game Boy Advance.
Well, Bonanza isn't out yet.
But also
There's
he's
still
dead.
hope. But the Bonanza isn't out yet. There's still hope for Chunky. I believe
yeah,
in Chunky.
$100 hope.
Well, apparently he needs to be wearing pants if he wants to be in Bonanza.
That's fine.
That's doable.
Who wants 88?
Me.
Sure, why not?
Cut off with the whole Satan is a creep who loves oral joke. I feel he could be way more I think I read that wrong. Cut off with the whole Satan is a creep who loves oral joke. I feel he could be way more enjoyable. Plus make him a little more villainesque, but I don't know. Another case of misdiagnosing Satan.
Oh dear.
He's not a villain, he's a doofus.
Yeah.
He literally, his first appearance was showing off his Tinder bio. He's never been a convincing villain in any way, at any point.
No. He is always strong.
Yes.
He's always
That's
powerful,
about
but
it.
that's literally it.
And the first half, we had an entire take about this. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Like complicated.
And
so is that all we have to say?
With the first one, because
R.
I mean, Satan can be a threat, but he's not gonna antagonize people.
What's the point of it?
For any other reason than he wants their fun.
People. I think there's just a lot of people who see, evil, demonic overlord and think evil overlord, and the fact that he's also Satan means he must also be evil, and it's just a whole. It's a mental equivalent of a game of telephone, and it's just like that's kind of missing the point of the character.
I mean, to be fair, Puyo Ted One Step kind of played up the Demon Lord stuff. He felt kind of like a Disgaea character at some point.
Okay, anecdote. When I played Puyo Tetris 1, which was my first real Puyo game, I quickly pieced together that he isn't evil, even before I met him.
That is fair.
Yeah.
So... Also, does my character look evil?
No.
Given all that description?
No, cute.
Okay.
Evil people don't wear glasses, except for the ones that do.
Except for the ones that do. I'll just say that the whole thing with... Okay, in Quest there is one part where Satan realizes that Al
flies off the handle.
Yeah, Satan flies off the handle because Al has been warped to a pocket dimension and harmed.
And Carbuncle too.
And Satan threatens to kind of nuke everyone in the room. And Rokia actually has a moment where he's like, we're all gonna die. This man is serious.
Yeah,
and he's way too strong for us to beat him. We are all dead. That was actually a good moment because it's nice to show, yes, he is actually really dangerous. And it's good that he's not usually in a bad mood.
I also have an example I want to talk about is Puyo Tetris 2. I think it's chapter 6 with Satan versus Oral match. That's also him not messing around. Mm-hmm. He just wipes the floor with Oral. Mm-hmm. Because he's being serious. Mm-hmm. Not for her affections, mind you. I think I should throw that context out there.
But because it's a serious matter and he wants to make clear, either you guys shape up or we will have to murder that boy. So yeah.
Yeah.
That should be a line in Tetris 2 nutshell.
Again, I repeat, 2 games in a row now. We've had one plot turn be Satan suggesting murder as the solution, because that's the one thing he's really good at, even though he's never shown it.
He's good at he is good at other things. He's made people more. He's donated bits of power to make people more stable.
True.
More than once even.
Also, he makes sure some people stop him before he does the murder.
True. I don't think he
Like,
wants
he's
to do
never
the
done.
murder. It's just like, well, I have the power to do exactly this. So either you find another
is-
solution or this is the solution.
He's not just a hammer, he's the whole toolbox.
Yeah, seriously. No,
Yeah, I really
but he's
do
mostly a
think
hammer.
it's just. I really do think it's just the whole giving the extreme first option so that everything else seems less extreme after. That's just my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's actually seriously considering murdering. It's like, well, if you really want to make it to be done right now, then that's an option. But it's not a good option, is it?
No.
So, question. Is calling Satan evil racial profiling?
Yes.
Yes, it kind of
Okay.
is. You're right.
And I do mean special profiling. Racial just gives a bigger gut reaction.
Yes, but you're right. You're right, and you should say
You're
it.
right. It is true.
That's actually why it's never going to be set in Blue Demon's story, but that's why Blue Demon turns his horns off in public.
Oh. Oh no, it's a Liddell! No! Sad.
Oh, he can go with or without his horns. He doesn't.
It's mostly just so that he doesn't get mobbed.
Everybody should be proud of the horns. I'm looking at you, Eska.
Oh no, it's like
It's
that
true,
line
though,
in
but it's
the
true.
It's like that line in the first episode. He doesn't want attention put on himself, so
yeah.
off go the horns.
Girls, no matter what the curvature of your horns looks like, you should be proud of them and show them off proudly.
Meanwhile, BD just reads a book in his living room.
Yes.
Looking around in the chat, he disguises himself as a frog and gets shot. That's great.
Yes, he does do
great.
that.
I
Not
love
in that order. Not in that
love
order,
reading
but
comments who are surprised that wasn't hyperbolic in my Satan video.
I love that video, that part of the video, just because it's like, yes, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
It was
And it's
so
honestly-
great.
The only real hyperbolic is that it's not a shotgun. It's more like a close range sniper thing.
It's more like a laser cannon.
Yeah, like a Kid Icarus Uprising weapon.
Actually, it does kind of look like one of those. Yeah, you're right. Wow.
I need to play Kid
So,
Icarus
Kid-
again.
Yes, Kid Icarus Uprising, but it's Satan, please.
Yeah, that would be a sick mod.
No,
Dang.
Satan is Palutena. He would be perfect for that.
Ooh.
Yeah, he basically is Palutena. Basically, he's like mirror Palutena.
Palutena and Satan should hang.
They should.
Who would be Pit then? Let's make it Harpy just for fun.
Oh
Okay.
god. I mean, the obvious choice would be all, just because that
Yeah.
runs with the theme.
But Al doesn't have wings.
I'm just saying that runs with the theme. It's like
And then
in
make
terms
it
of them
canon
being
to Puyo.
opposite. In terms of them being opposites.
make it canon to Puyo Puyo, and then Arl gets another doppelganger Arl. So there are two doppelganger Arls running around now.
Oh yeah, there would be another doppelganger all in that case.
We should continue.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, let's continue.
89. Oh, frick.
Okay.
Thank you for pushing, holding shift and pressing enter to make paragraphs, by the way. That's how you do it. I've been using this for years. I love it. They absolutely need to return back to an arcadey formula for the single player, or preferably have it as a side mode. The overworld format in Tetris and Puzzle Pop has absolutely no replay value whatsoever. Okay, before I continue, that's pretty much also the story structure in 2015 anyways.
Yeah, it's I mean, and Puzzle Pop is definitely an arcade.
They should. Well, you know what I would do?
structure.
I would do a Blade Blue. I would do what Blade Blue does and give everybody an arcade mode that is like a summary of the story, but like a really short one, and then have a proper story mode.
Yeah.
I think Soul Calibur does that too.
Yeah, I think why not? That would work. In fact, you can just have the
meanwhile-
arcade mode with only super short animations instead of whole cutscenes.
I like that.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, the rallies in 1, Sun, and Anniversary are fun to revisit and to try to get a deathless run on.
on. The absolute cream of the crop has to be the tower in Puyo Puyo 2. The speedrun The speedrun potential for picking out your opponent's AI from the roulette and your score dictating how fast you can reach the final boss is the perfect structure. This is what a modern Puyo game needs for me to want to boot it up for single player. And to kick it off, I agree. I think the tower is actually a pretty genius.
I prefer Fever 1's arcade mode.
I do think the way Sue did it is kind of neat, but it does mean that there are some characters where you're like, I don't want to play against them. They suck to play against.
Yes.
I want arcade modes back because I think arcade modes are important for this franchise because it's just fun to try and one coin clear 1cc an arcade mode in Puyo, and you can't really super do that with a story mode. There's a difference between an arcade mode and a story mode, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because story modes are not meant for that. Story modes are meant for perfecting the individual missions and rewatching the cutscenes. That is why I
Shoal
think
has an opinion in the chat.
Actually, speedrun 2 for a good bit. Honestly, the point structure is really frustrating for speedrun. I agree.
Yeah.
That's part of why I like Fever 1 better. That's part of why I like Fever 1 better.
I do think the tower is really cool though, and I wouldn't mind it returning as a mode every once in a while.
But yeah,
it could be fun.
But you know, that's kind of why I think that challenge dungeons actually were a great solution in Puzzle Pop. I know many people haven't played Puzzle Pop, but the challenge dungeons in Puzzle Pop are basically an arcade mode. It's an arcade mode where you have to choose after each fight. You have to choose between one of two opponents, and that is perfect. It's the and they are meant for replaying because you use them to farm items.
Gimme.
Yeah, give us Puzzle Pop, please. And I've played them a lot, so I think they are on the right path. Like just separating the arcade modes out from the story mode is all you need to do. I would add like a little bit more like flavor to the arcade modes than the challenge dungeon. Challenge dungeon is fun, but it's also like very randomized. I would make it a little bit less randomized. But aside from that, it's just this is how I would handle it. Yeah.
Puyo arcade roguelike.
Yeah.
Maybe also give story mode finally the ability to use 4 boards at a time.
Give me free roaming in story mode. I want to go through Primp Town.
Also,
let us see the world.
Also, half agree on shoutouts to PS1 version. I played that like a week ago. It's really, really smooth.
I know the
smooth like butter on a bald monkey.
I know the PS1 version is very similar to the Saturn version, so maybe I should play the Saturn version again sometimes to judge.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything more to add.
No,
I think we just have less to say after last stream.
Yeah,
which is good. It means I'm not going to bed at 4 a.m.
Yet.
Well, one steak 90.
Let's go.
Sure, why not?
There should be a Puyo game that focuses on another letter of the A or S trio. Personally, I would like the S people, and so would I.
I mean,
we kind of had Shizo and Sig games before.
Yeah, but not Maguro or Seo even.
Maguro would be a great protagonist. But we've talked about that already.
Maguro's great adventure. I'm all into it. I'm all into it.
To tie a little back to a previous take, A or S doesn't equal pro tag, sadly.
But Maguro still does.
It doesn't mean I want Maguro or Seo even to be a pro tag. Seo actually is. It's just Maguro here. Sorry, boy.
Seo is kind of detached from the heroics.
Seo is like a lore character more than anything, I think. Because Seo is the one who has like all the lore connections to previous characters. She's like friends with Accord, enemies with Ecolo. She knows she has been around the multiverse.
Friends in air quotes, they're girlfriends.
They're girlfriends, true. So I feel like Seo is not really somebody who is supposed to be a protagonist, but she's a mentor. She's very much a mentor. She knows. She is like, she's kind of like a foil to a court in that they have a lot in common, but the differences between them highlight themselves due to them standing next to each other.
Also, Cider needs to eat something.
She does need to eat something. But yeah, Maguro deserves his own adventure.
He does.
He's good.
Yes.
Also, give him sharp teeth again.
Maybe a new idea for a new anniversary game. Maybe some characters can have 8 battles. Maybe some other characters can have 12 battles for their anniversary story. And give Maguro 12.
I mean,
Or 10. 10 or 12.
if I were to write
Either or.
another anthology game in the style of 20th of Puzzle Pop, I would definitely make it so that it is the timeline is it would write the stories in a way where it's very easy to tell which one picks up from where. But I get that that's like hard to do.
Yeah.
I think it would also be nice if it would. I really do think that a big weakness of Puzzle Pop's anthology format was the fact that it did everything. Eventually, the overarching story did just get kind of broken up and disconnected from everything because it was only one episode, one set of 8 for each character, and that made things awkward.
JH in the chat says, is Puyo actually this good? I trust Neni's opinion because of how good her Puyo Persona takes were, but I had no idea Puyo even had a narrative. Oh gosh, welcome! Welcome to
Welcome!
Well,
Please come join us!
please join
Well,
us!
Neni,
join us.
answer JA's question, please.
Well, Puyo has
Yes.
a lot if you dig into it. Okay. The general rule with Puyo is that when you look onto it from outside from afar, it looks like a puddle. But when you try to step into it, it's so deep that you fall in. Basically, that goes with the gameplay, and that goes with the characters, and that goes with the story. Basically, on first glance, it looks extremely simple, and then you look into it and like, wait, there's something there. Wait, there's more there. Wait, there's more here. Wait, what? Ah, help! I'm drowning. Basically.
I noticed this myself.
But even if you
playing
stay on,
7 and then 20th.
Yeah.
But even if you just stay with the simpler surface stuff, the characters are just so very charming.
Yes, they're super charming, and generally from a gameplay standpoint, it's just extremely fun. It just has a very steep learning curve. In the beginning, you're like, what is to this? You're just lining up 4 and they pop. You're lining up 4 and you pop. And then you start losing to the AI and you're like, maybe I'm doing something wrong here. What am I doing wrong? And then you realize, wait, I'm supposed to build a chain reaction? That's crazy. How is that supposed to work? Nobody has big-brained enough to figure this out. And then slowly you figure out how it works. And then you'll realize, holy hell, this game has a lot of strategy. How is anybody supposed to learn this? But it's really fun. And it's kind of the same.
I wish I had Sayo's chair.
It's kind of also Sia, Crimson Slushy. It's kind of the same with like the lore and the characters. Like you play it. For me, the experience was Puyo Tetris 1. I played it. It looked like just a gag plot at first, and then slowly I realized, wait, these characters all have history. They all talk like they had stuff going on behind already. What is happening? And then at the very end, it turned out that like the final boss was a man with depression who was accidentally tearing the multiverse apart. And there was actual lore behind it. And I was like, oh my god, I need to read the wiki. And then I started reading the wiki, and I have never come out of it again. So yeah, that's basically the experience.
Yeah, same here.
I don't even remember how I...
And Cheryl is also like talking about the gameplay stuff. So yeah, I looked at the wiki and never looked back.
I should have included S in this picture.
You should have. Oh god, yeah. I mean,
S is such a good character. I love her.
I call S the Tetris princess because in my heart she is.
She is. Absolutely.
Oh, H in the chat again. Okay, I believe you. Sorry to ask for spoon feeding, but is the move to just play through the series in release order? No, it's not, because the series actually starts at another series called Madomonogatari, which is not available in English in any shape or form. So you literally cannot start at the beginning. It's impossible. So
may I suggest currently starting at Puyo Puyo 7, then 20th, then
7 is probably
Chronicle.
Alternative.
7.
Yeah, 7.
7 is probably a good
But
starting.
if you want
or Tetris 1, or Tetris 1.
Yeah, I was going to say if you don't want to mess around with downloading games,
With
then
patching,
with patching and patching and stuff, then your best option is to start with Tetris 1.
Yeah.
But if you want a lore,
if
you want a lore-focused beginning point, I suggest 7. 7 is not that lore-heavy, but it is important for later.
It is important for
20th,
later.
Tetris 1, Chronicle, Puyo Tetris 2, and then Puzzle Pop.
Yeah.
And
honestly,
you can catch up later.
Honestly, what I would compare Puyo most in terms of how the stories go is kind of Toho. So if you have any experience with Toho, you roughly know what you should expect.
There are a lot fewer lesbians than Puyo, though.
Mildly less for lesbians in Puyo. Anyway, we welcome you. Honestly, we always want more people in. It's just fun to see the fan base in the West grow, since this was a purely Japanese.
That's
series
what we
for
want.
So long. Yeah.
I forgot. I have a video.
So than anything.
I have a video made about where to start. I forgot.
Oh, but if you wanna put it in the chat, put it in the chat.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay.
You do.
Let me get it.
Okay, we're waiting real quick. Oh wait,
Please wait warmly.
I'll just hide your. I'll hide your slideshow for a bit so people can't look at your screen.
Let me think. Where did I put there?
And maybe in the end they'll love all of the.
Tell what's their name? JH.
JH, yeah.
Yes.
Tell them to watch it at their own leisure, though.
Of course, please watch it at your own leisure, JH.
I mean, the video's technically meant to talk to people who want to get other people into Puyo Puyo, which sounds really hyper-specific and dumb on the surface, but it has its purpose, trust me. But people can just watch it on their own to get a clue.
JH asks, if I can read Japanese, should I start on that? If you can read Japanese, you can try to get your hands on a copy of Madomonogatari 123. It's really fun. It might be a little hard for a Japanese beginner to get into, but it basically, it might be, in my opinion, it is the best starting point, because it introduces you to the most important characters already from the beginning, and it just shows how crazy and fun the franchise is, and it's very, it has the retro game charm that I like about the Madomonogatari ring specifically. To explain, Madomonogatari is kind of the sister franchise of Puyo Puyo, and they kind of belong together. They are kind of like inseparable in that way, and share the same universe and characters.
Despite what other people might tell you.
Yeah. I'm just putting the name in the chat. Madomonogatari 123. If you can read Japanese and you can get your hands on a copy of this, just be aware that there's 2 different versions. One for the computer MSX and one for the PC-98. And the one for the PC-98 for some reason gave all the characters Mortal Kombat style fatalities in battle, which is not norm for the franchise. And you need to consider that is the exception. That is not usually what it looks like.
But that PC-98 version is what introduced Boost to the series, though. So there's that.
Yeah, true.
I put the link in the chat a few minutes ago.
Thank you. Wait, did you put it in? Did it actually go through?
In the Discord chat.
Oh, then I have to put
my bad. Sorry.
I have to put it in then. Hang on, I do that.
It's also more noticeable if you do it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Copy. Copy link. There we go. So, here we go. This is the video that Mamono made. You can watch this.
I can also link
Jay,
to more
what do you
videos
mean
if you're
in battle?
interested.
I thought this was a bean game. Okay,
Monogatari.
Monogatari had actual was an RPG with actual RPG battles. Puyo uses puzzle battles, but technically the puzzle battles are also still wizard duels. It's a lore thing. Technically the puzzle battles are also still wizard duels. They're just played as puzzle battles. But Monogatari has actual JRPG gameplay. So yeah. There's a lot. I told you there's a lot to go through. Anyway, I need to open this slideshow back up.
If you want, we can send JH some other links of mine.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Like my Mado Monogatari 123 crash course might be of help.
Oh, that is such a fun.
Oh, that
one.
would. Oh yeah, that's like if you can't play Monogatari 123, that is genuinely a good synopsis of him.
It is. You make great videos, Mamono.
Okay, so who's ready for the last 11 takes?
Yes, let's go.
Sure, why not?
Mamoru Sasaki was robbed of his shark teeth that he had in his first appearance in Puyo Puyo 7.
I'm of two
True.
minds. I'm of two minds here. I do like the shark teeth to some degree, but they also kind of make him look mean. And he's not mean. He's
Okay,
he's
he's
nice.
cool.
He's the coolest guy you've ever met. When I draw him, I usually try to give him like cute little fangs to like balance it out.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's valid.
So we have nothing to add. I have nothing to say about
I've
this.
nothing to
I don't
say.
care about this topic.
I like Maguro a lot, and I think he looks good regardless of what his teeth look like. He's a good, cool guy.
Yeah,
And
He's a cool dude.
And he can have a cute little fang.
and
That's
he's
a
an
pretty-
escape artist and wasn't afraid of anything.
He doesn't afraid of anything, indeed.
So
Also, he's
next
so
take-
beautiful that he makes anyone attracted to boys fall in love with him immediately.
Let's
Fish
keep going.
too.
Fish too.
Okay, that was probably the shortest take we've
Yeah,
had.
I mean, everybody
Yep.
agrees. Daltrix, I need his dental plan.
92.
Yeah.
I love Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 and 2 and hope they make a third. The
I
main
die.
reason being I
Oh
love
my.
the SS Tetra gang and their interactions with Ringo, Amity, and the other characters. I and S are two of my favorite Puyo Puyo characters, and I know if Sega continues to make Puyo Puyo games without Tetris, I may never see them again. Also, Tetris makes the games more accessible to my casual non-gamer friends. I know they wouldn't play Puyo Puyo with me if they couldn't pick Tetris.
No.
So,
What a wonderfully what a normie take.
It is a normie
I love
take,
it.
and it's fine. I get it, but on the other hand, like I said it before. I said it again. At this point, if we have a Puyo Puyo Tetris 3, which has like the dimensions, like having the dimension and separation turned on again, it will just feel like nobody up in the dimensional management is doing that job. Like space-time is literally just too broken to function anymore.
Neni, the slides are a little too zoomed in the window.
Oh, that is my fault. That is because
We need to see how spicy it is after all, and what number it is.
spice. How did I do this?
It happens.
Wait, what? Why? Why is hang on, filter? Huh? It's wrong? Why is it wrong?
You know, I have a great idea for Puyo Puyo Tetris 3 actually.
Oh, there we go.
We get Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 and Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, and we put them in a package together.
I think people would
1 plus 2 equals 3.
people would commit
Yes.
murder at this point if that happened.
I guess so. But also, this is why we need a standalone Tetris SS Tetra game.
Yeah, exactly. That is where I come back with my. They should have a standalone SS Tetra crew game. I get that they don't get to interact with our girlies then, but look, it's sad, but it is the dimensional law. They must not meet again. Sadly, it is for the greater good.
The greater good.
And the greater good.
Also, there's copyrights to consider.
There is copyrights to.
I think that's the bigger law to worry about.
I think that's only applicable to their clothes, though. If we're being real.
Yeah, it's.
That is true. That is true.
If T just wore a white t-shirt with jeans, I think there would be no problem.
That's why S needs to have more outfits, because she would rock them and she would be allowed back into the Puyo world.
Yeah,
Yes.
I understand people wanting to be able to pick Tetris, but like, guys, Puyo is good on its own. We just need better tutorializing. I promise you can play Puyo.
And also, Tetris needs more exciting releases on its own, honestly.
Well, I mean, TGM4 came out pretty recently.
People say that's
Oh. I guess.
I mean, I would love a Tetris RPG.
Tetris.
Let's do Tetris RPG. The
Let's
Tetra
just do more
characters need
interesting stuff with Tetris in general.
The Tetra characters need costumes. Oh gosh.
So, next take, because that was short.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 93. Look, I don't even ship these myself, but Shazo X Arl, or of which, is literally fine. And people starting hate brigades over innocent artists who don't even see it as an adult ex-child should stop. It's not pedophilia. All their ages are nebulous anyways.
I think I know who wrote this.
I mean, it's we ship what you want. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, never mind. I don't know who this is. But yeah,
It could have
ship what you
been
want.
many people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tetris Grandmaster 4 has been pretty mixed. Oof. Maybe it is time for the SS Tetris RPG game.
Yeah.
Sega tap into the market, Sega. Anyway, we keep getting this discussion. Welcome to hell. Leave your ships at the door. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look, it's
fine.
I'm so
it's
tired.
Fine. It's fine. Leave artists be. Leave the artists be. Shazo is never state. We don't know Shazo's age. I don't think canonically he is not into Al. But if you are an artist, then do your thing. Artist free, and it is if it's not something that is genuinely harmful, then who cares? Why does Ringo keep getting closer? Asks Tabby Lemon.
Because she wants to get a good look at us.
Now, shall we look away then? Who's ready for the next stake? Okay. Who's ready for next stake?
X-Cow asks, wouldn't the Tetra and Puyo characters be able to meet on Prob Island? Ecolo once took T to Prob Island. But was also like, yeah, you're not gonna remember any of this once this is over. And when the T was like, wait, what? And then they went back to the ship and didn't remember any of it happened. So clearly, Prob is also not in a dimension they're allowed to be, actually. So,
That's lame.
Yeah, it's sad. They're complete. The Tetris dimension is clearly off limits. So, yeah.
Okay, next stake time?
Yes.
Sure.
Boy?
What?
Boy?
Mommy Ravisol gives the best huggies, cuddles, and kisses.
That is.
Aw, that's so cute.
That is adorable. Raffisol goes to I hope you know that you should make a video that's called Raffisol goes to IKEA.
Maybe next year's
so
boy
cute.
video. Maybe next year's boy day video.
Mommy Rappy Soul. I love this.
This is how I make boy typically speak, by the way, in text. Phonetically correct, grammatically fucked.
I love it.
Is this take influenced by something recently, and by what? What does that mean? Boy.
Boy.
This is serotonin. This is just
Yes,
wholesome.
I'm smiling so big.
This is wholesome.
Yeah.
Even Ravizel is smiling.
Thank you for the wholesome intermission.
Yes.
Puyo Puyo 7 is the last main series Puyo Puyo game. 20th NE is good, but an anniversary entry and a game mode collection. Triss and Triss 2 are crossovers riding the coattails of a more internationally successful cousin. Chronicle is boring and not cut from the Puyo Puyo cloth. Champions is a low effort shovelware. Quest is a freaking gacha. Puzzle Pop is somehow even less relevant than any of the other games.
There's only a single person. There's only a.
Thank you for your submission.
No, not thank you for your admission. There's only a single person in the entire internet who calls Tat 2 and Tat 1 and Tat 2 Triss 1 and Triss 2, and it's Haley Halcyon. And Haley Halcyon is a known predator who was banished from several different communities. So no, her take is not welcome here.
Yeah, no, get out of here.
Okay. Shall we move on and not dignify this?
I'm not dignified.
Yes,
we all disagree by the way.
I don't know why she's even trying to... What is she even trying to accomplish here? Please get her out of my face.
The Puyo Puyo games peaked with Puyo Puyo Sun. Changed my mind.
I think that's
Well, we can't. I don't think we can.
That's a complete...
In order, should we?
That is a complete...
I see the argument.
That's a completely valid take, and I understand it because Sun has immaculate sprite art. It has gorgeous music. The humor is on fleek completely, and if you are into arcade style Puyo, it doesn't get better than this. I mean, I like Fever 1 better, but that's Fever rule and not like it feels different, you know.
Fever 1 is also Puyo Puyo Sun 2.
Yeah, it is. But it is.
Yeah,
it absolutely
kind
is.
of.
But
I agree. It has a nice flavor. I like it.
And I mean, to a degree, this stuff.
I want to eat that part.
To a degree, this stuff is always objective. My favorite is Tattoo, but that's because I have different priorities.
You said objective.
Subjective.
You said objective.
I meant subjective. I'm very sorry. My brain is still melted.
No, this stuff is objective. I have no opinion ready to call objective myself, so whoops.
I feel like the compile magic started. At least they admitted that Yon was kind of a thing, but like the compile magic started to fade. I mean, that has to do with Moon Itani kind of like driving away most of the people who actually developed Puyo to the point that the development team became a revolving door situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, sucks.
That said, I
mean,
you know what?
Sorry.
You know what
Sun's
also
a good
sucks?
game. I don't think anyone is going to ever change your mind because you're. That's. I think it's great that you think that.
Yeah.
I think I'll go beyond that. It's okay. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but it's a good option. It's a good pick for the best Puyo Puyo game.
I mean, definitely.
Because you can't go wrong with Puyo Puyo Su rules, and it's basically Puyo Puyo Su. It looks pretty. It sounds pretty.
The biggest problem
Satan
with
has
Sun
an
is the
Hawaiian
glitch.
shirt.
The biggest problem with Sun is that it has a glitch that. But then again, Fever 1 also has a glitch with. The Fever 2 also has a glitch with garbage distribution.
So it really is Puyo Puyo Sun 2.
No, Fever 2 has the glitch, not Fever 1.
Oh.
Basically, a Fever.
Well, I guess Fever 2 is bad.
Shut up. Sun has a glitch with the garbage distribution that causes the first piece of garbage to be distributed to always land in the leftmost column, which destroys left-hand GTRs, which is really annoying.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, game bad.
Not game bad, but
I mean, you could learn other setups aside from left-handed GTR, but
never.
So
I like Sandwich
Child, that is definitely a glitch. I can't imagine they did that on purpose. Why would they do that on purpose? Why do you think that's an intended mechanic? And I will explain. Please explain why you think that would be an intended mechanic. I can't come up with a reason. Also, it's not like... So, as for Fever 2 Fever 2 instead has a glitch that causes the damage on field to only update after the first time garbage has been sent. Which is bad in a game that allows you to deposit garbage at the start of the battle onto the opponent's field. It's hilarious.
Ask Possessed Klug what that's like.
I'll nod and pretend I know what you're talking about.
Huh?
GTR nerf mechanic, okay, fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, but aside from that, yeah, Sun is just good Puyo fun. It's hard though. Sun is really hard, in my opinion.
It is very hard. I'm terrible at it.
Shezzo joke. Yeah, I like it. And you can put...
You said it, not us.
Okay, I'll own up to it. Hard. Because he's hard mode.
True.
I gotta hydrate.
What was I gonna say again?
This music is giving me quest PTSD, says Ma. I'm sorry, it's the Puyo playlist.
Anyway, next take.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Aro and Accord are in fact the same person.
That is
That's a spicy take.
That's a hypothesis.
Well, what do you think?
Well, yes, it is a hypothesis. Or a headcanon.
I guess the idea is that that Accord is a time-traveling owl? And I mean, I guess if she dyed her hair in the future? But honestly, I always thought that Accord was connected to the goddess that Amity is reincarnated from. And I always also thought that Accord was like the sorceress who defeated the Lord of the Chatunda Castle, an event which is mentioned in the library of Fever 2.
I think Accord is related to the. I think Accord is related to the moon goddess, not the sun goddess, because and the
There's a
talk
moon
about
goddess.
And the talk about the moon goddess defeating an evil demon is, in fact, Accord defeating the Lord Tomb in the castle. Yeah,
That
that's my
would make
take.
sense.
That's my take.
And Mamona, there is a moon goddess mentioned in Fever 2 as well, which complicates it because Amity is clearly intended to be a sun goddess, which is like
I didn't even know there was a sun goddess, to be honest.
maybe
It's
Accord
Amity.
and Amity are sisters.
That would be cute, actually.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, fucked up, but also cute. Fucked up because of how Accord is like, but
Yeah.
But yeah, Accord is so mysterious and always smiling. That's moon goddess material.
It is. Anyway, this is all like speculation stuff.
What does that mean?
It
What does
means
this
I'm the
info
originator of this take.
Wait, you made that
Yes.
one?
No, I didn't submit this. Someone took my take and
Oh.
submitted it for me.
Oh!
Even though I didn't know about it, they were going to do it. I don't even know who this is.
Oh my
I just
gosh.
said this somewhere out loud in public. And allow me to explain myself.
Okay, please
I
explain.
forgot
Please
how...
do.
Oh, now you get excited about it. Okay. Thing is, I don't remember anymore how I came up with it. But at some point, I thought it'd be really funny if Accord, who's mysterious, like Arl, who's also a smidge enigmatic, were the same person. Specifically, at some point, Arl and Carbuncle just drifted apart, amicably, on friendly terms. Yeah. And for somehow, Arl traveled back in time, became a teacher, became Miss Accord specifically. I forgot a step. Arl has stopped giving any fucks
became a court and started looking over the people she cared about in Primptown.
Well,
While
okay,
being a
fucks
troll.
before.
Oh, okay, fucks.
Okay, now she gives extreme. Now she gives 0 fucks and is an extreme troll, but still wants to make sure all the people she hung out with are okay in the past. It doesn't
What if-
completely line up, of course.
Now I like this, but what if instead of Carbuncle and all the splitting up, Carbuncle mutated into a boy?
Oh, I'm so. God, this is the son. This is the son.
I mean, it would explain why they're both the final boss of Fever 1.
Actually, yeah. Well, you can kind of see the. You can at least see the ingredients of something cool, at least, right?
I can respect this fanfic material, but I don't have
Yes.
to like.
That's fine. I don't expect you to, Neni.
That is fair. That is fair. Completely fair.
I just think it's funny. I think it's just extra funny when she interacts with Amity, Rafina, Arl herself, or especially Satan when Arl/Accord has to play dumb that she doesn't know Satan.
I mean, does she play dumb? Does she? I don't think she doesn't know Satan. At
Yeah,
any
I
point.
know. But if you retcon it, it is Accord playing dumb.
No, like has Accord ever acted like she
doesn't know Satan because I think
it give-
I don't know if she even asks Satan for his name. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
This is starting to
she
get
seems to
stupid.
recognize him on sight.
Game 2
Anyway, so
entertainment.
that can also be another reason why Accord is so mysterious, because she could just give away who she actually is.
How do we
This is
fix-
not a serious headcanon. I just think this is funny.
It is pretty funny.
It is.
Yeah.
Moving
So
on.
yeah. The humans/humanoids are fun, but screw humanoids. Sega just decided to make their games only humanoids, save for the fishman and the curry demon. Nice opinion. Where did you get that one? We really need the compile characters to be relevant again. It's me, the YouTuber. And I don't just mean the gacha game, where they are outshined by mankind anyways. Side note, I will never forgive this company for making my goat Don Garu irrelevant.
Look,
You could just call him Acorn Frog. It's fine.
look. I'm completely fine with the Frog Mafia. I want the Frog Mafia to be a thing.
Give it time.
Yes.
Give it time.
Please, let's have the
You
Frog
know,
Mafia.
I need to take a lot of my plate off before I make Sick Flies a Plane Part 3
Nice.
for the Frog Mafia.
Yes! The Frog Mafia!
Frog Mafia!
Remind me every now and then again, please. I have a lot of projects.
Good.
Yes, I will. I will certainly remind you of Frog Mafia.
Also, Momomo is literally the MVP in FIA. I will just say that.
And Momomo is such a friend. Look at that big old smile.
Momomo is
He's so
my
happy
Momomo
to
is
see
my
you.
boost dealer.
It's true. He sells a. He has a lot of booze that he gives people.
But yes, I
Also
want
here.
the chit.
Also, this is a headcanon I've expressed on Neni's FIA streams before, but I don't think Momomo actually cares about money. I think he just thinks being a merchant is fun.
That seems right.
It is.
Yeah, that seems right. I want the Frog Mafia. Anyway, who graced us with this take?
Oh, Fruit Village. Oh, and apparently they did get it from me.
Oh,
People know my opinion on this.
I mean,
I don't need an even split. I just want more creatures.
Yes, and Minotauros definitely should at very least be in Rulu's damage animations. If Ultimo can be, then Minotauros
Be
can.
cute. That'd be cute, actually. Yeah.
Fun fact, in I guess Puyo's Nazo Puyo mission, you can get Minotaurus as an opinion, and his lose animation is just Rulu just stomping on Minotaurus for losing, and that's just kind of funny that exists.
Why did they
Jesus
do that?
Christ.
How did they do my boy? I respect
Rulu does not. I'd like to think that Rulu doesn't do Minotaurus like that anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. So, who's ready for the next steak?
Me.
Mankind knew he could
We're so
gain
close.
themselves.
Puyos look edible.
I mean, hang on.
They're slimes.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
Are you getting Puyomon? But yeah, they're slimes. They're literally slimes.
You can eat them. Might not be recommended though.
It depends on what kind of slime and what consistency and what intrinsics they give off when on consumption.
Okay, guys, I know this will blow your mind, but they are edible. In fact, they are in fact edible.
Let me check the screen in a moment.
Gummy. Gummy.
Fruit gummies. Actually, let's open this one.
Fruit gummy.
So let's see if I have this the secret carbuncle.
Let's hope. Also feed some to Boy.
Yes, boy, get some. Oh, no carbuncle. Anyway, here we have. I think this is a garbage.
They're all soda. Oops, all soda.
There we have a blue Puyo. What I'm saying is I have Puyo gummies and I wanted to show them off.
Yes.
Oh, boy numbing. Boy's numbing.
Yay!
So, that's all I had to say. Carry on. Yes.
I have nothing else to say about this. This is probably the most nothing take, but not in a backhanded way, just a complimentary way, I think.
All I have to say
It's a
about
take,
it,
that's for sure.
all I have to say about it is that if Puyo look at a... Well, okay, this is not necessarily Puyo, but you know the Choo-Choos in Zelda, which are also slimes. I wanted to eat them when I was a teen.
Oh.
So, I understand it. That the seminal urge to consume slime monsters.
I mean, it's true. There's some things you see in a video game that just like, I want to put that in my mouth immediately.
Yes.
I just put things in my mouth to get that satisfaction.
Yeah, but like sometimes you see them on the screen and it's like, I can't touch them.
Sad.
Question. Unrelated question. Seeing Draco Centauros here, how many takes have actually been about Draco Centauros? Because I'm drawing a blank.
I don't think she's been in any takes, which is understandable because Draco is perfect.
Still, I'm a little surprised.
By the
No.
way, Aloe in the chat says, unrelated, but I've seen a lot of takes about Puzzle Pop in the stream. Do you guys think it's worth getting the Apple Arcade subscription for it? There's so many opinions I don't even know anymore. The thing is, the game was definitely made on a budget, so it reuses a lot of assets from Chronicle. Not for the UI. The UI stuff is all completely new, but like the models are all from Chronicle and the animations are from Chronicle.
The textures are new though.
The textures are all new,
Textures are
yes.
new.
And the voice is all new. Also the story, I love the story for the most part. The ending feels rushed. The ending feels rushed, but aside from this, the story picks up a lot of, a bunch of, not abandoned, but like dormant plot threads from Fever 2. Which is good if you've been waiting for those to continue, and it actually does stuff with them.
As for whether it's...
Yeah, continue.
I was just gonna say, as for whether it's worth getting an Apple Arcade subscription for, probably not. But like if you have the money burning a hole in your pocket, then no harm done, I guess. But it's like just getting it just for that.
Get the
maybe
free
not.
Get the free trial. Finish the game. Cancel free trial.
Budget your
that's also an option.
subscription. Budget your subscription. Manage it well.
Honestly,
don't give Apple money.
Don't
give Apple money.
I love Puzzle Pop, but I hope they port it soon. It needs a port.
It does.
It probably has a contract of 2 years now, if I have to guess.
Yeah, most likely.
A year and a half or 2 years. Hopefully not 3.
So who's
If I haven't
ready
got it for
for
3 years, I'm going to ask what. I'm going to have to ask what they thought would happen.
who's ready for take 99?
Yes.
Me.
Skatodar is underrated. Another nothing take, respectfully.
I'm pretty sure
I do not.
I'm pretty sure it could also be the opposite.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Skatodar exists. I'm happy he exists. That's the extent of it.
Pretty much. It's like there's. If you like him, great.
I do think he needs to be there just to hold down the creature fort at least, but he's not my favorite creature, no matter how funny he is.
The best creature is obviously Dapper Bones.
True.
Yeah, I can agree there.
Shoel in the chat says, I'd say the game is skippable if you have access to 15th and 20th anniversary. I wouldn't call it skippable because plot-wise it's super important. Gameplay-wise, yeah, all the modes are from 15th and 20th, that is true.
I wouldn't call it skippable since it's the first time Americans can legally play most
That is
of those
true.
modes.
That is true.
Also true.
Also true.
Also true.
Also, IFK, hi, you arrived at the tail end of the stream. Glad to have you here, though.
Hi.
Okay. Anyways, Katodora
Hi.
is a good character. If you like him a lot, have fun with him in Madofia. I bullied him a whole bunch in that game.
Unforgivable. Now I'm not gonna buy Fia.
Skatodara is definitely a character. Of all the characters in the Puyo Puyo franchise, he's definitely one of them.
And he's perfectly okay with that. Just don't make it a problem that he's... Just don't make it a problem in front of his face. And then you have a problem. Yeah, nothing take. Hopefully take number 100 isn't a nothing take.
Let's see where this goes.
Alright.
We need more focus on other play modes. Near exclusively 2 for the story mode is getting really boring in all honesty.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely about Puzzle
I don't disagree.
Pop. That is about Puzzle Pop.
I don't... Yeah,
this is the only puzzle pop take, I think.
And it's not a bad... And it's a good... It's a reasonable take to have.
I think the reason
Yes.
they did that was for balancing reasons, but like... I mean, I think there's still enough variety because of how the battles are skewed due to the item challenges that are implemented in them. So it's still pretty varied. It doesn't all feel like just Tsu, but Tsu is
It's also not wrong.
It's not wrong. I do, for example, the fact that like even when it's only Primp Town characters fighting each other, they don't use fever is weird, you know. So yeah.
And then there's the bit with in Liddell's story where when she bumps into Risukuma and Risukuma's like, "Why don't we try exploding?" And it's like, that sounds like Big Bang. It's not Big Bang.
Yeah, I am pretty sure that Yoshino had no idea that they were using only Tsu, given that when she wrote the story, given that Yoshino herself tweeted about the fact that she had no idea that all of Draco's missions were gonna be rotations locked, and she was crying on Twitter, tweeting, "I can only frog stack!" Like literally, that was the funniest thing. She was like, "Wait, all of Draco's missions were rotation locked. I can only frog stack?" Question.
That is funny.
Yes.
And then didn't she also say like, "I want to go home"?
Yes, she did.
So I don't think we have anything more to say about it. Just throw in a sun here and there. Throw at least some other school modes in there at least.
Joel, I do disagree that it gets monotonous. I never felt like it was monotonous to me. I get that it would be better if there were more modes in story mode, but I never felt like it was monotonous because of the item challenges and how they changed how I play the game. And I agree that, but I am really happy that Nazo-Puyo is in there. Nazo-Puyo is always welcome.
Yes.
Nazo-Puyo is wonderful. I love Nazo-Puyo.
Yes.
Give me more. And not
Give
hide
me
it
more.
behind tutorials and champions. Which are
Jesus
all
God,
just
why did you do it like that?
Which are all reused Super Nazo Puyo 1 puzzles, by the way. I recognize them on sight.
I mean, a lot of Mayna's puzzles are reused as well, but like...
But they're not hidden
Yeah.
behind tutorials.
True.
So, who's ready for take 101?
Me.
Me. I think I know who wrote this one.
Puyo as a series will never grow more popular than it currently is if it does not implement crossplay. The fragmentation of the community into different platforms is stagnating the series by an unhealthy amount. Puyo Tetris 1 on Switch boosting the series' popularity to unprecedented levels is amazing, but also lighting in a bottle. And the next logical progression is to build a proper player base that is not fragmented across the platforms. No matter how good the next script is, no matter how cute they make the next set of characters, no matter how close to a console's release the next game might be, so kind of prophetic with that one, honestly. It will not become more popular until we get a game that is commonly available on a healthy amount of platforms where anyone can battle everyone everywhere.
I'm of
Honestly,
two
not
minds.
wrong.
I'm of two minds there.
I mean, maybe saying it won't grow if it doesn't have crossplay, but I do agree it
The
desperately
thing is,
needs crossplay.
it is growing right now, right this minute. There's like constantly new people coming in. But the thing is, like, it is true that the lack of crossplay is a big hurdle. The lack of crossplay.
Yes.
The lack of crossplay is a big hurdle because it makes it locks people out of having like the community experience of community play. That is true. But I think it's not the magic bullet that this take makes it out to be. It needs to be a combination of more things. It needs to be better marketing. It needs to be better consolidation of the contents, and I mean including the story contents.
It needs
and
better
the
funding.
Characters, better funding, yeah, definitely. We need generally just Sega as a company giving the series more means to do stuff. Crossplay is incredibly important. We need crossplay. It is not the be-all, end-all, but it is very high up.
Yes.
It is very high up on the rank order, but it is not the absolute be-all, end-all.
It would be extremely nice if Tet 2S does have crossplay, but we don't know yet.
We'll see.
Maybe Puzzle Pop will have crossplay whenever it gets freed.
Please
Who
free
knows?
Puzzle Pop!
That would also be very cool. Please free Puzzle Pop.
AFK, I'm no programmer, but how much stuff needs to be done for the background to cosplay to be the reality? It isn't the easiest thing in the world, but they've done it before. Seven had crossplay between DS and Wii, which is not easy.
Oh, really?
They did that, so they can do it.
And even then, it's like you don't need to. They wouldn't need to start from scratch, even if that weren't the case, because there are already other games that have crossplay, and there's nothing wrong with being able to computer science is pretty much against wheel reinvention. It's like if someone else has figured it out, you could take notes from that.
True.
That's perfectly fine. That's encouraged.
So yeah, we absolutely need crossplay. We need to keep pushing for that. That is like the big thing that we need. Didn't Legacy Puyo Tetris 1 have crossplay? That is the thing that I don't remember. Did Puyo Tetris 1 have crossplay with
Not that I know of.
So the version of Puyo Tetris 1 that we got was technically Puyo Tetris 1S. That's what it's called in Japan, and that's what you get if you switch the language to Japanese as well. Did it have a crossplay with other versions of the game? Did Tet 1S have crossplay with other versions? Okay, so Tet 3DS, Wii U, Vita, and PS3. Okay, Vita and PS3 had crossplay, and 3DS and Wii U had crossplay. Did S Switch have crossplay with Wii U and 3DS? I don't think they did. I really, really hope that Tattoo has crossplay with the Switch version. They just all they would have to do is exclude. I mean, what do I say? Exclude the modes. Just make them invisible for the regular. Just make those invisible for regular Tetris. That's all. Okay, Tat1S doesn't. Yeah.
Hi, Deltrix.
Hi. I mean, Delta's been here for a while.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but this is his take.
Oh, yeah. I don't. Also, I'm drunk on apple juice, so do not take this too seriously.
I wish I was drunk on
That's
apple
called cider.
juice.
I think that's called cider.
I had this whole thing, so I'm fine.
Okay. Next slide.
Yeah, but we're done, I think.
Sure.
Okay.
Well,
I think it'd be really, really cool if Laidback Puyo podcast had more episodes. They're really fun, and I feel like I get a new appreciation for Puyo Puyo, or at least I understand things better, while not taking ourselves too seriously. But that's just my opinion. When can we expect the next episode so I may look forward to it?
Is that you?
No?
Oh. Oh. It was you. I get it.
So answer the question.
I have a lot of fun.
The question.
I have a lot of fun podcasting. I'm not sure if I can do it every week because I need to do regular streams too. But
I can't make slides
no, we're not
quickly.
Yeah, true. But I'm completely down for more.
And yeah, these were fun, and like I said before, I'm glad I got to be a part of them. But
I'm completely down. I have topics. I have a whole paper, a whole thesis. I can.
We got a few ideas here.
Yeah.
Ignore this text. I think I'm just gonna pick what I want.
Good.
And then Neni can pick whatever she wants to work on.
I definitely want to work on my thesis. I mean, my thesis topic.
While I read these off, you can support us here.
Yes.
Our co-fights. My ideas are, what's a boss fight in Puyo Puyo? I've already done a lot of research on this a few years back. I just need to cross-examine Puyo Tetris 2 and Puzzle Pop.
I could do a lot of I could do a lot of off the cuff rambling about game design and what makes something a boss.
Okay. The Bechdel test I want to do just for kicks because it's just hilarious on the face of it to do it with Puyo Puyo. Who is what in Cranky Food Friends? I think that could be interesting because I got Felly wrong, sadly.
You did sadly get Felly wrong. Salt Felly was alive.
Yeah. She lives on in our hearts.
Aww.
All that salt will
It's
do
true.
our hearts really good. Games Puyo fans might like even though they might not be puzzle games. Like Double Dragon Gaiden, Skullgirls, or Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon. Those are just notes to myself. You're not supposed to read those. Whoops.
There's a lot of topics.
Because I
to
think
talk
that would be
about,
fun. For Neni, I wrote down just something I wrote these down, not Neni. Magic System, which could be really, really handy. Amnesia Puyo Puyo, why and how.
I mean, we
I
talked
guess we
about
kind of
this a
covered
bit
that today.
A little bit of that.
We did
And
kinda.
And Neni adopting her thesis.
Yeah, I would love... I need to translate my thesis to English. And honestly, technically, I've thought about just trusting it into Google Translate because, honestly, Google Translate does really well with academic language. I just have to edit it. It's 100 pages, so...
And this is the end. This is the final slide.
It's the end. It's the end.
It is the end. God, I'm so tired, but this was fun.
Well, I have nothing to say. I'll slowly work on the boss fight slideshow next. Don't expect it anytime soon. Honestly, I don't even want to do it while the summer is hot.
Understandable. AFK in the chat says, I've been researching a lot about Medusa Turn to see how much I can change about it for this remake I'm working on. You're remaking the game? Oh my gosh, what? Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
That is an effort.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that, yeah.
Yeah.
I do love having the streams, I will say this. I do want to keep having them. it's always super fun, and it does feel like it brings the community closer together.
Yes.
Even if there's like some weird things in there in between, we have to kind of like purge out. But like, I'm tired, I can't think. I just generally like talking about these games a lot. There's a lot in there that is fascinating.
I love Puyo Puyo is wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, also.
Thank you for putting boy on your shoulder the whole
I
time, by
did.
the way.
Oh, for those who don't know, by the way, the official popularity polls by Sega that are run via Puyo Quest have been on for a while now, and this year they actually banned Al, Rulu, Shazo, Draco, and Witch from being voted on. They also did it so that this year the popularity polls won't decide who's getting a new alt, but instead they decide who is going to get more merch in the future. So depending on how well characters rank, they could get more merch. That's also why Al, Shazo, Rulu, and Co have been banned, because they're set for merch drops anyway already. So
And yet Sig is still on the ballot. Go figure.
Let's Sig is still on the ballot. I voted for Ecolo because God, we still don't have an Ecolo doll, and it's a shame.
Based.
Yeah. All I have left to say is that part 1 and 2 should be handed over to me, so I can hand it over to someone else to make it into a compilation for my channel.
I will do that, but not now because
you.
I tired.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
slept.
Just don't forget.
Yeah, I won't.
And
forget.
I'd love to do more, but I'm going to take my time with the boss fight stuff.
Understandable. I will.
Also, y'all wanted to mention my Tumblr before we ended.
Yeah, put it.
Yeah, I'm
check
Madeline. I'm Madeline Himegami on Tumblr as well. It's
Let me just.
What can you find on Madeline Himagame on Tumblr?
Mostly Riblog stuff, but also some art and some writing and some ramblings and some stuff about making making side projects and Monster Girls.
Whew, with this said,
Nice.
we should probably set up how.
If you're into it. Huh?
Sorry, you're right. An Ecolo plush makes sense. True. So.
Yep. Anyway, there's a link.
Oh, AFK wants to fix Shazo in her project. That is so fun. Okay.
Valid,
completely
Do
valid.
that.
So, now I'm gonna set up a raid on Twitch. Obviously, there's no raiding on YouTube. I think we're gonna raid Commissar Bear. Unless, I mean, Kyobi is also online, but Kyobi is on VR chat, and I'd rather raid a video game stream right now. I think we've had enough rambling for the past 6 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna raid.
We technically didn't keep it under 10 hours.
It's fine. So I'm raiding Commissar
It's
Bear,
fine.
who is currently streaming Super Robot Wars. So have fun with that. With that all said,
and this was a good time.
it was a really good time.
Yeah.
Thank you all
Hope to
for
do it
joining.
again. Hope to do again with the boss fights.
Yes.
Just really need to
All right.
scan over and collect some data for Puyo Tetris 2 and Puzzle Pop. One is easier for me to get than the other. I kind of have to skip the post-game non-story stuff for Puzzle Pop, don't I?
Yeah, I mean, technically, I can't tell you stuff about challenge dungeons because challenge dungeons technically have a boss fight mechanic because there's certain characters that
But
will...
is it set boss fights?
What do you mean?
No.
No. But
Then I don't think I need to talk about
I will bring it up because it has to do with specific characters. It is kind of relevant, I think. But I'll bring it up.
Ask me when I make it.
Yeah,
please.
I will. Anyway, with that said, I think I'm gonna tune out for today. Thank you all for watching. I was
Good
Neni.
night. I'm Boy Enjoyer, says 42.
And I am the lovely and wonderful Princess Madeline.
With that said, before the raid auto commences, I have to say goodbye. Good night, everyone, and see ya. Bye.
Goodbye. Bye.